So I had an interesting day. Basically, you know how I put it out in the universe? I was like, yo, I want to put a lot of these things into practice, right? And I decided to take a walk because it's been a while because I'm punishing myself. Like, you know, I ain't going outside until I finish what I'm doing in the house and I can go back on my morning walks again. So yeah, I'm doing that. And once I finish that, then I give myself a walk. But I decided to take myself outside today because I was very tempted to send somebody a voice message, text them, you know, the works. I said, you know what? I ain't gonna do that shit. And the reason is because I apply what I talk about right here. Okay? And the thing about everything that I or ever talk about here and show you guys, I make it applicable. I write it down. So I come here to speak on it. If I make my mistakes, I'll tell you how it happened. Now, in the case of this is a behavioral pattern with this particular person. And this behavioral pattern with this particular person is that they have a way of trying to manipulate me. And the manipulation is a sexual manipulation. Can I say that? And the sexual manipulation that they do is to make me break, try to make me break and fall into their arms while they're doing what they want to do. Okay. And so that was interesting to note about this particular person because this person does know something. You see what I'm saying about me? I'll just put it like that. So this is why I encourage all of you to write things down, make note of it. For my astrologer bays and the numerology bays, look at the energy of that day and aspects, see what happened. So that was the one thing, the one case that happened between yesterday and today. And I was literally on the phone with my homie, and we was kicking it on some business type shit I was doing. And so they called, and on the other line, and they was just like, wow. And my homie just don't have no patience for that person. It's like they would not ever deal with nobody like that. And for me, I was just like, wow, did you hear that? Like, yeah. So I'm gonna just leave that there. Case two, while I was walking or while I was out and about, ran into a guy. And we'll just call him Jay. And this guy, Jay, who did not give me an actual name. I gave him my name, but he didn't give me an actual name. So I said, I got to give myself a nickname. You know what I'm saying? Since that's what I learned today. It's time for me to have a nickname out this motherfucker. I'm not going to be giving people my name, right? And I paid attention to what was the first question that he asked me. And of course it was asked me how many children I had and how old they were. He did not ask me how many baby fathers I had. See, I was waiting for that question that didn't come next. And then he asked me what I was doing. And I was like, handling business at home, paying bills, something like that around the line that I had said. And I was like, so that told me something. Maybe start asking for names first to see what name they give me and respond to their name by the way they give me their name. So that's just a little bit of something that you can learn from. It's just a little bit, y'all. Okay. And so I did put it out in the universe. I said, hey, I want to put this into practice. I want to start meeting different males. I want to start filling them out. I want to see what kind of cars they drive. I want to see how they approach me. I want to see what they ask me, what they look like. Actually, he asked me about my hair first. It's like, is that all yours? That's the first thing he asked me about. So I was like, okay, because he had dreads too. I was like, oh, all right. So those are two case studies I had today, and I wanted to share with you guys. All right, so moving right along, lies that women tell you and themselves. And I found a little gem here. Her name is K Talks. Make sure I said her name right. Definitely check her out. Cat Talks. I was close with the K. Her name is Cat Talks. And what's interested in me about Miss Cat here? Shout out to you, Miss Cat. You've made it to the Divine Feminine School. We're using you as a point of reference for women to start watching, and the men out there that watch us too. Okay, so Miss Cat Talks. I first discovered her video from my homie out there. Shout out to you, who showed me her video about people at work are not your friends, especially women, females. I never wanted to be the one to say females. They're going to call them female species, okay? The unascended women, right? And that one was absolutely very good, okay? So I didn't watch this one yet, but I saved it. 10 truths about women they will never admit. And I can tell these experiences have grown this young woman up. See her face, you see her eyes, you see her demeanor. It has made her grow up. It has made her start ascending, you see, into the woman she needs to be for herself. So congratulations to her for that, okay? Let's go.
These are 10 truths about women that most will never admit. So without wasting any time, let's just go ahead and get into it. So number one, to first just get the obvious out of the way, women are very emotional creatures, and that's just in our nature. That's how we operate. And I don't think that's demeaning to say about women, like most probably will, because we often base most of the decisions that we make and things we do off of emotions and feelings rather than with facts and logic. And we just absolutely hate being told that we're wrong. And then we can see here we have a typical man's day, and then let's compare that to a typical woman's day. That brings us to number two. Women, for whatever reason, are just very wishy-washy, and we can never seem to make up our minds. I mean, have you ever asked a woman where she wants to go eat? Oh yeah, let me just think about that for a second.
Never know what we want to eat.
Two hours later. All right, you know what? I can't do this. Can you just please make a decision for me? I know for a fact you can't put a million options in front of me and just expect a straight answer right away, because I'm very indecisive. Number three, if you ever want to know everything about a woman, just look at her social media. I promise you, you won't ever have to ask her any questions, because she will for sure post every single intimate detail about her life on there.
Oof. I didn't see that one coming. Oof.
I'm definitely not innocent either. I mean, I have a YouTube channel, for crying out loud. But for me, I always enjoy posting on Facebook about the different concerts and comedy shows that I go to. And I just post things saying, oh, hey, look, did you see I met Steve-O the other day when he came to my city? And then I also met Afro Man, and I brought him a lemon pound cake. And that probably doesn't make any sense to some of you. And if you know, you know. But that's just how a lot of women are. We're attention W's, and we constantly seek validation. We now come to number four. Women always love spending their money on the stupidest crap they don't need. For example, I went to the mall a couple of weeks ago and I found this really cute fishbowl water bottle, and I was having a mental battle. I was going back and forth in my thoughts, just thinking, I don't need it, but I need it. It's so cute. I mean, it's technically still a water bottle. I can get some good use out of it, you know? That's just how it is for us. We always seem to fall for stuff that's really cute. We now come to number 5. Women are not the best when it comes to giving advice, especially to other women, because most of the time they're just gonna tell them what they want to hear and sugarcoat just to
Let me jump into this. This is actually very.
feelings.
This
I
is
also
actually,
want to tell you guys a story.
This is actually very true, because if you
The other
talk
day while I was at the gym, so I was in the bathroom, standing in the locker area with my headphones in.
Okay, wait a minute.
And then I noticed out of the corner of my eye, this girl was trying to get my attention. And
when you talk to an ascended woman is going to listen, and if she has something to say, she's going to bring it back to you, and she's going to let you decide for yourself. But if she has any knowledge about it, she will speak. Only if she senses that you're not trying to get information out of her. But most of the time, the ascended woman is going to just bring it back to yourself. But she's right. You cannot.
then she proceeded to ask me, she said, hey, does my outfit look a little bit too revealing for the gym? My first initial thought was, oh my gosh, does this girl like know who I am? Did she watch my gym clothes video? Is she gonna start yelling at me for what I said in it? But no, she didn't. She was just asking me a simple question. She genuinely wanted my feedback. And you guys, you're gonna hate me for this, because first off, I always love to say that I'm the type of person, especially now in my life, where I'm very blunt with people. You know, I'm gonna tell them like it is. But I don't know what it was with this girl. She seemed like a very sweet girl, and I was thinking in my head, I mean, well, if you have to ask if your outfit's revealing, then it probably is. And I just told her, oh, no, I mean, who told you that? But that's the point, is like, you know, I was trying to spare feelings. Now on to number 6. So for all of you men out there, please listen very carefully to this. So if a woman ever tells you, oh, I don't really know how I feel about a relationship right now, I'm just really trying to focus on myself, can we just take a step back and see where things go? Okay, so now on to the translation. That woman does not want a relationship with you. I'm just trying to tell you guys out there so you don't get led on by a lot of these women. Because, you know, as women, like I said, we're very wishy-washy. But when it comes to a guy that we genuinely like, we are not gonna be back and forth.
That's true. When a woman knows who she likes, her energy, her reaction with that person is totally different. Like, and any ascended woman, you've already been watching that person before they are approached anyway.
And forth. Like, we know, like, he's who we want. We will literally move time and space just to be with him, just to show how much we care. So number 7. So men, please pay attention to this very carefully again. Women will always say that, yeah, I want a guy who treats me right. He has a good head on his shoulders. He's very nice, kind, caring. But then some of you guys might ask her out, and then she'll play the whole wishy-washy game again. And many guys will be thinking, well, I have all of the qualities she said she wanted, so what's the problem? Well, to give you the unfortunate truth, she does not find you physically attractive, and that's the part that a lot of women are going to leave out just to spare feelings, because there is nothing at that point that you can say or do to change her mind. It doesn't matter how much of a nice guy you are, there's just nothing you can do. So we now come to number 8. So I hate to break it to everyone, but at the end of the day, guys and girls can truly not just be platonic friends. I used to be very naive and think this myself, but eventually you realize sooner or later, depending on how much a guy and a girl hang out together, either one party or both will eventually end up catching feelings. Because no person is going to spend a significant amount of time with another or spend hours just talking back and forth if there isn't some level of interest or attraction there. And usually, you know, I've known many women in my life who are like this. They'll keep multiple guy friends around, but then never commit, to any one of them. They'll just have them around, get out of them, and then they continue to lead these poor guys on for years. So we now come to number 9. I don't know what it is about women, or just modern women in this day and age, to where the standards are just unreasonably high, where they want a man who makes 6 figures, he has a 6-pack, he's 6 feet tall, and I'm just thinking, what makes us entitled to that? We want all of these qualities in a man, but then it's like, what are we bring to the table? And also something I never really understood is, why do a lot of women say that they want a man who's their equal, but then they pick the opposite? They might go after a man who has a higher social status, economic status, and
a lot of women will tell you your table should be prepared. Okay? Your table should just be prepared. You should already have depth. You should already have the leverage. And yes, it does matter, what do we add to each other? What the fuck do you add to me? That's how the woman should be talking. That's how you should be picked. That's how you should analyze things. Like what do you add to me? You should be able to intuitively be able, excuse me, like I'm yelling. Excuse me. You should intuitively be able to analyze that, observe that. Just like when I case studied today with dude, I was like, okay, interesting questions. He asked me what I was doing today. So obviously probably wanted to hang out with me or take me somewhere, but I did not offer it first. It's like he wanted me to offer it. So that's quite interesting. So you see what I'm saying? I was like, he's going to come back around again. You see, you have to have that level of intuitions of knowing that I'm going to see him again. I know I am. And the conversations is going to be a little bit more than the last conversation. So you have to have your table prepared as an ascended woman.
I was just thinking, I thought that's what feminism was about, right? Was the equality. So we now come to the home stretch, which is number 10. At the end of the day, women are hypergamous, and I always have to explain this. And it's funny, I had to explain this to my dad the other day, and I was kind of surprised that he didn't know. So it is the act of dating someone or marrying a partner, like I said previously, who might have a higher economic status, social status. And I had said before in my red pill video, I think it's really just an evolutionary trait that goes back to the dawn of time for women, where every woman has this desire within them to seek a strong man who's going to provide and protect her. On another note, I can give you many examples of women that I know in my own life, women that I've known in the past, that have displayed the hypergamy just fully out there for others to see, and they will never admit it. I'm just going to give you two examples. So I know this one woman in my life where she has only ever seemed to date men who were in the military, and then I have another who, the person that she's married to now, she's from a totally different upbringing than this gentleman is. And, you know, to me, it's kind of like, oh, well, she got the golden ticket, so now she never has to work again. So yeah, that was the 10 truths that women will never admit, or most don't like to admit, because I like to say it like this. You know, just because there's a mess under the table that you don't want to acknowledge or just try to forget that it's there, that's not going to change the fact that it's still there. It's stinking up the whole house, okay? Like, you're gonna have to acknowledge it eventually. And to any women that are gonna watch this video and get offended, I really don't see why. I mean, maybe I can understand because, you know, I'm a woman too, and in the past, I would have probably watched a video like this and said, oh my gosh, like, that's just very misogynistic, like, why are they saying that? But what I've come to realize is, again, we just don't like hearing the truth. And if it's making people upset, it's probably stuff they don't want to hear because it's true.
There's a particular kind of silence a man never forgets. Not the silence after a fight. Not the silence of boredom or routine.
Hold on. He was not supposed to pop up. 1 second. We don't have to replay that one. That one said enough, but there was something she was saying, and so I said she's a young lady, and so therefore that's why she was using the terms we, and it's like, okay, we're talking about the female species, so it is a we thing, right? So we, you know, I can admit I never know what the fuck I want to eat. I tell people don't even ask me. Hold on. So I have no idea why she's meowing. I said don't ask me, okay? So interesting. She says self-respecting men should not get married in 2026. Why red pill content is important for men. Yeah, let's because technically when you're dealing with this information, this is red pill information. We are red pill women, okay? Like, you know, never thought that would ever come out of my mouth, but we're red pill women. And, you know, this is a young lady. She's still learning life. She's still learning herself, and that's cool. And I get a lot of the things that she said about everything that she said. It's just the whole what you bring to the table thing. Again, we're talking to the unassisted woman, and she is coming from where she's coming from. And I hope that she comes to understand. I hope I see if I can look on her page, because I'm new to her page before I can speak on her. Let's go ahead and go to the red pill content, because after that I was going to play some She-Ra stuff.
Hey y'all, hope y'all are doing well. So today I wanted to talk about something known as red pill content. Now this content isn't necessarily new because I think it's been around for many decades, but the way I remember it coming up or becoming more mainstream was with the rise of Andrew Tate, like back in 2022, I think it was. Also, if you want to go even further back, let's say into the early 2000s, you know, there was this man that I recently started watching known as Tom Likas, and I really do think that he was one of the true forerunners in what we now consider the manosphere, where in simple terms, if you don't know what the manosphere is, it's pretty much, I mean, whatever you want to call them, men's rights and self-improvement advocates. And I knew about Andrew Tate back in 2022, but I really didn't learn more about this red pill and manosphere content until I think 2024. And the way I found out was, just certain videos and things would pop up on my YouTube, and then I think I actually had somebody else recommend the type of content to me. I think they recommended me Fresh and Fit. And then, I started finding out about and watching different creators in the space like Rollo Tomasi, Rich Cooper, etc. And I'll be honest, when I first started watching, I had the reaction of just, wow, just the way that these men talk about women is just very misogynistic and egotistical. And, I was just like, well, who hurt these dudes? I mean, because the way it sounds like, just the way that they're talking, they just all sound like they're going to live sad and like very lonely lives. And then
I wanna add something else to it, because I when I look at the timeline of things too, when you look at the timeline of when this extreme type of red pill content began to happen, it happened while we, meaning millennials, were beginning to become adults, meaning we were already in our young 20s. Some of us were like literally at 2021, and then we were getting to 25, 26, you know what I'm saying? And then life went on. So it was a lot of us who were millennial women who were listening to this stuff. And then there was the other women who were Gen X women who were responding to these men. And then there was a few even young millennials that were responding. Nobody knew how young they were, such as like Mama's Gun. Nobody knew how young she was, and she wasn't the only one. There was another one that was out there. She was very young too. Nobody knew. So we all were basically very young. But what happened is, I noticed it was the Gen X men who were speaking like this, and the Gen X men and then the Gen X women was responding to these men. And then when the millennials came in, that's when the content of the more mature psychological analysis of everything began to come in. And then from that, then soon, boom, you hear the divestment thing came in, and then divestment, then the exoticals came back out again. I'm saying back again because they were the ones who were the ones saying to date interracially mixed babies and stuff like that. So all of this stuff was an actual pattern, because the red pill manosphere stuff really got on a rise because it wasn't just one race of men doing it. It's just that the way the content was. Because even I remember one guy who was red pill, his name was actually Red Pill, and he still did not disrespect black women. No matter how much he would roast, he would flame his own women. But when he got to talk about black women, he still was very respectful. He still didn't cross the line. And so all of these different things, before she gets back into it again, is that generationally now, you have women like me who are elder millennials, right? 84, 85, 86, that mark of it, right? We're the ones now who's like, okay, wait a minute, women, because the Gen X women had to learn the hard way when they were speaking about men, and then when they would talk about women and how they shit got shut down with women, and then all of this stuff with women started to come out because it was the Gen X women against the millennial women, millennial against, you know what I'm saying? And all this stuff was happening. And then that's when the millennial women was like, oh, hold up. We're going to talk about the jealousy and envy amongst you women. And especially when the Gen Zs came about, that's when it really started hitting in the topics of women being jealous and envious of each other. So you see the pattern of the timeline of how it all begins to happen. And that means that it's elevating. The topic is elevating. And that's why I said, put it out there. The bitch is weird. Put it out there. Let's talk about her. Let's put her out there. Tell our stories about this weird bitch. Because as long as we keep telling these stories and we keep putting it out there that this is what's happening, this is the very thing in the beginning of where ascended women can really start separating and moving on in life and not continue to be distracted the way we have been for so long.
eventually I just had to stop watching that content because I was just like, I can't take any more of this, and then I stopped watching for a while, but then I would still have more and more videos pop up in my feed, different recommendations. And then I don't really know what it was. I guess I finally just decided to give this type of content a chance and to really just try and be more open-minded and hear it out, because maybe these guys are actually trying to tell us something. And then I came to realize, I was just like, wow, I was really dead wrong about this content. I started to realize that, it's like all these different people think that these men in this space, like, don't like women, but that's just not the case at all. They understand women. Now, at the end of the day, I'm not saying that I completely agree with everything that these guys say in the space, because I will say that some of the stuff can be very outlandish at times and just makes no sense. It's just absolute nonsense. But they are, like, a great majority of it, especially when it comes to modern women's behavior and feminism, is very true. And I'm just gonna say, I truly believe the reason why so many people, especially women, don't like this type of content is because they are really upset that men are finally waking up to their BS and just not standing for the games anymore. Because in my opinion, and what I've come to realize, is that there are 3 important reasons for why the red pill exists for men. So number 1 would be, men will be able to become aware of how women operate, to not be taken advantage of by them, and to understand the truth of female nature. Number 2 would be, men will be able to focus more on their own self-improvement and goals. And number 3, which I think is truly the most important reason, is because men just want to have their stories told too. Men just want to be heard. Because I think we've gotten to a point in society today where women have been pedestalized for so long, and men are just kind of put on the back burner and made out to be these just so-called monsters. And you're probably asking yourself, well, Kat, why do you care so much about this content in the first place when you're a woman? Like, it's not for you, it's for men. Well, to answer your question, I truly believe that women can also learn a thing or two from this type of content. That is, if they're willing to be more open and just really listen and hopefully reevaluate certain behavior that they might have towards men. It's also kind of crazy to me because all of this content, when I really think about it, was stuff that I kind of already knew about myself and women for a very long time, but, just didn't really want to admit it because, as women, for whatever reason, we just don't like hearing the harsh truth and being told that we're wrong. And, some people have their so-called red pill moment, but I think for me, I would have to say that my true red pill moment in regards to female nature, looking back, because I said, like, back in 2024, I was exposed to this content, but when I really think about it, when I really understood for the first time, like, true female nature was back a couple of years ago when I started my very first job. Because seriously, if you ever want to be exposed to true female nature, I highly recommend that you work in an environment where it is predominantly women. Because once you do, you'll soon start to realize just how catty, envious, competitive, and sneaky so many of them can truly be. And it was kind of funny to me because all the guys that worked there pretty much just all worked in the back, and then, for the most part, they're trying to avoid going to the front as much as possible to avoid those women and just avoid all of the unnecessary drama.
Women, what I have learned in life is that women will block your blessings. Women will block your blessings. A simp and a better male will too. Yeah. An unasscended woman lives to her name, and she will, that if you associate with the wrong unasscended woman at that job, that will be your chance of not getting and receiving nothing. That will be your chance of not rising to nothing. You have to get away from her. You cannot associate with her. It will ruin your entire, you won't even realize it's to ruin your entire reputation to ever get a chance for anything because of your association.
And to this day, since then, and all of the other jobs that I've worked at, it's still very prevalent. And I think the absolute worst part is when women validate other women's bad behavior and give them false hope.
Yeah.
And, you know, something else I just also wanted to make clear is that I'm not against feminism as a whole, especially when it comes to women being able to have the right to vote and have equal job opportunities as men. But I think my main issue comes from modern feminism and just what it is turned into today. And quite honestly, I feel it's not even about equal opportunity anymore, and has pretty much become a source for most women of just man-hating, self-worship, and delusion, along with my absolute favorite, which is a single independent woman syndrome. And I honestly can't get enough of that, because it's just absolutely hilarious to me how some women will be like, oh, I'm a strong, single, independent woman who don't need no man. But then years later, these same women will be complaining on TikTok, like, oh, well, where did all the good men go? And it's like, you know, I told guys not to approach me. I told them to leave me alone, but then I still get shocked when they actually do it. And also, I just want to say this, you know, for those women that say they don't need a man, I mean, in reality, who's the first person she's gonna call when her tire blows out, when she needs it changed, when she needs her oil changed, her gutters cleaned out, etc.? And, you know, I'm not saying that women aren't able to perform difficult tasks or jobs, but a great majority can't, and, you know, need a man to help them do it. And I also, you know, think for some women, they won't admit this, but they'll oftentimes have a man or multiple men or so-called friends to, you know, come and help her complete these difficult tasks. And unfortunately, I still to this day know a lot of women like that. I also just want to tell y'all this story of this female coworker I knew at my first job, where I just remember she would always say things about men like, oh, men are just the worst, you know, they never treat me right. You know, it's like, where are all the good men at? But then, guys, I kid you not, this girl would have a new boyfriend or friend every other week, and would often be bragging about the fact that she was a 304.
Oh no, wait a minute. That shit took a turn. I didn't expect that. But yeah. Most of these unasscended women always have male friends around. They always have a bunch of men around them that's their friends.
With absolutely no shame. I remember this girl even tried to tell me, she said, oh yeah, you know, you could low-key be a 304 if you really wanted to. And my response to that was, well, about that, you know, I'm more of a woman that's a one-man type, you know, is more committed. And then I think she was just like, oh, well, you know, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. To each his own. But then at the same time, I'm kind of thinking, you know, it's like, okay, do you like men or do you not? I mean, just make up your mind. But I mean, at the same time, I mean, what can you expect from women, right? I mean, we're very wishy-washy and can usually never make up our minds. And, you know, there's also a certain creator I watch known as Rich Cooper, who I think says, you know, men love to complicate their life and justify why they do it. But I'm gonna have to argue with Rich on that one, because I truly believe, and, you know, I would argue that yes, men do that, but it is definitely more prevalent among women. I really don't know what it is, you know, like, especially a lot of women I've met in the past. I mean, I'll even admit to you, I mean, obviously, you know, we sometimes as women, we make a lot of compulsive decisions based off of emotion, and like sometimes just kind of like jump into things really quick. And like I said, again, what's even worse is that we'll have like female friends that are in on it and like continue to validate like our behavior and then give us false hope instead of telling us the truth, because, you know, yas queen energy, right? You know, you go queen. I also just wanted to mention, you know, one way that the red pill content really helped me as a woman was helping me to reevaluate certain behavior that I had towards my ex in my last relationship. And I know many of y'all have heard me say on this channel before that I was only in one serious relationship for my whole entire life. That was for 5 years that, you know, unfortunately didn't work out, but we ended on good terms. And I just want to say that I don't think I was necessarily a bad girlfriend, and by no means was he a bad boyfriend, because, you know, we did everything to make each other happy. We were always there for one another, very supportive of each other. But, you know, I look back at certain situations or moments that happened where I was just thinking, you know, was I being too naggy? Was I sometimes asking for a little bit too much? You know, was I really hearing him out on things that he was going through in his own life? Could I have just been a little bit more understanding at times? And then, you know, how could that help me in my next relationship? Now, I just want to get into some uncomfortable truths and things that are often discussed in the red pill, and I'm sorry about that person, whatever he's doing over there. You know, because I think some of these things are what a lot of women are often too scared to admit, and maybe even some men as well. But to put it like this, all that I'm about to say is, you know, it's like, just because you don't acknowledge the mess under the table doesn't change the fact that it's still there. So to start, you know, women are attention W's, and as much as most will say that they don't like constant attention or validation, I mean, let's be real, they do. I mean, why do you guys think I made that video on why women wear such revealing clothes to the gym? I also said in this video that, you know, women base most of their decisions off of emotion, feelings, and, you know, many will often try to win arguments with emotions and feelings as well, rather than with facts and logic. Because I'll say it again, and I'll be the first to admit it, women just don't like being told that they're wrong. I mean, have you ever had an argument with one? I mean, you better come prepared, because us as women, we can talk your heads off for just hours and hours, man. And, you know, if you've ever had an argument with one, it's like, you know, once she realizes that she's losing the argument, have you ever noticed how then she'll start throwing out those personal jabs and start going off on these tangents that aren't even relevant to the conversation? And I know this might make a lot of women mad who are probably watching, but for a lot of women in 2026 who claim that they have like a narcissistic ex, I think it's something to start questioning. And, you know, I'm definitely not saying that women can't have narcissistic exes or ones that are even worse than that, but I just find it kind of odd, like, you know, why does every woman have one in 2026? Because, you know, I'll tell you that, of course, me and my ex had our ups and downs, you know, our personal issues here and there and disagreements like you do in any relationship, but I can surely guarantee you that he was not a narcissist. Also, to just make the point again, I know I probably mentioned it a million times in this video, but for the last time, you know, I want to say when it comes to guys having friends, I feel like they don't really sugarcoat and spare feelings. They're just gonna tell it like it is. But then I feel like when it comes to women, most of their friends are not going to tell them the truth, and like I said again, just give them false hope. And then a certain point that's also talked about a lot in the manosphere is that, you know, women are hypergamous by nature. And if you don't know what hypergamy is, it's pretty much where a person attempts to marry up or always go out there and find the next best option. And it can happen among men, but I feel it's very prevalent among women. And I feel like it's more of an evolutionary trait, because going back to, you know, hunter-gatherer societies, where I think it's just in every woman to desire like a strong man who's going to provide and take care of them. And then here's one that I realized, which I should have realized sooner.
And what's misunderstood about that the undescended woman is not realizing, is the man who is at that caliber is with a certain type of woman. That's what's missing. Like, LL Cool J has been with his wife since they were young, okay? Since they were young. And I remember this woman years ago, she used to just drag LL Cool J's wife. And she used to be like, because she liked LL Cool J. She was like, I don't understand why he wants to still be with this woman. She still wears a ponytail in her hair. She still wears a ponytail in her hair. And I would be like, what's wrong with her wearing a ponytail in her hair? Wearing a ponytail is a very sophisticated look, especially if you work, you know, corporate and things like that. You know, women put that perfect ponytail in the back of their head, and she's also from Queens, so that's how everybody look in New York, you know, in the city and stuff like that, right? But she used to go in and she used to do that. But I'm like, he's been with this woman since a teenager. This LL Cool J probably got a good 30 something, 40, probably more than 40 years or something that he has been with this woman. See what I'm saying? And so women, and then you see like Steve, not Steve Jobs, what's his name? What's Facebook guy name? Zuckerberg, he got his wife, and the other computer guy got his wife. But their wives are, go look up what kind of women their wives are. Their wives are adding something to their business. I think both of them have wives that are like smarter than them when it comes to computer and technology. See what I'm saying?
Is that, you know, women have everything to gain in marriage while men have everything to lose. And honestly, I don't blame most of these men these days for not wanting to get married, because you think about it like this. You would never sign a contract where a person is paid to leave if all of a sudden one day they just decide to change their mind when they get bored. And most men will tell you that they don't want bad faith actors coming in trying to steal a slice of the dough, when, you know, it's like, okay, not saying all women are going to do that, but at the same time, men still see it as too much of a risk, especially when, you know, it's like all that a man could have built up for years, working so hard to achieve, can just be gone like that in just the blink of an eye. And also, just one last truth I want to say. I really don't want to hear any women complaining about men having certain standards, whether that is if they don't want to date single moms, if they don't want to date a woman with a high body count. When a lot of women's standards today are unreasonably high, and I also made a video about this as well in the past, because there's this thing where I don't like to say the 3 numbers, you know, just because of, I guess, I don't know, my beliefs. But, you know, there's, or it's like women want a guy who is 6 feet tall. He is, you know, he has a 6-pack, and he makes 6 figures. And to me, it's just kind of like, okay, well, why are you mad? Like, you act like it's okay for women to have standards, but, you know, men can't either?
Okay. So she is, from what I'm gathering, if she says that, that means she's a Christian. So if she's a Christian, then she really does not understand what it is to be an ascended woman versus an unascended woman. And that's why she keeps categorizing women in one category, but it's okay because we're still getting something from this.
And also, I just wanted to address this again, because remember in the beginning of the video when I told you guys how I always used to say that, oh, you know, who hurt these guys? And, you know, I still hear so many people say it, especially women, and I really just feel at this point, it's just more of a phrase to, like, that women just throw out there to demean and shut down men, acting as if men don't go through their own struggles and battles and just can't be emotional either. And like, I used to think too, you know, again, I said, oh, these guys are just gonna live such sad and lonely lives. But in reality, it's that a lot are really waking up to the fact of, I think, just how appreciative they are finding their own peace and happiness in just solitude and being alone. And for me, even like as a woman personally, I just think that's very powerful. And I mean, these guys are also what they are called MGTOWs, or men going their own way. But one last important thing I wanted to address in regards to the red pill is, like any content, you know, I will say you do have to be careful with different types of content that you consume, because I truly do feel that, you know, it's like, make sure you're taking it responsibly, because I do feel there's some people that they might then become what they call like black pillars, you know, type like doom and gloom types, to where, you know, these types of men get to the point where they just, they don't like women. You know, they don't want anything to do with them at all. But it's like, they, at the same time, would probably watch this video and still be like, well, she's a woman, I don't need to listen to her. And, you know, like, nothing a woman says is valuable, you know, just things along those lines. But, you know, I mean, all I have to say is, yeah, I mean, just be responsible with it. Don't, let it take you too, you know, far away. Still kind of, you know, you can have hope about certain things in the world.
That's it, that's all. Okay, hold on, y'all. Somebody did a tarot reading. Girl, you know I need a tarot reading for them. Let me see. I mean, comments, DoorDash, and zombie women getting ahead in 2026. Modern society is so broken. Well, Liza Martin, oh, she did some look maxing. Yeah, that shit works. I do look maxing too. That shit work. Best believe it do. Dating in 2026 feels like a job interview. Yeah. Social media has ruined us forever. Let's talk about this one right here. This is what I was looking for. Let's go.
It has been said by a Morgan Stanley study that 45% of women ages 25 to 45 will be single and childless by the year 2030. Now, we can see from that study that the reason this has been happening has been driven by many factors, such as women being more career-oriented, having more delayed marriages, having higher relationship standards, etc. Now, I do believe that all of those reasons are true, but I also believe, and this is just my opinion, that the number one reason we see this happening and why the percentage could possibly go up even more is because modern women, for whatever reason, have amped themselves up on these laughable, ridiculous, and just overall very delusional standards these days. Like I always say, it's not all women, but if you don't believe me on these modern women dating standards, I urge you to go look it up on YouTube or the internet, and you will come across hundreds of different videos of women in street interviews, podcasts, etc., talking about their standards, which usually go along the lines of,
I want a man who makes $200K a year. He has to be 6 feet tall. He has to have a great body with a six-pack and has to eat right and be in the gym 24/7.
A few questions I have for women with standards like that is, why do so many of them feel entitled to a man like that, when another question they should be asking themselves is, what did they bring to the table first before they can even qualify? I also wanted to mention that there has been this Zoom call that has been going viral recently, and I'm going to leave a link in the description below. And in this call, we have Kaylin Rosenberg, I believe it's her name, who is a relationship counselor / matchmaker. And she's talking to this girl who is just laying all of her standards out on the table. And I'm pretty sure many can assume why this video went viral, because of her very delusional dating standards. And I actually wanted to read off some of those to you guys. And these are just a few in the very beginning that she stated, because her list just goes on and on and on, but here we go, I guess. So she had stated that she wants a man who makes 7 figures, is at least 5'10", and she said that was being very generous. She wants him to have a full head of hair. She needs him to be a Christian, but not take it too seriously, which meant she doesn't want him to always be in church every Sunday, but she also doesn't want to have arguments about religion. And then she says she wants his suits to be tailored, but with the colors that, you know, she likes, like green and blue, so it'll match her dresses as well. And also no tattoos. And yeah, after that, the list goes on and on and on, but I very much encourage you to go and watch the full video. And you can just see throughout that entire call that the matchmaker Kaylin was trying so hard not to laugh, and you could see that she wanted to tell her the truth, but she would rather have played those mental gymnastics to make her feel like she deserved a guy like this, all for the sake of not hurting her feelings. And if you guys just want a little tidbit of how that call went, then I really hope you enjoyed this skit I made. My man should have had a 4.0 in high school and college. He should have 2 degrees. He should make 6 figures. He should go to the gym every day. He should have his teeth fixed and straight. He should look like Brad Pitt in his prime. He can only go out with his guy friends once a week. He can't be a single dad. He has to take me out on dates every other day. So after hearing all of that today, here's what I would say to you. So I think that you are a very interesting person, and you know what you want, and you know just how to get it. But I think it's very important to remember that the standards we have now may or may not change over time. So it's always just important to remember that. But I do believe that if you continue to try hard enough, you will get the man of your dreams. So I believe in you. You go, girl. Now, I have heard rumors that the call was a skit or it was faked, but that doesn't excuse the fact, whether it was or it wasn't, that there are legitimately women out here who will, you know, praise other women's unrealistic dating standards and would much rather be like, oh yeah, you go girl, like if you try hard enough, like you're gonna get what you really want. And why are we so just scared to tell them the truth? I mean, if anything, that's even worse, because you're giving them false hope. And the truth is, the odds of a woman finding a man with a six-figure job, a six-pack, drives a very nice...
It ain't about that. It ain't about that. First of all, the universe can give her whatever she wants, but she gotta do her part to get it. The reason why it's so unrealistic is because she's not working on herself. That's why it's so unrealistic. That's why it's so much Disney World and glitter, unicorns and rainbows, because she's lying to herself. See, the ascendant woman knows who she is and what she's worth. When the ascendant woman looks and she says this is what she wants, a lot of times, nine times out of 10 or 10 out of 10, most of the time that person is exactly what she already intuitively feels that they are. And if not more than what they are to her or for her. Because it's for her. You are for her. And those women are unrealistic because they're not facing themselves to tell themselves the truth about what they truly really want for themselves. Because if that was to approach them or knock on their door, they would not know how to act right, or they wouldn't know how to handle it.
Car, lives a life of luxury, lives in a nice big mansion. You know, it's not impossible, but it's very unlikely that a majority of these women with those standards are going to get what they want. And again, I also just have to say, why are so many women these days entitled to such a life of luxury when you can have just, let's say, a regular guy who treats you right, he's loyal, he's kind, he maybe makes, let's say, $40K a year, but y'all can be happily married, living in a nice little house in the suburbs with a family. There was also a short I saw that Charlie Kirk had done in the past, and may he rest, where he's talking about, you know, when you hear women first talk about their standards, many of them will say, well, I want a man who's gonna make $1 million, you know, he looks nice, he's very attractive. But that's the thing, you always hear first, it's always about material and physical features rather than, you know, personality traits such as, well, I want my guy to have good character, I want him to be kind and loving, you know, also, is he gonna be a good father, a good husband? And you know what's also really crazy is that I haven't seen any guys really posting about their unrealistic, delusional dating standards. I mean, I'm sure there are ones out there that have them. I mean, the odds of them finding a, whatever you want to call it, a 9 out of 10, a 10 out of 10 woman is very unlikely as well. But from what I've seen, for the most part, many guys' standards are actually pretty simple and straightforward. Men just usually keep it simple, saying that they want a woman who is kind, loving, loyal, has self-respect, supportive, and is not out here talking to 10 other guys. Like I said, I'm sure they're out there, but for the most part, I have not seen one video of a guy on the internet talking about oh, she's got to make 6 figures, she's got to be an Instagram baddie, you know, she's got to be up in the gym 24/7, she's only got to eat fruits and vegetables. I've also noticed that many men are usually very understanding and accepting of a woman's past. And also, say, for example, if a woman worked at Burger King, the guy really wouldn't care at all. It would mainly just be about her personality and just
it's about the level of the man. It's about the level of the man and what that man is trying to accomplish, or what he's trying to get to in his life. That will determine how he looks at the woman that he's with, is what kind of lifestyle that man has, what kind of image he has. Does she match his image? So again, unless you're speaking to a high value, you're talking about a regular smuggler man, yes. But when you're talking about a high value man, no, he does have to care about where you stand with him. Do you see what I'm saying? And the ascended woman, we understand that. So I get what she's saying. I do. I get what she's saying, but I just had to toss that in there.
who she is as a
I'm getting
person. But unfortunately, the sad truth is when the roles are reversed, there's many women who won't, want to date a guy at Burger King. And not even just that. I've seen many women look down upon and turn down plumbers. A lot of these guys who work blue collar jobs, and I'm just thinking, I mean, for what? Is it just because you don't want to date a guy who gets down and dirty and just coming home all the time like that? I don't know. I've never understood it. And I've noticed from these women is that they never really say what six-figure job they want their dream man to have, but I'm assuming that they either want him to be a CEO or $1 million, billion-dollar business owner. And I actually wanted to mention a certain group of women who I've seen standards have gone up for them as well, and that group is single mothers. Now, I know I'm probably going to get some backlash from single mothers, and I just want to say again, it's not all women, and it's not all single mothers, but I have had experience working with them in the past at many of my jobs, and even know some personally. And many of them have risen their standards because they are looking for help rather than love. And the thing is that many of them really didn't have high standards in the beginning, but after the baby dad left, other things are happening where they're like broke. They've risen their standards because they want to find a man who is going to help them. So I was thinking, at this rate, with the delusional standards continuing to rise, we could possibly see the progression, accelerating to possibly 2028 of more single and childless women. And just for a little something extra for you guys, I wanted to leave another video in the description below, just a little compilation video of all of the different street interviews and shorts podcasts I was talking about with these women's delusional standards, if it's something you want to go check out. And my one last message to women with those delusional standards is you need to lower them, or you're probably going to be single forever. Because you need to stop focusing so much on the material and physical aspects and focus more on personality. And I just have to say, I've always found it kind of funny how a lot of these women who have those standards think that they're like all that in a bag of chips, and and I mean, like me, someone who's very average. I mean, and not just about looks, it's about like focusing to improve like on yourself like daily as well. It's like, don't lose hope. Like you're gonna find love one day, but you just can't be out here, especially on the internet, because now people know who you are, to where your standards are just so laughable. But yeah, that's all I really gotta say. I hope y'all enjoyed this video today. I love you guys. Stay blessed, and I will see you in the next one. All right, bye.
Yeah, so I don't think I got it auto, but here's the thing to what she's saying. Now, this is an obvious one, okay? This is like, this is the one-on-one ways in which I talk to all of you. Why the fuck is it not showing up? The way that I talk to all of you, you feel me? And the thing about this is that, listen, the real reason a lot of these women get laughed at is because of how they look. We can see she does not have the look to attract that. Why is it never a very beautiful woman who's full, who has depth, who has leverage? Why is that woman never on these shows talking? Anybody ever asked that question? Because you're never going to find a woman who knows that who she is, a divine feminine who knows she's never going to come on a Kendra G show. She's never, listen to me, she will never come on a Kendra G show for nothing. Nobody on that Kendra G show is good enough for her. Nobody in that, she's out of everybody league on the Kendra G show. She won't waste her time. She won't waste her time making a profile. She won't waste her time. She won't waste her time to get up there with Kendra G to talk. Because she knows what she's worth. And these women who be on the fuck shit, because that's what it is, they be on that fuck shit. Those women are the ones that get clowned and get talked about and all type of shit because of the way that they look. If anyone is going to tell you that looks doesn't matter, I'm here to tell you that looks matters. That depth matters. Intelligence matters. Especially if you are seeking a certain something in your life, those things matter. My stomach is not flat enough. My body is not muscled enough. It's not lean enough for me. My eating habits are not the best. I gotta do better. You have to be able to do that. You have to be able to have the capacity to even say that out loud about yourself. Okay? Now, excuse me. We're going to go ahead and do her little, she said she got a playlist at the bottom. Let's check that thing out. The delusional obsession with six figures. Okay, good.
How much money should your man make a year?
8 figures.
8 figures.
Ideally.
Ideally, my husband needs to be making like $650,000.
Over $500,000. Over $500,000.
500,000
I just want y'all to see what these women look like and how they sound when they talk.
$2
2 million.
I say like $1 million.
I'm thinking about $1 mil.
They probably 6 figures minimum.
Okay, cute.
Yeah, definitely 6 figures. 6 figures.
I think 6 figures is definitely decent. So if you're out there and you make 15 million or better,
Is that bad?
Wow. So obviously all of these people are completely detached from reality and have no idea on how the world actually works, or even just how basic math works for that matter, since not only are they requiring high 6-figure salaries as minimums to live off of, they are also demanding 7-figure salaries from men in order to consider dating them, as if $500,000 is just slumming it. And thus, this creates the question, what does it even mean when women say, I don't date broke men?
We shouldn't be dating that broke guy with all the sweet words.
Because I think it's selfish to be broke.
40K?
40K is a deal breaker.
That's a deal. That's like, oh, absolutely not. No way. Under no circumstance.
No.
If you're broke when I meet you, you don't stand a chance. Because
What's broke to you? What is defined broke?
you make less than double what I make.
So this is exactly the clown show we're dealing with. Now, I touched on this in a previous video where I said that broke these days doesn't even mean being in debt with no income, and this girl just literally said being broke is making less than double what she makes. So if we zoom out of crazy land for a sec and take a look at some basic numbers from the United States Census, then we see that the median income for men in 2021 was around $61,000, and for women it was around $51,000. So by her definition, that means that every single guy making less than $102,000 a year is considered broke, which is well over the majority of men. However, most women think that making $100,000 is easy and that everybody is making this in their 20s.
I'm 20, so maybe a good 75K right now.
75K?
Yeah, right now. And then 25, it should be like 150. And then 25, it should be like 150.
How much do you think your guy should make?
You should be making the same amount as me.
Same amount as you?
Yeah, I've made 95K in the last month.
The last month, 95K? You think the guy...
Yeah.
Okay, what do you do?
I underwear.
See guys, just sell your undies online and you'll be making 95K a month ASAP. I don't know why you broke guys aren't doing this. Anyways, back to reality. Since the US Census actually cuts off at $200,000 because, you know, common sense, and because only around 11% of all US households make more than $200,000. So that's both men and women combined, which just shows you how extremely delusional it is to expect a guy to make a minimum of $500,000 or even $1 million just to support you and your crazy spending habits, because ultimately that's what it all boils down to.
To take you on vacation,
offer you a credit card or give you a wage,
buy you a nice gift.
A Pagani BC.
How much is that car?
I don't even know. Probably at least like 1.5 mil for sure.
Oh my
at
God.
least.
Take you to nice hotels.
Something more realistic that I would get. Maybe like some sort of like F12 Ferrari.
Wait, hold up. Her realistic backup car is the Berlinetta F12 Ferrari, which starts at around $250,000. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, right? By the way, drop a like on the video if you think that this generation is completely delusional, and comment down below what you think. Now, I'm not against buying expensive things that you've worked hard for and want to enjoy, just make sure you can easily afford them and not put yourself in financial mess. However, that's not what's going on here, is it? Because in this modern dating madness, many women just want to be given a $250,000 car or a crazy expensive engagement ring, because when it comes to spending, then all of a sudden they want to be traditional again.
How much should a wedding ring cost?
$62,000. We had agreed no more than 3 months of income on his end.
I think a wedding ring should cost as much as is in your couple's budget, but mine personally is going to cost around $600K.
$600K.
I want either Tiffany Co., Cartier, anything expensive where you could see like a mile away.
2 times his salary.
Jesus is what I said. Jesus is what I said.
Okay, first, can we get a moment of silence for the guy who's dating the last one? I mean, the intensity with which she said 2 times his salary. It's as if it's the most normal thing in the world. RIP, bro. Because there is no way that this type of spending stops at the ring, and I'm sure that this dude is probably wasting a lot of money in that relationship. Anyways, moving on, because we have to take a closer look at what's driving all of these insane beliefs, and of course, this brings us to social media.
Hi girlfriends, and welcome back to Claire Banks Style, where we talk about luxury, handbags, travel, fashion. I just want to preface this video by saying that I did not purchase all of this. Like, you know, I don't date broke guys, so
The biggest problems with social media is that it's normalizing things that are absolutely not normal. 18-year-olds and 20-year-olds buying their first house, that's not normal. Going on holidays 4 times a year, again, not normal. Buying a $250,000 car in your early 20s, that's not even close to being normal. Neither are $1,000 handbags, $500 shoes, or eating golden hamburgers. Even people with generational wealth refuse to spend their money this way, but somehow social media has convinced women that if a guy is unable or unwilling to spend in this manner, then he's broke and you should definitely not date him.
Would I date a guy who brings in $40,000 a year? There's nothing wrong with not wanting to be with somebody because of how much money they make.
Obviously, if someone hasn't got any money, they're not going to be taking you for luxury holidays. They'll be taking you to Tenerife at most. They won't be taking you to Bali or the Bahamas.
Now, this is all part of a larger effort on social media and news outlets to constantly shame men
He's not gonna get me a tiny ring. He's gonna work 500 jobs.
into spending like idiots on dates, expensive meals, and luxury gifts. Don't buy into this. Because cheap dates are perfectly fine and actually the best way to find out if you even like each other. If you go on this amazing over-the-top date costing hundreds of dollars, is it even the person that you're liking, or is it just the date itself? In Europe, it's perfectly normal to go out on a cheap coffee date or drink date in order to get to know the person and see if you actually have chemistry. But in the US, you see this heavy emphasis on elaborate dates.
So I think coffee dates are the worst kind of date you can go on, and here's why.
Why I don't believe in coffee dates, why they are a waste of time. Do not go on a coffee date.
It's extremely low effort, low value.
And ironically, it benefits the man and not the woman or the connection.
You keep hearing these gold-digging influencers talking about how a guy should invest in you from the start, otherwise he's not worth your time.
Men fall in love through investing in women, especially masculine men.
Hold on. See, women, y'all fucked up. Y'all got on these cameras, bare face, saying the shit that you always saying. Did I hear somebody say, I heard Shira7 say that she called it bean juice. If you want a comment section, give me a minute. I'm handling something in the background, but go ahead and keep listening to this. I gotta rewind and make sure I heard it.
You keep hearing these gold-digging influencers talking about how a guy should invest in you from the start, otherwise he's not worth your time.
Men fall in love through investing in women, especially masculine men, right? So
Invest in what? If I buy an S&P 500 ETF, I know I'm getting an 8 to 12% return for life, plus dividends. What the hell am I getting buying a girl a $300 dinner on a first date? Sounds like a horrible investment to me. But hey, maybe that's just me. Let me know in the comments what you guys think. Now, the women who want a guy to make at least 100K or more claim that this is only for taking care of the family, not because of frivolous spending.
For me, like, it's not about, oh, let me buy me this or take me here or do that. Like, I have every intention of building schools in Africa, of building schools in Africa.
Right, so you want a rich guy so you can build schools in Africa? Yeah, that makes sense. Anyways, even if the household income easily exceeds the 6-figure mark, but the guy doesn't make 6 figures himself, then that's still not good enough. This mindset is so mental and completely exposes the big fat lie about how independent women are and that they are now making their own money and they don't need men. Sure, women might make their own money, but a majority of them still don't want to spend it on essential things for the family or on the person they're dating.
I don't want any of my income to be needed in the family. I want the man to be 100% the supporter, but that doesn't mean that I'm not gonna work and I'm not gonna have my own business.
Our money is our money, but her money is her money, right? She's earning for herself.
But it's not 50-50 if his money is our money and your money is yours.
So not only does this expose a very selfish mentality of only wanting to take and never wanting to give, but it actually goes much deeper than that, since as women are starting to make more and more money, they are now shaming men for making less than them, claiming that if a woman is more educated or earns more than a guy, then she's dating down.
Women dating down, which means, you know, a man who...
Dating down.
This is just the reality of it. So women, you know, we're more educated now, and I think that we're furthering our education. So with that being said, and I don't think there's anything wrong with hoping that there's someone either on your level or higher than you.
So, okay.
Go ahead, love doctor.
All right. So before, right, it was okay when the man made more money to be the one to buy everything, to do, you know, treat you and all this other kind of stuff. And now that you make more money, you can't be that one, right? You can't be the one to pay for the meal and because you're dating down.
I hate that.
The people who say this nonsense are the same people who will celebrate a guy stepping down from a job to support the career of his wife, but then make fun of men in general who are stay-at-home dads. The hypocrisy is truly astonishing, and this is why I always say don't fall for the propaganda trap. Now, the second reason why this 6-figure obsession makes no sense at all is that at this point it has basically become a brand, a sort of status symbol, mostly used by people who have no idea what the value of money even is.
100, like 500 grand? Is that a lot?
Yeah, people like that. Now, the irony of it all is that most millennials and Gen Z couples will actually have 2 incomes, which means that the family household can easily surpass $100,000, and thus they can easily live a very comfortable life together. That is, of course, if they actually get together and become a couple. Because this whole 6-figure obsession, together with other ridiculous dating standards and overall just terrible dating advice, is leading to an ever-increasing group of women chasing a tiny group of high 6-figure or even 7-figure men to then complain that they are getting played and discarded by those same men. This is exactly how you get situations like the Tinder swindler. By the way, this was just one guy playing a handful of women, and they make a whole Oscar-worthy movie about this, blasting it across every single news station. While at the same time, millions of men worldwide are getting tricked into paying child support for kids that aren't even theirs.
Carnell is a wanted man because he refuses to do what the state orders and to pay child support for a child that DNA tests prove isn't his. A child he doesn't even know.
I haven't even had a chance to
really speak to him except for one time when we took the DNA test.
Anyways, this all comes down to social media brainwashing people into thinking that six-figure incomes are the norm and that anything less is living in poverty. Demanding your partner makes a certain amount of money or has a certain level of wealth only makes sense when you actually come from money. It's understandable that if you have a $10 million net worth, that you might want a partner that has at least $2 million of net worth, so that you can feel as if money isn't the reason that they're dating you. However, demanding a minimum of $100,000 a year of income for a guy, when you yourself only make $40,000, makes absolutely zero sense. This was Six Figure Madness. Please drop a like on the video and subscribe to the channel for more videos.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. That was good. Let's take it back. Let's go to the second playlist she got. She actually got this woman talking to women. And this is what I told you about that timeline. It's that timeline now. Women are starting to just be like, hey, women, y'all little problem.
So what
Goddamn,
is
this
happening
the
in your
problem.
life that made you decide that you were interested in thinking about potentially working with a private matchmaker?
First and foremost, I have very high standards, and I've been noticing it's just harder and harder as time goes by to meet any candidates for romance that come even anywhere close to meeting my standards. Certainly not on the internet. I've tried through friends, I've tried through like matchmaking type services through the school that I went to. And I'm getting a little bit older. I'm 44 and I'm ready to just get very serious. I am good at creating exactly what I want to create in my life. And so this is the one area so far that I haven't been able to do that. And so I just started thinking, Penelope, treat like you treat everything else like a business, right? And so hire a professional. So that's what made me make this decision to reach out to you.
Okay, lovely. And again, when you notice me looking to the side, I'm taking notes. And these are things that I will use in any of the work that we may end up doing together. So I love your attitude. I love that you are really taking your life and deciding what you want and what you deserve. When it comes to love, you say that you are really, you're in a place of very high standards. You've tried almost everything out there and it's not working. Where would you say that your standards are so high that you're just not finding it anywhere?
So I am very successful. I am Ivy League educated. I exercise. I treat my body well. I eat high quality foods. And I just think about my life as something that I am managing, I am creating. So for example, I want to have children. I froze my eggs, right? I want to be, still up walking around doing, you know, what all the things I want to do in my 70s and 80s, well, that means I need to exercise now. That means I need to eat right now.
Yeah.
I want to be the managing director of my law firm. You know, I'm always looking at the next stage of my life. And I have found that most of the men that I've dated are not this serious about doing what it takes to perform at the level that I perform at. So you need to have a morning routine, number one. You need to have at least, I mean, I'm going to say a 7-figure job. Okay. But you also need to know how to deal with a very strong woman. I need a strong man that also knows when it's his place and when it's not. Because, for example, matters of how the home is decorated, matters of how the children are raised, like those things are my decision, right? So basically, I'm just very clear on what I want. There's a lot of boxes that need to be ticked. I know this man is out there. And it's just a matter of finding him.
Okay. When was your last serious relationship?
My last serious relationship. probably 20 years ago.
God damn. I wasn't ready for that. Oh shit. Oh shit. Hold on. I got tears in my eyes, y'all. Hold on. I'm looking at the comment section. Did y'all hear that shit? Did y'all? God damn. Hold on. I didn't mean to let it hard. Oh shit. I need to see her face. I'm over here at the handle something in my background. But yo, let me see her face, yo. Hold on.
Probably 20 years ago.
I'm just.
Yo, I got tears in my eyes, y'all. Hold on. Oh shit. You see her face? See her face? She wanna laugh. She wanna laugh just like me. Y'all not laughing yet. The comment section ain't got to it yet, bro. Oh shit. I was not ready for that, y'all. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Look at her.
Okay. And
she breathing.
How long?
Okay.
You know, Penelope, I apologize. I don't mean to laugh. And I love that you're laughing. I do. I think that's sweet. I think it's sweet because because it's really important to loosen up. And I mean, no criticism, my goodness sakes. You know, I've been doing this for a very long time, helping people find their true love. And I've met all sorts of people, and I work with people that have been homeless. And I work with billionaires and celebrities, and you may have even seen me on TV with them and working within their family dynamics. And, you know, at the end of the day, there's a lid for every pot. And I want you to find your lid.
We are on the same page because I do know that my perfect man is out there. And the
Wait.
reason I have not had a serious relationship.
We gotta say something about the way she looks, okay? See, this is when women don't want to hear it. Y'all don't want to hear the truth, okay? Number one, she looks very young, okay? Okay, she looks young. I don't know how old this woman is. I didn't catch that part because I'm gonna rewind this part, but man, let me just hear what Penelope got to say.
Relationship in 20 years is I don't want to be wasting time, right? And in my 20s, I had time to play around, to be in my 20s. And since then, it's been about finding the man that I'm going to spend the rest of my life with. And if I don't find him, and I know that within a couple of weeks, a couple of months, it's over and I'm moving on because I have too many other important things in my life to waste time, you know, getting to know someone or having some sort of romance with someone that isn't going to fulfill the needs I have for my life. I mean, I look at my life like a business, you know, it's very black and white. You're either a fit, you're a match, or you aren't. And I can usually tell that very quickly.
Yeah.
So I don't need to waste a lot of time, you know, going to a fancy dinner and, you know, whining and dining, all of that. It's really more like, do you satisfy my checklist? And are you going to be a successful part of the life that I'm building?
So, Penelope, let me ask you this. This belief system that you are clearly really you are all in,
Yes.
right? All in.
Yep.
Yeah. How much does it frighten you, scare you, concern you, or turn you off that if we do work together, because I believe that this was gifted to you, so you may be stuck with me. Of course, you can fire me at any time. But how much does it scare you or turn you off to think that I may challenge you and some of your beliefs and maybe have you change some things up? How does that feel for you in your body?
I wouldn't say that that scares me. I would say that it's very unlikely that you're going to present me with any evidence that would cause me to change my beliefs or my thinking.
Okay. Yeah. Are you open to it?
I'm always open to a contrary opinion. I'm always open to contrary evidence.
Good.
Rarely in my experience have I changed my mind.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying it's very, 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 very unlikely. But you know what? I trust that you are a professional and you know what you're talking about. So I am willing to listen.
Okay, good. So in that relationship that you had 20 years ago, what did you fall in love with? What did the two of you share? Remember?
Say that again.
Do you remember?
You remember?
Yes. You know, we both were we both had very high aspirations, high motivations. He was in tech. I, at that point, was in just finance. And so on paper, it was a great match. We were young, we were in our 20s. So we were, you know, we lived in California. And so it was going and getting sushi, you know, going and walking on the beach, all that kind of stuff that, you know, you can do in your 20s, right? And I thought the relationship was going great. You know, we talked about where our careers were going to be, where our lives were going to be. And I was feeling really confident that everything was moving in the right direction. And then he ends up completely leaving the state with a woman he met surfing one day.
Oh, so
yeah.
hurry.
So I was really, the rug was, yeah, the rug was pulled because I thought I knew this person. I thought we were on the same page. We were building something together, and that he was a serious person with serious ambitions. And it turns out I was completely wrong. And so that's part of the reason that now I'm like, you know, don't fool me with all your romance. Don't fool me with all your dinner, yada, yada, yada. Like, you need to give me on paper of where we are.
Okay. And now your parents, are they still together and happily married?
No.
They're not. Okay. And so they've been divorced?
Yes.
And how old were you when they divorced?
I was in 4th grade.
Okay. And are you close to your parents? Are they both still alive?
I have a relationship with both of my parents. We kind of run our family like a business. So we see each other on holidays. We exchange gifts. We communicate to each other about things that impact, you know, things that each of us is doing that impact the other ones. But we're not calling to check in on anybody's life or anything like that. It's just, we don't really do that.
Okay. All right. So one of the things that you mentioned was that you were looking forward to, and correct me if I'm wrong, becoming manager or managing director of your law firm. And right now, from what I'm aware through the person that gifted this to you, you are lead receptionist. So I wanted to just kind of see tell me about those aspirations. And you've mentioned education and things like that, and it being just of, you know, utmost importance. And you had mentioned Ivy League, and so I just wanted to just kind of see with regard to kind of how you are viewing yourself, love, relationships, running things as a business, your career. Tell me about that and how it all sort of fits together. That's a big aspiration, and it's wonderful. I think it's wonderful to chase our dreams.
Yes. And it's not chasing a dream. It's creating the next steps of a life that are absolutely set in stone at this point. Yes, technically is the badge on my desk, is the title on my paycheck, lead receptionist. Yes. Do I do a million times more than just leading reception?
I doubt she's a virgin. She had a boyfriend that left her. I mean, listen, this does not like this situation with women and what they want in dating. Here's what I learned. Love, affection, romance, and dating all day, you can definitely get that from a woman. Okay? You can definitely get that from a woman all day, unless she's the toxic, masculine presenting woman. You can get that all day. But the thing is, this particular woman, let's just call what it is. She looks very... No, she asked her. She said, that relationship you had 20 years ago, tell me about that relationship. And she mentioned that they both were in tech, and she was in tech, and he went surfing, and he fell in love with a girl he went surfing with and left her to go across seas with that woman. She did say he was a boyfriend. If he left her to go across seas with another woman, that was her boyfriend. And then you look at her, it's okay. Look what she has on her hair. Look at her hair. I don't even know if she has, I don't even see hair hanging in the back. So is her hair cut short? Is there a ponytail back there? I don't know what's going on with her hair. She has a bow on top of her hair. Okay. Pearls is very amateur to do unless you really know how to style your clothes up, you know how to wear pearls. Most of the time, pearls is very a country thing. But most of the time, I only wore pearls if I wore, like, I had this one pearl. Oh, I missed that necklace. I had a pearl necklace and it had like a diamond in the middle. But I wore that when I wore like a sophisticated, sleek type of dress. That's when I wore pearls. Girl, look at her. She, like, no grown man is going to be attracted to this woman. No grown woman is going to be attracted to this woman.
100%. I am, quite frankly, the most essential person in that entire law firm. I do have a law degree. Okay. And so the reason I'm not actually practicing law right now is because I've had a little bit of an issue with the licensure board of the state. It's really just a technicality based around the fact that I can't pass the bar exam, but that will be over very soon. And promises have been made to me within the firm that as soon as I can get my licensure cleared up, which again is really just a technical issue, that I will basically go from head receptionist to full partner. And then from there, it's a hop, skip, and a jump to managing partner.
She's very successful. She's very successful. Okay, let's see this. Is this her?
Hi. I love your Penelope. I love your hair. It's really cute.
You like it?
It's adorable. You are. It
Oh, there's her
absolutely
hair.
is adorable.
Thank you. I'm going to a Friendsgiving tonight. Do you know what a Friendsgiving is?
I do. I
Yeah.
do. Oh, how
Yeah.
fun.
I'm going, some ladies from work, we're getting together. And so I
Girl,
thought
so many
I'd do something fun for
Oh,
them.
It's smart though.
it's adorable. And so you don't even have the hair bow in, which
I have bows here.
Oh, so it's
This is the problem with this particular woman. I don't know her name. I forgot that fast. That appearance is so young. Something about the way she looks with it. She's not a woman that can so much get away with that. You know, like if I dressed up for Halloween and I took a clip bow and put it on the top of my head and I walked around here, I would still look like a grown woman. You feel me? Something is young about this woman. Something feels a bit like kid-like with this woman. I don't know if she tells her this, but someone needs to tell her that.
okay. So we're always trying to incorporate a bow.
Yeah.
Okay, I
And
love
these aren't
that.
even a bow. This is actually a ribbon that I just tied myself.
Oh,
Yeah. That was
All
from a gift I got at one.
So she is too. We already see the problem. First, she says, "Do you know what a Friendsgiving is?" I would have never asked nobody that. I would have been like, "Oh, I'm having a Friendsgiving." I would have let them ask me that. You see what I'm saying? She goes, "It's not a ribbon, it's a bow." See how she is? Yeah. So is anybody catching on to that? I'm just saying.
Point, and I just kept it, and now
Oh.
it was fun to do that.
I love that. I love the softness today. I love the femininity, and I love the nostalgia. So you're sharing that these are ribbons that you have from a gift that someone gave you, and I think that's really sweet. I do. I
Thank
like
you.
that. Yes, and I love your brooch. Can you tell me a little bit about your pin or your brooch?
It's a cameo. I actually have two. And these were both my grandmother's.
Oh, that's beautiful. What was her name, may I ask?
It was Lola.
Lola.
Lola sounded like she was a cunt.
And we never really talked about that. Is she still with us? Or when you say it was, did she give it to
No,
you?
no,
she
she passed away.
I'm sorry. And the two of you were close?
Um, I wouldn't say she passed away when I was fairly young, and I wouldn't say we were close, but I do like her jewelry.
Okay, that's honest.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, let's get into it. It's been a little while. I know the last time that we met, we left with.
Okay, so we have a love archetype that once again, architect, excuse me, that's getting real with women. Okay, so we got another
some
one.
homework for you to do.
Yes.
And so, yes, I'd love to go over your homework, listen to any questions and thoughts you might have pertaining to the experience. And one thing that might be sort of fascinating too, as we continue to go through this love design process, you may notice a shift in how you are experiencing your friends at Friendsgiving or tonight. And they may even notice some changes in you. So yeah, this is fascinating. But yes, please go ahead.
Well, I will tell you, I guess I just didn't fully understand. Like I really thought that we would have our meeting and that in a week or so's time, I would be matched with someone. I didn't understand that there was all these calls and there's going to be a home visit and all of that. And so I'm starting to feel a little bit like I'm eager to meet the person that you're going to match me with. I will tell you, I don't know if this is going to be a help to you. I don't know if are you familiar? Do you know what AI is?
I do.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard of Chat GPT?
I don't mean to laugh. Sometimes the way you deliver things, Penelope, it's just, anyway, I have heard.
Wow. I see why he left her for that surfer and fucking surfed his ass across fucking
sometimes. Yes. Yes.
Okay, well, I use it.
Yes.
And, I put in my list.
Yes.
The Chat GPT.
Okay.
And can you see this?
Every client that I am so blessed to have just gives me always an interesting new experience. But yes, I do. I see him.
I think that guy looks great.
I agree.
I mean, I don't love that there's a crucifix on his kitchen counter. Also, the breakfast is not perfect. It's not a smoothie. There's some carbs in there that I probably wouldn't love, but it's okay. It's very nutritious. He's obviously works out. Love his suit, love his hair, love really his face a lot. Do you think this is an actual person, or is this an actual person that you could find? Or is this just something that Chat GPT created?
I don't know. Like a fucking go for a job.
Well,
it's not real.
Well, okay, so we can answer that a few different ways.
Okay.
I'm assuming Chat created him because you shared your list.
Right. So it didn't what I'm asking is is it possible that Chat GPT took my list and compared it to what it knew about men on the internet and it actually found a man?
Well, so here's the thing. See, I think you're almost laughing at yourself. I think I am seeing a different side of you, Penelope. I love this. I love this. I'm seeing a different side to you. This is good. This is good. You're loosening up. Good job.
Well, I think you're about to tell me that you don't think he's actually a real guy.
No, let's hold on. I want to stay with what we just did here.
Okay.
I love that you were just laughing. I think and I'll table part of that for some more the work we're going to be doing coaching. But so I'm just going to answer your question. Do I think Chat created him based on your list? Yes, because you have everything. I'm going to be straight with you. On the counter, he has the crucifix for church.
Right.
basically everything. I know there's not a smoothie, so chat didn't get it right there.
Right.
And
yeah, that honestly, I agree. That kind of tipped me off too, that's probably not a real picture of a real person.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Now, are there many men that look like him? And could I introduce you to someone who looks like him? Of course, absolutely. I mean, he's,
Okay.
yeah. There are a lot of lovely, handsome men who dress that way and have their hair like that. And
Yeah.
but again, one of the things that I'm trying to show you and teach you, and you were saying a moment ago that you were kind of thinking and hoping that, hey, we could just get this done in a week. I'm not a dating service. I don't just slap dates together. I'm really looking for the one for you. And the way that I find him is by really getting to know you and helping you get to know yourself. And sometimes or oftentimes finding out that there's a different side of you that would be different relationally in a relationship. And so that's what we're working on right now. That's why the process is taking a little bit longer. You want it to. We want this to be done well. I want you to be so happy and so beautifully and madly in love. And I want your relationship to last. So it is a process. It's the whole thing that we are doing here together. But it is funny because even though when we chatted originally about my first match that I have for you, Bart, he's waiting on bated breath or with bated breath to meet you, and he knows that we still have our home visit coming up.
Right.
But
So
he looks a little bit like him. I mean, he's handsome. So
okay, well, I like that.
right. And he's fit and he's a bigger guy and he's charming and he's intelligent, and he's educated and he's successful. I mean, so, but again, Bart goes over here until we get this really in alignment.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm understanding more the timeline. I was hoping that there was a chance that was an actual person and that I was like doing you a favor by finding him, and he did actually match the list. But even with that not being the case, just with what you've said about Bart, with what Chat GPT did, I have been feeling, and I've been like, Penelope, don't get ahead of yourself. But I'm very excited to meet Bart. I'm excited to meet whoever else. Like, it seems like you're really listening to everything I'm saying and you're really taking it in. And I just thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And I even, when I went this morning to get my hair done, I walked past a bridal store. Yeah. And but I went in, and I've never gone in a store like that before.
Oh.
Well, I just haven't had a reason to.
Sure.
And I told them, I said, I can't look at white dresses because I have lost my virginity. But I did want to, just for the sake of my own curiosity, see what a wedding dress looked like. And so they took me, they were very nice. They showed me several things. And I could just picture the next chapter of my life, and I was in my head picturing him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think he would be an amazing person to stand next to for the rest of your life. And so, I don't know, it just got me feeling, I just haven't felt excited about something like this. So I wanted to share that with you because it was very much a new experience.
I think that's beautiful. And I love that you did that. I love that you are calling all of that to you, right? Love, a beautiful relationship, an engagement, a wedding dress. I think that, excuse me, I think that saying that you weren't able to look at a white wedding gown because you've lost your virginity, That's up to you, right? Whatever you want to wear. I had a client who was recently married, and she had a dress filled with flowers and floral. It was beautiful.
Wow.
But I think that again, whatever. So much of this is just, again, having you meet you for the first time, having you really love you and understand your boundaries and what is healthy, good, enjoyable, and just wonderful for you. So I think this is all really special. So directly, you're doing even more homework than I gave you. And I think it's really, really lovely. I do want to say, even though I said, that Bart is genuinely is a lovely, handsome man, I think one of the things and one of the areas that we get so caught up in life, and society has so much to do with this, and commercialism, even though a lot of it is really fun and entertaining, we can get so stuck in the superficiality of what our partner is supposed to look like and or be, that we miss out so often on the most amazing humans and people that we can have the craziest, amazing relationships with. And so again, that's part of this process. So it will be fun to see what happens. But let's go ahead and let's dive into your homework.
Okay. Sometimes I lose you when but I'm following your lead. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Yeah.
Because I don't feel like I fully understand what you're saying, but
I can be a little ADD and a little esoteric, I know. But yes, it will all come together. And but thank you for sharing that. And
Okay.
I want you to tell me from time to time if there's something that I've said or I'm saying that you don't understand, or it's not clear to you, just
Yeah.
let me know.
I mean, I think as I told you last time, this is not something I've done before where I'm talking about myself. So when somebody says things like, you're going to meet yourself, to me, that doesn't make any sense. But I trust that I'll understand what that means when that happens.
I think you're right. You will know. And it's usually a really beautiful and sometimes emotional moment for people I'll have clients that will just text me or call me out of the blue and say, I finally get it. I finally realized that I thought I knew who I was and I had no idea. And now I know why my past relationships didn't work, or even my past marriages never worked. And now I've never felt more free or more beautiful or happier than I've ever been. And now I'm more excited than I've ever been to find love. That's when it's really special.
Did y'all fucking hear that? Wait, I gotta get to part 2. There's a part 2, bro. What's the views on this shit? Yeah, 6.2K. I'm not surprised. I thought it would probably be lower than that, but 6.2K.
We are already covering a lot in a short amount of time. We have talked about your hair.
What the fuck?
Yes.
I like that. I see the ponytail. It's darling, and your hair is really cute, and it's
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. And the bow, and you talked about the bow is a very important piece to you. And then we're talking about finances. We're talking about a lot here. I would like to get into your wardrobe a little bit. We'll dive deeper, and indirectly we will sort of ebb and flow within even the superficial. But tell me a little bit about your style, about from the neck down.
I typically wear black neutrals, black, camel, cream, occasionally a light pink, occasionally a light blue. I do not like wild, bold colors. I find that if you come in wearing a bright orange sweater, I know immediately what type of person you are, and I find that offensive. So
What kind of person are you? Bitch with them bows and fucking ribbons.
Certainly not in my workplace. I mean, I don't really even own anything outside of like I said, I have a light pink, I have a light blue, but otherwise it's going to be black, tan, or cream.
Okay. And you find, okay.
I like structure. I like a blazer. I like a scarf. I love a turtleneck. Just really classic pieces that you know, that are communicating to someone a seriousness and a proficiency in the world.
Okay. You just gave me 2 huge nuggets. Go ahead.
I think it was Elizabeth Holmes that said, you know, she wore a uniform every day and it was a black turtleneck. And I can relate to that.
Okay. All right. I hear that. A lot. You just gave me a lot to unpack there for you, and for myself with regard to finding your man, your love, right? Quickly, you use the word and the term offensive with regard to someone walking into a room with big, bold colors. I want to dissect that at a different time. I'm going to add this to your homework, though, Penelope. You are demonstrating that there is a lot about you that is really grounded, structured, valued, of high integrity.
Girl, tell
Yes.
the truth, please tell
But
her.
but it's also it's a little stiff. It's a little stiff. It's a little rigid. And if that's who you are, that's cool. That's good, right? And that helps me understand again, who is this man that I am going to connect you with. But we also, before we really say that that's who you are, as opposed to what you've become as a way to feel safe in life.
This is if I imagine, excuse me, if I could imagine Kramer from Seinfeld having a wife, it would be her. That's who the fuck her match is. Tell me I'm lying. Who's out there listening? Kramer from motherfucking Seinfeld.
Where there might be more to you to unpack that would show up differently with a very different kind of man for a very different kind of relationship that could be the best thing you've ever experienced in your life. Part of the homework that I want you to look at then also is to write down the word that you used. I want you to write down offensive. What about someone walking into a room with a bright and bold color would have you react in a way that you would say that's offensive? Like, what does that mean to you? And I don't want you to answer it right now for me. I want you to write it down and we're going to go over it next time. Offensive is a strong word when we're talking about someone coming in and just wearing a certain color.
I just know who that woman is.
And I want to know what that means too, because what it makes me think about is that the last time that we spoke, you said that your family has run itself and does like a business.
Right.
And that you're not very close. And sometimes there can be a beautiful closeness within that and relatability and comfort within that. But oftentimes it can actually create a negative space and a disconnect where people have a difficult time being able to really connect, feel safe in the kind of love that they want. And so let's figure that one out. Let's unpack that. And
I would say we're all independent. We all take care of ourselves.
Yeah.
You know, again, that's what I'm looking for in a man. I don't need him coming to me, asking me to validate his every choice, to ask me what we're having for dinner. I mean, I need him to be a fully independent, high functioning human being. And if you're walking in with a crazy orange sweater, I know you're begging for attention.
Wow.
I know you're wanting to be the center of the show.
Okay.
I know you're probably more sexually.
Okay. Okay. So this is, oh my goodness, honey, you're going to have a lot of homework. So write this down. Why do I feel that someone wearing really bright clothing, offensive, begging for attention?
Because that's it. They are.
I know. And but I want, we're going to do this in this space, quiet, right? And then the TV's not, sorry, the TV's not on.
I like to just have a background news running.
TV. Just try it. Just try it.
Okay.
Yep, just try it. We'll take it one baby step at a time. And then see what comes to you. Again, have your pen ready, have your journal, write down whatever it is. Don't judge what you write. Just take it, write it until there really isn't any more left. And then also why that would also say that they're sort of maybe sexually out there or promiscuous perhaps, or whatever it is that you see that you equate to the sexual side of their behavior based on their big bright orange sweater. We're unpacking a lot, Penelope. This was really, really good. And this is very normal, right? Most people have their list. They have their believed self-awareness or actual factual self-awareness, but on different levels with some blindness to a different side and sense of themselves that they haven't met yet. And so my job is to, again, uncover that along with you as well as for you so that we can just get you to the most amazing place ever. Any questions, honey? Any thoughts? This is a lot. I'm giving you a lot.
It feels very airy-fairy to me. I'm just going to be honest with you. All of this stuff about, I don't know who I am, who am I, what is the woman in the orange sweater, that seems, that's not the type of thing that I engage in.
I know, I see that.
I'm smart. I know what I want. My judgments tend to be very correct, very accurate. And so there's a reason that I operate the way that I do. And I just don't know I just don't know what it means to say, who am I? I'm going to uncover some other aspect of myself. Like, this is who I've always been my entire life. So,
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I know. And my job and my expertise is literally uncovering the reality behind who you've been your entire life. And is that serving you best?
You're not speaking English to me.
I know.
Oh,
I know.
The reality behind who you've been your entire, like what?
I know. We'll try to work together.
She don't get it. Miss Love Architect gets real. I like you, Miss Love Architect get real. We see why Penelope has been single for 20 years. Okay? We see. She don't even know how to talk to people properly.
Together, what do you think?
I'm here for it. I'm excited to meet the person that, checks the list. And if this is what has to happen, I'm willing to do it.
Good.
But I'm just saying I don't really understand.
Yep, and I absolutely understand that. And again, this is a very different process, but it is one that works.
Okay.
And there is, as you know, through the friend that gifted this to you, who is very happily married through me.
True.
She went through this too. So it is a whole process, and it does take you outside your comfort zone. But yet at the end, what you will find is that we end up in a comfort zone that it's grounded in something different. It's a different level of stability and awareness, and you are most often happier than you've ever been. So, and with the right person. Because yes, you're very sensible. Yes, you have your checklist. You have all of that, but you're also alone. You haven't been in a relationship, honey, for 20 years.
Right.
Right. And there are a lot of singles out there.
Right. I just have very high standards, and I can't meet every person in the world. So that's why I needed somebody to find him.
Yeah. We want to change that. We want you happy. I want you having babies. I want you to have every single thing you deserve.
Well, thank you.
Yes. And we will get there. Okay. All right, honey. So you have your homework. I'll see you next week. I have a feeling you'll actually have your homework done. I can count on that.
I'm going to do it.
I believe you. And Reach out if you have any needs, any
Now,
questions. In the
mind
meantime,
you, this
I'm
is
going
why
to
I'm
get
so
busy.
happy to have heard this, because I didn't expect my show to turn to this part right here, because I had something else to present to y'all. But do you not notice this is an educated woman? This is right here what you would call a six-figured woman. Okay? I'm just saying. I think we're still going with Penelope. This is part two.
Okay.
So let's dive in. Let's go.
Okay, so first of all, I hope that I just bought this to write in.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, so the first thing that you asked me to write down was 7 figures.
Right.
Okay. And I just put words.
Uh-huh.
So the words I wrote were security,
Okay.
hardworking, not lazy, focused, serious, attractive, important, good family, loyal, not embarrassing.
Okay. So I think that they were all absolutely important and wonderful.
Yeah, and I think those are all qualities that I want, and so I think I understand why. Yeah, I think it all makes perfect sense, actually. And I will say that was when I was doing the homework, I was like, this is kind of a silly exercise because it's obvious, right, what these things mean. It's obvious what someone with 7 figures, what that equates to. It's obvious what someone who's wearing crazy orange sweater and animal print, who that person is. So, I mean, I wrote these words down, but it didn't feel like I was really doing anything, if that makes sense, because it was just like, it's like going and looking up a word in the dictionary.
Yeah. Okay. So for you, a man who makes and or brings in 7 figures a year.
Yes.
That equates to the description, right?
Right.
The attributes that you just shared. But then you mentioned about, tell me again, what did you say? Animal print?
Oh, that's the other homework that you had about the woman that, because I had said, if you walk in a crazy orange sweater, that's offensive. And you had said, go tell me what that means.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll go there in a second. You do know that someone could make 7 figures and be absolutely embarrassing, not be important, and not be all of those things that you sort of equate
I think if you have 7 figures, you have all these other things.
Okay. And where does that come from? Where does that belief system come from?
I mean, it's just how it is.
Oh, based on what?
I just think that's what the world is. It's not based on anything. It's just that's objectively. If you make 7 figures, everybody knows everything that I laid out.
I will tell you that sometimes, because a lot of my clients do make 7 figures.
Okay.
Include annually and more. And they're not always like that. And the circles and the people that they find themselves in or around aren't always the happiest people. They're not always so I think one of the things I really want to do is I want to make sure that our expectations are realistic when it comes to love and what actually encourages or creates a foundation for a truly beautiful, healthy, happy, thriving relationship, right? Because as you know, there are a lot of people out there, whether they're They're billionaires, they're celebrities, they're whoever, just some of the prettiest people in the world. They seem and look to have it all together. And yet we see in the tabloids and on the news and, we hear always or oftentimes of their messy and unhappy marriages and relationships and their divorce. Right?
I don't know. I don't know if I've ever heard that.
Oh,
I
okay.
guess then that we have to start adding things to the list.
You could. Here's what we're going to do. Let's continue with the rest of the homework.
Okay.
When I
Yeah.
come to see you, just 1 minute, honey. When I come to see you, when I come for the visit, our home visit, which is
Yeah.
next, where we will be going over your blueprint and all of that for the Love Design foundational structure of this love house we're building of yours. We'll get into, I want you to add more to your list, and we'll go through that when we're there, when I arrive. Okay?
Okay. I would add all these words to the list. I thought these words just came
organically with that.
Yes. I thought
heard
that was one and the same. And it
Yeah.
sounds like you're saying not necessarily, which is bumming me out. And so now I'm feeling like I should probably add those to the list.
I think you should add those to the list.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you say not embarrassing?
Yeah.
Can I ask what that means too? What would be an example of what would be embarrassing that is something you've actually experienced?
Something that I've actually experienced.
Or you would see as embarrassing and you definitely would not want to have happen.
Just someone who is perhaps doing something inappropriate for the time or place.
Such as?
Well, like when I dress for work, I dress for work.
Right.
And I make sure that the clothes I'm wearing are appropriate for my setting. Right.
So you're equating the embarrassment to what we're going to talk about next, which people who wear bright colors, bright orange sweaters, animal prints.
I think that can play into it, but also just, when it's a more quiet setting and someone's being loud, that's also embarrassing. Or when it's just everything is normal and someone's drinking too much.
Yeah, that's real.
Embarrassing.
Okay.
I'm trying to think if I can think of any other examples.
You're already telling me a lot. You're showing me a lot more of who you are, and this is really good. This is really, really good. And this is actually getting me more and more excited for you to meet Bart. It truly is. Yeah.
I mean, I've got to tell you, I keep saying the name Bart.
Yeah.
And I don't hate it as much as I did. Yeah.
Well, that's good to know. He will be happy to hear that, I would assume. Okay.
Good.
That's funny. That's good, Penelope.
I mean, it's not a name I would have ever in a million years thought that I would be calling someone for the rest of their life, But I feel like I'm not worried about that anymore.
Well, I was going to say, I'm good at what I do. I'm very good at what I do. I love connecting the right souls and people together. But I do want, I'm glad you're excited about Bart. This doesn't mean it, could it be Bart? Yes. I've had many marriages come from my first match, but typically not. It's it's a starting point. So, but I'm happy that you like his name more now. And, I wouldn't be matching you with him if I didn't think he was a great match for you. So let's just see how it goes. But okay, so let's talk about clothing. Let's talk about what that means. Because what you just shared is a little bit different. There's a difference between someone being embarrassing because in your description of it, because they're they've been drinking too much and they might be loud and there might be more that comes with that, and that can be some histrionic stuff. But at the same time, Let's talk about the women in the bright orange sweater and what that says to you.
Okay, so I said bright orange sweater in the same category would be anything like animal print, anything that's loud. But basically, if you wear it, it's catching the eye of people around you.
Yes.
And I wrote down first, all caps, slut. They think they're so good and important and popular.
Oh.
They're trying to be the center of attention. And I also wrote some names of some people.
I don't want to hear those, to be very honest with you, with all due respect. See, now you're laughing again. I think that's good. I think you know inside that this is a little, this is part of you meeting yourself. It will make more sense as we go. Okay. Okay. So
It's Rachel McDougall, Janice Longer, and Patrice.
No, that's not nice. No, don't do that. I may know them. No, I'm kidding. But okay.
And
So
Patrice Atkinson.
okay. Oh, you're liking this. This is a whole different side of you. Okay. Wow. So you have a little sass to you. All right. All right. I see a little, this is good. This is good. We're going to get this out. All right. So, let me ask you this. If I arrived at your home visit and I had and I was wearing animal print from head to toe, let's just say
You wouldn't do that though.
well, but
if you had showed up to our first Zoom wearing head to toe animal print, I would have immediately exited.
okay. All right. We have some things to work on. Okay. Let's table that
I was
there.
trying to say about that
Okay.
animal print.
But I
And-
did do my homework.
You did.
People who
You
wear
did.
animal print.
We're going to go over that when we're together during the home visit. I'm really excited to see your home and how you live. I see a little bit of a background there. Are you in your home right now?
I am, but you know, I'm trying to sit somewhere. I am very excited for you to see my home because this is not a good representation of it.
What's a window?
Right.
Hold on.
That's what I mean.
Shutters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back
Okay.
down.
Blinds. What would you say that they are behind you? Is that shutters,
Okay,
blinds?
first of all, people who wear animal print, are very smart, very intelligent, very tough people. Also, those are creative people. Those are people who, anytime you see anybody that wears, like, people with animal prints on have a personality. Let me just say that. And I find it funny that she said that way about animal prints and colors, but those people have personalities. Those people are artistic and creative. Those people are smart. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's very interesting for her to say that. And this lady right here definitely would wear animal print. I can so see her in some animal print shoes, flat shoes or heels.
Not a blind.
Either one. Yeah.
Okay. So you're okay with me not knowing exactly what to call that? That doesn't trigger something inside of you?
No, I would probably call it a shutter.
Okay.
I think it technically is, but you could call it blinds.
Okay. Sounds good. All right.
Girl, get her. I know she'd be probably in the back.
Well, I would say
Excited to record her for the world.
that I think this was a good session. I think we have enough here for now. Again, very much looking forward to seeing you in person. And I will be chatting with Bart again to let him know that, yes, he's, still front and center.
When I meet Bart, will that be in person or will that be over Zoom? Is he going to fly here to see me or am I going to fly somewhere to see him? How does that work?
That's up to the two of you. It's different for everyone.
So we
yeah,
would at least talk on the phone or something first?
I would hope.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Typically you do. Many of my clients will Zoom, FaceTime
You came to her house?
before meeting in person, but definitely they're excited to just get together and
Okay.
wear a lot of animal print.
I hope not. So it would Okay, so we'd probably talk on Zoom first, and then we would
It's
decide.
time to bring somebody up in this because I don't want to laugh alone no more. I want to hear a man talk. I want to hear what a man got to say. I want to hear what everybody got to
Dating
say
in
about
this generation sucks. It is the absolute worst. I can guarantee you almost everybody watching this video probably has some sort of traumatic experience. So if you want to trauma dump in the comments down below, go right for it. But to say dating sucks in this generation is an understatement. It sucks something fierce, let me tell you. Now, what makes it even worse, I know damn well every single one of you watching this video has experience with this, is the unrealistic standards. You have to be this tall, and I was genuinely shocked about 30s, and we're actually going to go ahead and find that out using AI. But before that, I want to get a little bit into this. Be prepared, fellas. This one's going to piss you off. All right. I watched some of this, and
listen,
I was
let me tell y'all, this
genuinely
show took another turn than what it was
about
supposed
this.
to be.
You guys ever watch those TikTok videos
Hey,
where
I
they're on
did
like
say
college
the way
campuses and they
women
ask the women
lie
there,
to
what are your
themselves, and
preferences?
here we go.
And
Universe made it happen.
almost every single one of those videos is the same thing. It's 6 feet tall, 6 figures, this and that, but they don't realize that who they're describing is less than 1% of the population. Anyway, this is the woman in question. Her name is Penelope Stevens. You guys ready for this? This one's great.
Basically, I'm just very clear on what I want. There's a lot of boxes that need to be ticked. I know this man is out there.
She knows this man is out there. Now, here's the thing. If we're being honest, I'm picking apart one statement from her, but just because this man is out there, and keep in mind, there's 8 billion people on the planet. There may be one man out there. Let's say you find that one person. What makes that one person want you, Penelope? I mean, what are you offering? You want this, 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 and this? You think there's one special person out there? Well, from that person's perspective, what do you offer? It's so stupid to me. People are so self-centered and self-important that they think the world, revolves around them. Because I want this person, he must want me. I want this, I want that. They never consider how other people feel or how other people see the world. Enough yapping, let's get to the video.
And it's just a matter of finding him. 7-figure salary.
Right.
Already.
7 figures. By the way, 7 figures is at least $1 million. $1 million. What percent of men make over 1 mil in let's do in the US? 0.5. Good luck with that one. That is, you've already narrowed it down way below 1% of the population. And it has to be in the age range that you want. And I'm sure there's going to be more requirements like height and looks. So let's just see how much we can narrow it down. And we're starting at 0.5 of the population, by the way.
Said morning routine.
Yes.
That includes some sort of exercise with group accountability.
What's group accountability? I don't know what she means by that.
As well as some sort of very high nutrition, I'm going to say smoothie.
Oh my gosh. I love her reaction. It's the same internal reaction I had. She's trying not to laugh. Where'd she get a smoothie from? All I heard was something about a routine. When someone says they want someone who's health conscious or takes care. Much we can narrow it down. And we're starting at 0.5 of the population.
Okay, what did I miss?
Below 1% of the population.
What did he type in?
7 figures. By the way, 7 figures is at least $1 million. $1 million. What percent of men make over 1 mil in let's do in the US? 0.5. Good luck with that one. That is, you've already narrowed it down way below 1% of the population. and it has to be in the age range that you want. And I'm sure there's going to be more requirements like height and looks. So let's just see how much we can narrow it down. And we're starting at 0.5 of the population, by the way.
Said morning routine.
Yes.
That includes some sort of exercise with group accountability.
What's what group accountability? I don't know what she means by that.
As well as some sort of very high nutrition, I'm going to say smoothie.
Oh my gosh. I love her reaction. It's the same internal reaction I had. She's trying not to laugh. Where'd she get a smoothie from? All I heard was something about a routine. When someone says they want someone who's health conscious or takes care of themselves and has good nutrition, you think, okay, they eat healthy, they drink healthy, they they exercise, they burn off the right amount of calories, this and that. But I don't know where she got smoothie from. Even she knows this is going to be a real brain scratcher of an interview. It's already going bad.
At least
I missed it, y'all.
5'10".
Don't
I
be
feel
bad.
like that's
I missed
generous. I need him to
Whoa.
be obviously in very good shape.
What do you mean 5'10" to be generous?
5'10"
Oh, hell no.
Crazy.
Just
Who's
so you guys know,
Yo,
Evan
bro,
7,
people,
which
everybody's
is me,
not tall
I'm
like that.
5'10", okay?
Everybody's not tall like that. To be tall, yo, everybody's average height is between 5'4" to like my height, like almost a little taller than me. I'm 5'6". 5'4" to fucking like 5'7". If you get somebody that's tall, that's like everybody's not tall, especially not in the 6 range tall, not even the 5'10" range.
And by
The tallest people I have ever seen are from Jamaica. Thank you. Are from Jamaica and Africa. Those are the tallest people in like those random in between European spaces. They be like super tall. But other than that, you're not going to get that. Well, he's like 5'10".
I've asked people in real life, what do you think my height is? And especially people who are a bit shorter, they always say I'm higher or I'm taller than I really am. Nobody, when people get all specific about you need to be 6 foot, if you're 5'11", no, wrong, get the fuck away from me. They spray a little pepper spray or like short guy spray. I don't know, what I'm even saying. But an inch is, relatively speaking, it's like that. It's such a small amount that if you eyeball someone, you're never gonna know. You can't eyeball and look at someone and say they're this height. Yes, you can look at someone who's very tall and say they're above 6 foot, or you can say, oh, he must be 6'5". But you will never visually tell if someone's standing with no one around them, if they're 5'11", 6 foot, or 6'1". I always have the question is, what do you offer? You have all of these requirements. What are you offering? What's so great about you? For every one specific detail that you want out of a man, what's one detail that sets you apart? You want someone to be in shape. Are you exceptionally in shape? You want someone to be this tall. Are you above the average height for a woman? It's like, why would someone with these requirements take you seriously? All right, let's continue this.
I need him to have a full head of hair.
Well, of course.
It's very important to me.
I suppose that's...
Be a Christian, but
I
not
like that I'm a Christian.
take it too seriously.
Oh my gosh.
Like, I don't want to have to go to church every Sunday, but I also I don't want to get into fights over religion either.
Sure, of course.
I want...
Oh my gosh. I gotta call this one out. That was one of the stupidest statements I have ever heard. Even if you guys aren't religious, now a lot of you you may not be religious, but you may have friends or family members that are. So, it's a respect thing. I know people of different religions and everything. I'm used to it. I'm used to being around people with different worldviews. Like I've always been used to that, right? In terms of being a Christian, which I am a Christian, just so you guys know, if you are a Christian, you either are a Christian or you aren't, okay? There is a term called a lukewarm Christian in the Bible. That's no good. But to say I want someone to be a Christian but not take it seriously, that means you're not looking for a Christian. If you were an atheist, you're not going to say, I'm looking for a partner who's atheist, but they have to go to church on Sundays. Like, that makes no sense. This woman's never going to find anyone. Holy shit. All right.
Of course.
I want him to have an impeccable wardrobe. I want his suits to be tailored.
Mm-hmm.
I want him to look good in greens and blues.
The greens and
because
blues.
those are complementary to what I look good in.
Who said you look good in green and blues? Was it you? Like, what do you mean? So suppose somebody.
I knew a man. I wanted to do. I knew they was going to rip her ass in two. Because I keep telling you, I wanted to see going to say it, but he didn't. The way she looks, bro, she looks so young.
Somebody has a 7-figure salary. Suppose, for some odd, peculiar reason, he makes $9,999,999.99. Suppose that's his salary. It's still 7 figures. Suppose that he is 6'2". Suppose that he is spiritual but doesn't go to church, like your stupid description that you had. Suppose all the things were true, but he didn't have tailored suits and he did not have a good wardrobe. Mark Cuban, he wears very basic clothes and he is a billionaire. So what about him? What about people who are rich but very humble? What if he doesn't look good in greens and blues? Is suddenly he not the person for you? Or are you going to make an exception for that? But suppose that he does have a good wardrobe, but he's 5'9", and he barely misses the cutoff for being 5'10", which is, in your words, barely acceptable. Are you going to date him? Or like what are you going to compromise on? This whole thing makes no sense to me. It's ridiculous.
What I look good in? Absolutely no jewelry.
Okay.
Absolutely no tattoos.
What's wrong with jewelry? Okay. Guys, what? Look at this. What's wrong with jewelry? You guys like it? Oh, come on. You guys got to tell me. You got a little compass here. We got a little, like, sun. I got this from Hard Jewelry, by the way. This is some hard jewelry right here. These rings are pretty fucking cool, aren't they? So,
yeah, I like those rings.
What's wrong with jewelry? If we're being honest,
Right now too.
Tattoos is essentially permanently drawing stuff on your skin. Your eyebrows. Perhaps your eyebrows are the draw-on eyebrows, whatever they're called. Just saying, it's a bit dark, I can't confirm. It looks like you drew on your eyebrows. So, maybe you should take care of that because you're saying you don't want to date someone who essentially gets permanent drawings on their body, but you're drawing on your fucking eyebrows. It's like, I'm just saying, it's exactly what it looks like from here. All right, let's suffer through this.
Absolutely no tattoos.
Okay.
Unless the only tattoo that would be acceptable would be a very small tattoo if he were in a secret society at an Ivy League university and was forced to get a tattoo, that I would make a pass for.
In a secret society. A secret society. This shit is making me want to crash out. Oh my gosh, what do you mean unless he was in this? Where do you even get that from? Why couldn't you just say, you know what, some people get like a little like cross tattoo behind their ear or something in their fingers? Why didn't you just say that? Where do you get? Oh my gosh, this is horrible. Where do you get secret society? What secret society is he gonna be in an Ivy League school? The fucking Junior Illuminati? The fucking Unfreemasons? Where do you get this from? How is all of a sudden having a tattoo that you were forced from a secret society acceptable? All right, it's actually almost over.
A tattoo that I would make a pass for.
He was forced.
I want him to be from a good family. I'll know what that means when I see it, or what more well said, I'll know what wouldn't satisfy that criteria when I see it.
Okay.
Ever been married?
Yeah. Okay. So for number one, some of the best people come from bad families because they know what it means to have a bad family. I don't really see how that makes any sense.
No kids. I want to be his first wife. Our children are going to be his only
that's
children.
actually that's you know what. That's the first reasonable thing she said. I can understand. There's a lot of people that don't want someone else's kids, or who don't want to
on the situation with children.
marry someone or with someone who's previously been married. that actually makes sense. I feel the same way.
Gotta look into the situation, because they can have children already, they can be of a certain age, and they can have a family with you. So you have to check and see that.
So that's the only reasonable thing she said so far.
No allergies.
Oh my, no allergies. Boys. Come on, boys, congregate. We're gonna have a little boys discussion only. Fuck it. If you're a girl, you're cool enough to watch this video, you're invited to. Come on over.
Thanks.
Listen, guys, we need to have a little bit of discussion here. We can't be fully Christian. We can say we are, but we can't go to church on Sundays. We can't have tattoos, even if we are forced to. Maybe there's a little bit of an exception there. We cannot be below 5'10". And remember, that is being generous. Now, we can't even have allergies. I mean, if someone coughs, how do you know that's allergies or not? Like, what are you gonna do? Be on a date and like the dude across from you coughs and she's like, did you just cough? Yeah, no, I'm good. I don't date guys with allergies. This has got to be one of the worst offenders of unrealistic cat mom loner whatever. Yeah, I don't even know what I'm saying. This is frying my brain so bad I can't even speak.
Has to like animals. I would prefer that he's a cat person, but if he's a dog person, that's okay.
I called it. What did I just say? I just said she is a cat woman. I called it. I'm telling you, I can identify it. I'm like Superman with laser eyes, but I can detect loner cat women. They're never gonna find
I'm a black cat woman, and we don't claim her.
Can you find?
Did you hear that sigh? She knows. Look at this. She knows she's never gonna find anyone.
How soon?
Wait till they hear 20 years, bro. He gonna scream. He gonna scream on that microphone, bro.
A week.
A week? That was a hard watch. Someone needs to tell her to go look in the mirror and explain to everybody how she deserves someone that has these high standards. And by the way, you can look all you want, this person does not exist. And for some miracle that he does exist, he's going to say no to you. Because what do you offer? You don't offer anything. And moreover, I would say pray for a miracle, but you don't take Christianity very seriously, do you? So you can't fucking do that on Sunday on church. So it's a matter of coincidence. It's not going to happen. She's going to be alone forever.
He didn't go in as hard as I thought he did.
40, 30 cats in 15 or 20 years.
And you know what's so deep? Women who are women matchmakers, women who talk to women are just throwing in the towel with women, with these unascended women. These unascended women are just, it's like, this is like the introduction video to tell you why I have, because the Divine Feminine School was for me. I actually had a playlist for myself that I listened to, took notes and stuff in my notebook with, that was for me. And then what happened was I shared it with y'all. And so now y'all are getting a part of what I be doing over here. And me feeling like it's time for me to talk about these things. So I got another video. Let's see what this is about.
Got a video pulled up from Man Guide. Another female dating coach quits. Even women admit other women are too picky.
Nice.
I get that same feeling when I'm with a woman who weighs less than 115 pounds. So I understand her.
I just want you guys to know,
there's
no way that I'm gonna date a man that makes under 200K a year.
See, this is bait. You're not gonna get me here. You can't get me. This is bait. This is fake. It can't be real. This is not an actual woman. I mean, it might be a real woman, but no chance she actually believes what she's saying here.
That don't even make no sense. I'm not trying to struggle. I can struggle by myself. Okay?
Don't test me today.
Why would I want to struggle with a man? So if you're not making 200K, you can't date me. You trying to date me? I only date millionaires, baby. Like,
Stop it. Stop it.
you better get it right. Too many times you had it wrong. Don't be in my inbox. Working where? Where you work? That's the only question I got. Where you work? Then I can decide.
I know you're not going to give me today. What does this say? Having high expectations from men because my dad spoils me to the core and has never said no to me in his life. Well, obviously this is an issue if her father is spoiling her to the core, as she puts it, and never said no to her in her life. That's a big issue. You're just raising kind of shitty people if they've never heard no in their life, whether it's a man or a woman. This just isn't going to be that great of a human being to be around. Nobody wants to be around a spoiled, entitled individual. What I do find interesting, though, is how I noticed women have a really big issue with men who want their woman, their girlfriend, their wife, to be similar to their mother and the nurturing aspect. What you'll notice, and what I've noticed, is that women have a very big issue with it. They'll always kind of preach, "I'm not your mother. I'm not going to be your mom. I'm not your mommy." But I do believe women actually want, and you can see a chick here saying that they actually do want their boyfriend or their husband to be like their father, and we never really make a big deal out of it because I understand it, but the same way women want the protection and the provision from a man similar to how her father gave that to her. Men would like women to be nurturing and loving and caring like their mother. But again, women and children are pretty much the only ones entitled to unconditional love. And so this is why women can go around just saying they'll never love a man the same way a mother loves her son, but they feel entitled to the same type of love from their boyfriend or husband that their father gave them, which I find interesting.
Okay, there are 8 million people in this city. Sounds like a lot, right? Half of them are women. So 4 million men. And then you gotta have some age limits. Let's say over 20,
keep it legal,
under 40.
keep it sexy.
Now it's a million.
Right. We're talking about a million guys.
But half of them are married. 10% are gay. I want someone college educated, not too ugly. So
There's your boyfriend.
I wish. He's gotta be taller than me. And he's gotta want kids.
That clip is how women start thinking and talking after they become single mothers at the age of 28, 29. When I grew up with a dad who could build, fix, solve anything, now I think every man I come across can do the same. I saw a tweet the other day, and it was from this guy. I think his name is Nuclear Caudil or whatever. And he said, what we're seeing a lot of is women are wanting the same things out of their boyfriends that their father has, but he acquired those things at 50, and they expect these guys to have these things at 25, which is very true. Because as you can see here, she grew up with a dad who could build, fix, solve anything. All right, understandable, but that guy was probably maybe in his 40s, 50s, maybe late 30s, perhaps when she was just birthed or whatever. And so now she expects those same qualities in a boyfriend, but the guy she's probably dating is like what, in his 20s, early 20s, late 20s. It's just a different animal. And isn't it funny how we see it again? We see a woman correlating father and her potential boyfriend, potential man she wants to be with. So once you understand that all these women want a father, they all want daddies, and it's very true. They do all want daddies. But I continue to find it funny how women have a really big issue with men wanting motherly qualities from their wife, from their girlfriend, wanting nurturing qualities. And then they'll always shame men. Oh, you want a mommy. I'm not your mother. If you want me to love you like your mother, it's not going to happen. And yet, here we are.
I'm on top, I ain't looking down. Only when I'm riding dick, when I'm looking out. Love pulling on his chains, missionary style. He like, baby, do your thing.
Alright, I saw one of my followers make a list of superficial dating requirements, so now I'm going to show you guys my list.
Hey man, I can already tell this is gonna be awful. And first off, you're not fooling anybody with this frame here. I see what you're doing here, lady. Cutting out half your arm. Look at those fingers. Alright, I'm not trying to attack her, but here's the thing. If you're gonna come on here, I can already see these superficial dating requirements you've got here. Height minimum, 5'10", blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna need you to be at a certain weight cap to start demanding these things. I can tell you got those porky fingers, alright? And those, your arms don't fit in this frame. I see what's going on here.
Disclaimer, this is my preference. Again, it is superficial. If you want to argue, go argue with your mother, not me. Minute at number.
There it is again. Go argue with your mother. Look at this. Stop it. Stop it. How much do you weigh? What's your height? I'm going to guess she's 5'3", 5'4", walking around, fucking 160 maybe. Look, man. You can't be out here making superficial dating requirements, weighing that much. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to attack this woman personally, so don't get mad at me, YouTube. But look, I mean, you see what I'm seeing, right? This is ridiculous.
Number one, I need you to be at least 5'10". Listen, I'm a short girl. I'm only 5'2", 5'3". And this is where the logic comes in with that.
5'2", 5'3". And, you know, that makes it a lot worse, actually.
I'm wearing 3-inch heels. I am almost 5'6". If you are 5'7", 5'8", you're only 2 inches taller than me. If I can look you eye level, immediate.
Man, all right, look at the hand. Look at the hand. We got to pause on this hand. I'm sorry.
Girl.
That doesn't look that bad there.
Only 5'2", 5'3". And this is where the logic comes in with that. If I'm wearing 3-inch heels, I am almost 5'6". If you are 5'7", 5'8", you're only 2 inches taller than me. If I can look you eye level,
Hey, man, you see that?
immediate.
That's Michelin hands. I'm sorry.
I don't want it. The difference between my height and your height when I'm wearing
Look at
heels,
those
it needs
hands.
to be at a long distance relationship. You need to be bigger than me. And this is what I mean by that. I like to go to sleep in my man's t-shirt. I want to be like, hey babe, pass me a t-shirt. And that t-shirt, I need to be swimming in it. If your clothes fit me like my own clothes, you might as well.
You know there's a way to make it to where you're swimming in that shirt, right? Maybe it's... Oh, no. Oh, no. Maybe it's not his problem.
I'll be borrowing my clothes at that point. It's not going to work for me. It's going to give me another ick. I need you to know how to dress, okay? Because I'm bougie. I go out to hella events. I like to show up, show out on occasion. And there's a time and place to dress like a bum, okay? And I don't need you to be embarrassing me. Number 4, you cannot be dating me and have bad teeth. I am a dentist. It is embarrassing if you do that.
You're not a dentist.
We have
You're not a dentist. Stop it. Maybe you're a dental assistant. You're not a dentist.
or Invisalign for straightening teeth. You don't even have to get the regular braces at this point. If you are collecting sneakers on a daily, you can be putting that money into monthly installments to fix your teeth. Also, please have good oral hygiene. I'm gonna need you to floss every day. Emphasis, every day. And to add to the teeth rule, if you're missing
Look, man, we got a 5'2" girl here, overweight. She admitted that she's bougie. She wants you to start putting payment installments on your teeth. Stop buying sneakers. My God, this is a real human being.
Oh Lord, wait. Oh Lord, wait. Did y'all peep how he knew she was fat? I didn't even catch that. Oh, he said, I see them fingers. I didn't even catch that.
These women are walking around. This is your everyday woman.
Your everyday unascended woman.
a tooth, goodbye. That means the decay was so bad, the tooth was non-restorable, and then you had to get it pulled. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. This might be a controversial take, but I tried to date blue-collar men, aka men that don't have any type of degree. I'm not with it. I want a white collar man. I have 3 degrees. I have my bachelor's, master's, and doctorate, so it kind of needs to make sense. Education is very important to me. I'm also Asian. It's instilled into my culture. I want you to at least have a bachelor's degree. It's a non-negotiable for me. Next point, provider mindset.
She likes a man with lots of debt. That's what she just said. I like men with debt and a paper that says they acquired that debt. Fascinating.
I'm going to need you to be making the same money as me or more. I'm going to only be dating in my tax bracket or higher, because let's be real, men that make less money than me, and unfortunately it's a lot of men, they're going to feel incompetent. They're going to feel inferior because their ego gets in the way.
Holy
I also want
shit.
to retire soon.
Oh my god. This is one of the most insufferable women I've ever fucking heard. Holy shit. I will never get over how interesting it is when these women apparently, hey, she says she's a dentist. She says she's making good money. Says she makes more money than most men. And yet she still wants a guy with a provider mindset. Well, why? What's the point? You're making all this money. So you just want to keep saving and storing away your money. All this other guy is just paying for everything. What's the point? If you want a provider and you want a guy to do all this providing, he's going to want something in return. And I would guess it's not going to be information about teeth. He's probably going to want you to be at home. He's probably going to want you to be there when he comes home to cook for him and keep things clean around the house and be a woman. I simply don't understand women who make all this money and then they go and say, oh, but I want a provider. Why would this provider guy, why would he want to provide for you? That is an interesting thing. They make all this money. They go through all this school. They spend all this time and money into getting a degree and becoming, in this instance, apparently, a dentist. I don't believe everything I hear on the internet. She looks awfully young to be a dentist, but I could be off. Anyways, she did all this to still want a man to provide for her? But you don't need a man though, right? I'm sure she said that plenty of times in her life. I don't need a man. And I guarantee that's what she's thinking. She'll be like, I want a guy to provide for me, but I want him to know I don't need him. Why would he sign up for that? Oh, you don't need me. That's great. How awesome is that to hear as a man? I don't need you, but I want you. I don't need you to pay for everything, but I want you to.
These are my requirements for dating. Moving forward, I want the password to your phone, the password to all of your social media accounts. I want to know that I am the only woman that you are pursuing. Even through the hard times, you're not seeking validation on Instagram, Snapchat, or paying $9.99 to some ratchet hoe on OnlyFans. My body will be the only body that you want to see naked, or we're not going to be together. If I'm not enough for you, we're done. Capiche? Capuche.
I mean, what if I don't want to live the way you live?
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Andrea. Everybody wants this.
If he ain't paying, he ain't staying. Period. If you are a grown woman and you're dealing with a grown man who has his hand out at bill paying time,
I'm so glad she came across it. Y'all know I'm so happy. I'm so happy to see her face.
Here we
Let's
have another
go.
woman who is clearly overweight, demanding the world. Yo, these clips are out of this world. I'm gonna lose my mind listening to these bitches. What the man? What is going on?
you with the wrong one. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Broke men always think you want their money. What money? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Ladies, if you have to make excuses for your men instead of bragging on them, you got the wrong one. Okay? You need to wake up. You shouldn't have to make excuses every time someone asks you about your man and your relationship status and your financial status. That is not how it goes. If you have a man, a grown man that you're sleeping with, all you should be able to do is brag on him about how he did this for you, how he's helping you do that, how he makes you feel so good, how he does this for you, how he makes you feel like you're the best woman ever. That's all you should be talking about. You should be making excuses for him, like, well, he didn't come home last night because of this, or, well, he's having a hard time right now. And
hello, this is Rebecca Lynn Pope coming on real quick. You guys know that I have been swamped lately, but I promised I would come on and just share my viewpoints on why women are just, many women, I'm not going to say all women, but many women are very, very unrealistic about their standards for men, dating, and marriage. So I'm going to give my opinion on this, and now listen, girls, I'm about to be very raw, I'm about to be very real, I'm about to just shoot it to you as just straight as I can, because I'm hoping that this helps somebody.
Ascended woman, that's why I'm here for you. This is why I'm here for you. The ascended woman, all ascended women in attendance in this class today, right now in this very moment, or whatever frequency and time that you're here. This is why I'm here and others are here. We have to separate ourselves from these women. We have to walk around as royalty. We have to. I know it sounds extreme, because I'm going to get me one. I'm definitely going to get me a crown. It's a cap. It's a certain type of cap we wear in New York City. We call it a crown, right? I'm going to fucking get one, because we need to start wearing these and walking around with these. We have to have a certain aura, attire, something about us. We got to separate from the unascended woman. We got to get her the fuck away from us. She is a problem. Pick Misha, Mammy, the unascended woman. She don't deserve us. She don't deserve to be in our spaces, man.
Not gonna like that.
Because as you girls know, I'm a matchmaker. And for a large part of the end of last year and the beginning of this year, I stopped matchmaking.
Imagine you're making a living solely matchmaking for women, and they have become so entitled that you have to change careers. It's not like there's a shortage of single women, there's a surplus. Yet, they're acting like they're the last women on the planet, and they still don't understand that even if they were the last women on the planet, most men chose nothing over them, which is very telling on how hard dating is in the West. And this video is several years old now, so even less entitlement than currently.
And the reason I stopped matchmaking is because I literally was being, I can't handle female clients. I was a matchmaker that matched females, and I had a few male clients, but predominantly I was matching women. And listen, it was such a valuable lesson for me, because what I learned is that the average woman doesn't really want just a good man. She doesn't want a husband. What she's really wanting are these standards or ideas that she has of what a man is supposed to be. But this is nothing what men are. This is not realistic for who men are, how they think, what they value. It's just this preconceived, idea that women have of who men should be. But this is not reality, okay? So literally, the standards here that I see consistently in women that stay single, do not get married, and the difference between women and wives. The second standard is this: you're comparing good men to, I can't say this, F-boys. I'm just gonna say it. You're comparing good men to the men that you've experienced previously who were not ready to be husbands, that you were just dating, messing around with. I mean, literally, there's a distinct difference between marriage material, men who are ready to be husbands, and these F-boys that you've been messing around with in and out of these situationships with for years. And so now you have this standard for a man and a husband based on these dudes that have just been playboys, fun, boy toys, whatever you want to call it, girls, okay? You can call it whatever you want.
The unascended woman has an arrested development. She's a kid. She's a girl.
But now you set this standard to say he's supposed to look like this, he's supposed to act like that. Oh, you know what? He's too corny. He likes me too much. Yeah, because the men that you were messing with, you weren't even the only one. They don't text you right back. They don't call you right back because they have 8 more just like you.
And a lot of times what happens with these women she's talking about is like they'll come out of these situationships where nothing was really established. It wasn't really like declared that, oh, this is just fun, or no, we're actually trying to move along and get into a relationship. So these women will come out of these situationships and then they'll eventually come across a guy who will treat them well, who's a good guy, makes his intentions clear, maybe shows some availability. And these women won't know how to act because they've been so damaged that when they do come across a man and he treats her right, they don't like it. They don't know how to react. They don't know how to respond. So this is a big problem because they quite literally have so much baggage and damage. And this is the paradox of experience. Women will go around thinking that men should want to date a woman who is very experienced and has a lot of experience in life and in dating. And now she really knows what she wants because she's been with so many men in the past and she's really been able to figure out what she doesn't want. So now she knows what she does want. And women will think that men are supposed to want these types of women who are on paper very experienced in the dating world. The problem is they come with so much baggage. They become so jaded and they become so accustomed to men not treating them well, only kind of stringing them along and leading them along for sex. When they finally come across a guy who is a good guy and shows and reciprocates interest, yeah, they simply don't know how to react because they're so damaged. And when men hear things like this, you're the first guy that's treated me right. You're the first guy that's been so nice to me. My God, that is a huge red flag. That is something you do not want to hear as a man. And unfortunately, it's so fucked up that that's a bad thing to hear from a chick. Because in a perfect world, you would want to hear that. But with these modern women and their abundance of options and men on dating apps, on these Instagram DMs, likes, comments, direct messaging on even on Facebook, all these applications, even when they go out, men are approaching them. They have so many men coming to them and they're being encouraged to be so promiscuous and sleep around. And by the time they're in their 20s, they have so much male experience. They've slept with a weird amount of men. They've been approached. They're constantly being approached online and offline. So when they come across a guy who isn't...
Let me tell men something that's listening to this show. When a woman carries herself a certain type of way, she does not get approached like that. When you carry yourself a certain way out here, you don't have a bunch of men approaching you. A bunch of men approaching you is not a good thing. That means they think that you're dumb. A bunch of men approaching you. Yeah. No.
Reciprocating interest and isn't necessarily treating them all that great, well, they kind of gravitate towards those men. So as a modern day man, you kind of have this dilemma here. It's, do you emulate that behavior? Do you treat them well? And what you'll see here is this female matchmaker is probably telling these women, you need to stop going after those men who are making you chase them. You need to stop going after those men who aren't reciprocating interest or who are coming off as unavailable. And you need to start going with the men who are good men, who are treating you right, letting their intentions known. But that is what you would expect in an ideal world. But that isn't the world we live in nowadays. Maybe it was decades ago. Hard for me to say. But certainly nowadays things are very different, man. And specifically in the early stages of dating, it's a scientific fact. There's been studies that have shown this, but women are more attracted to men whose feelings are unclear. Now, I don't know if that's how it's always been, but maybe it has been. But just take that information with what you will. Women are more attracted to men whose feelings are unclear. And I would say that's specifically in the beginning. Because once you get into a relationship, the feelings are obviously clear. The feelings are obviously mutual. Attraction is obviously reciprocated because you both are willing to get into a relationship. So mutual attraction is assumed. But when it comes to the beginning and the dating process, does seem that women are going to be more attracted to men whose feelings are unclear. And I would agree, or I would bet that this female matchmaker would also say the same.
Being a good woman. So I'm thinking these women just want to marry. These women just want a good man.
What's
Nah,
with all the
boo,
cutting?
that's not what they wanted. What they want is, if I'm going to pay this money, I want me a Michael Ealy. I want me a Boris Kojo. Well, look, boo, Boris Kojo's married. Last time I checked, Idris Elba's taken. These men are such a small percentage of the population. Do you guys understand?
What these women don't understand about those men, they have women that have helped them build themselves to where they are, just like I used the LL Cool J example. See, if we're going to go for my lesbians, right? If we go for like a Lena Waithe, we know what Lena Waithe started with, but we could clearly see that wasn't going to work out. But what Lena Waithe has now, she has someone she can build with. So she's going to be with Cynthia for a long time. Even if they do not last, her and Cynthia are still going to have some connection to each other. I don't think they're not going to last. But I'm saying, like, she has someone she can build with. Because honestly, to me, like, since she's been with Cynthia, it seemed like it's been like more happening for her. Like, she has the longest running Black network, like the longest running Black TV show. Like, she's honored for that right now. Eight seasons. And so Shonda would have had it, but Shonda is international. Shonda's smart, you know. So Shonda is the Black woman who has the longest TV network running right now. That's who Shonda is. Lena Waithe is the Black TV show that has been running for the longest, because she's outdid the past. All the Black TV shows from the past, she's outdone that. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's making the ancestors very proud. But the point is, she's with somebody that's helping her build, and these men are with women who help them build.
That for a man to be over 6'2" is less than 3% of the population. And we're talking all men around the world. Less than 3% of the population. Now you take out the gay guys, and you take out the guys that are not Black or whatever race specific that you prefer.
So it sounds like a lot of her clients are Black women. And yeah, it does seem like they are also extremely delusional. My goodness.
Your husband to be, and you take out the men that are broke, and you take out the players, the men who are just not ready, and who are not ready to get married, aren't even looking for a wife, don't want that responsibility yet. Think about these numbers. Less than 3%, less than 14% of the entire American male population is over 6 foot. Less than 14%, and that's all the married men and the men in prison, all of them, girls. So you're sitting around here like, oh, he's got to be 6 foot, and he's got to look like this, and he's got to make 6 figures or 7 figures. When you start at just height alone, do you hear the percentage that I just gave you on just height? Just height. And if you add in what he looks like looking like Idris and making money like this and that, honey, look, you looking for the come up for real, because I don't know where he's at.
I would also like to know what these women look like. These women making all these demands.
We all want to know what
If it's
these.
anything like the first couple clips in this video, they're probably overweight. They don't really have much room to be making demands. You're not really in a good position. You don't really have much leverage here. So for just women overall in the U.S., more than 4 in 10 U.S. women are obese. This is 2016. I would imagine it's worse. But in recent years, women have surged ahead, and now just over 40% of women are obese compared to 35% of men. So America itself is very overweight, very obese. But it does seem that women are literally taking the cake when it comes to being more overweight or obese than men.
Americans the size of
I was matchmaking. I would be like, man, I would go find these incredible men, and they would be like, oh, I would never date him. I'm like, I just went and found a freaking pilot, ex-Falcons player. Are you serious?
Whoa.
But he don't look. It's like he's gotta be perfect. But you're not perfect. You got issues and unresolved issues, and you got a temper, and you're bossy, and you're controlling, and men don't even like to be around you long term. You run everybody away. You think you're so much the it.
We got to talk about that part. Black women got nasty fucking attitudes. Black women got nasty attitudes, disgusting attitudes.
That you're bougie and vain and stuck up, and men don't like it, and you wonder why you can't keep a man. You wonder why nobody wants to be around you.
Yeah, I mean, she nailed it there at the end. It's just like you're making all these demands, but what do you offer? You're like the opposite of a person that could be making these demands. You're entitled. You self-declare that you are bougie, bratty, overweight, probably. Ran through. Maybe you got a child. You're not feminine, not friendly. Yeah. Anyways. Hey man, it's probably quite a profitable business to get into as a female matchmaker. But if you want to lose your sanity, then you probably shouldn't do it. Sometimes when I make these videos, I feel like I myself am losing my sanity listening to those first girls and those couple of clips. But
All right, let's go.
I guess we had to
go this way. This whole show took a turn. I had 2 other videos I wanted to show y'all, but I guess I could say.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. If you're new here, I'm Courtney Ryan, and today we have a TikTok that I think can teach us a lot of different things.
Man, I said I could never really be with a beta type man. I specifically used the word doormat. I said I would chew them up and spit them out. And her response was, well, I married that type of man. She was saying that, men really like a soft woman, and I should try some of these vision board journaling, meditating type of things. We're never going to be that type of person. She also said that she could...
Okay, so what she's not looking for is a beta type man or a doormat, and she says, I would chew them up and spit them out. This type of language is not attractive. Right off the bat here, I'm sensing some red flags just through the language that she's using. I think someone who says, I would chew them up and spit them out, that's just not attractive. And I wouldn't even say that it's just men who don't want that in women, right? I think the way she goes on to describe herself and just this whole thing in general, I don't think anyone would want a partner like that. We don't even need to put a gender on it. Something I've noticed is people who refer to other people as alpha or beta, non-ironically, in their real casual language, or who says things like I would chew them up and spit them out, is not someone that I would personally want to be dating or marrying. So I just want to say that. We'll continue though.
She could sense I had some walls up.
Not that I'm trying to play her. I do want to hear what men have to say. I do. I want to hear what men have to say. Because these are not better in simps. So, um, okay, so we got an elder and we got an older person here. Okay, let me just see. I see the faces. Okay, responding to her most toxic. He looks like he's a fucking simp. A woman teaches being mean to men will get you further in relationship. Okay, we not doing him. Okay, hold on. Let's go. We're gonna go to them because they're old. There's an elder here, and then there's a young man. So it looks like a father dad mix right here.
What it do? It's your boy, Unlimited D. You know what I'm saying? We back with another one. Today, I think that this will be a great dynamic. So let's go ahead and get right into it. So start it off.
Oh, he's sending you money, Joey. Oh, Jeanette, thank you for the super sticker. Sprinkle, sprinkle. How long should you date someone before marrying them? You should date them long enough for them to invest in you, to let you quit your job, to be a total provider for you, so that they can prove to you that
you see. Like what? Quit your job.
You're able to be a stay-at-home mom if you choose to, without them fixing their lips to ask you to go to work ever. You need to make sure they can totally provide for you in a family, because that's what it's going to turn into. Okay? So however long that takes for you to get him to understand that you ain't working, and he better be able to pay all the bills with them kids, that's how long. And at least you're the age of 25. I say that's a good age. Don't marry any younger than that. Make sure he's old enough to be financially responsible. Uh-oh, all these unmarried men in here talking about marriage that no one will ever say I do, because the ring won't ever be big enough. Why are these dusties in here talking about marriage when no one will even say yes to them? Because they won't even be able to buy a diamond ring. Y'all are so concerned with marriage but can't afford an engagement ring. Y'all are so concerned with marriage but can't even afford a wedding. So I don't understand. Why is that your number one concern when you can't even afford to get married, sir? They talking about money they don't even got.
I want y'all to pay attention to something here, right? Notice how attentive these men are listening. He got his hands crossed. He balling off a fist. He's respecting. I don't know this show, but I'm just saying. To say what's what, but notice how quiet and how much they're listening. How much, and look in their eyes. Look how they're observing her. Like they're observing everything. They're observing that background. They're looking at how she looks. They're looking at her hair. They're looking at everything.
Don't nobody want to marry you at the courthouse with a dust diamond? Sprinkle, sprinkle.
Okay. So that's a lot to take in. That's a lot to take in. So I'll start it off, right? Basically, I do agree with her on the part where you shouldn't get married until you are financially stable enough to be able to take care of a family. And I think that is on both sides. Absolutely. I think in today's time right now, looking at the dynamic of, everybody wants, the equal rights, you know what I'm saying? Everybody wants equality. Right. There are women in the workforce and they're doing great things. I think that women are doing great things for the community, and I think that's a beautiful thing. But I think from her dynamic is she's looking at it from more of she's looking at it from like Martin Luther King's time.
Well, here's the thing. In my opinion, the women that are in the workforce and they're making decent money, those women don't typically, they don't typically look for a man to retire them. they okay with if it comes down to being 50-50. Not saying that I agree with that, but I'm at a different stage in life. However, I know plenty of successful marriages that it was 50-50, and the marriage is so successful to the extent that these people have been married for over 30 plus years, and they've acquired a massive amount of wealth.
Yeah.
So this whole thing that a man should do it all by himself. If a man can't afford to retire a woman, well, that's just nonsense, because not every man is going to be, not in today's society. See, women keep losing focus that we're in different times.
Yeah.
Listen, only 10% of men is gonna make.
Men were able to do that because if you look at people from Boomer and Gen X time, like elder Gen Xers, they are filled. I remember I had this conversation before with somebody I was in a relationship with, and we both were talking about how like a lot of people in that era, they are certified in so many things. They have certification and degrees in so much, and it's like, how are they able to have access to all of that stuff in those times? We can't even have access to half of that. We do have access to certification degrees and stuff, but they have, like, if you look at their resume is lit.
100,000 or better, only 10%. And then when you start talking about 300,000, that's only 3%. So the average guy that is walking the street, he's probably making between $35,000 to $40,000. Now, if he's working like local government, like law enforcement, probably 60, 70. But the women nowadays don't want those guys because they say government workers are brokers.
Okay, let's look at this then. I would say Martin Luther King's time, because back in those times, right, you had a dynamic where there was still racism going on, and the men would go out and provide for the women because it was dangerous for them to be outside, because you don't want your wife out there getting attacked. We know what happened to Rosa Parks.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? She was out, and
that's a good point. I don't even mention that point.
Thank you, Rosa Parks, for doing what you did. Absolutely. But they attacked Rosa Parks just for being outside. You feel me? There was many women that were attacked, and the men would just go outside and handle business. I think back in those times, if you look at the dynamic, why the women would stay home with the kids and they would work, because they didn't have the equal rights. But now, in today's time, we're dealing with inflation. You know what I'm saying? We have 6.1 interest rates. So if you want to buy a property at a 6.1 interest rate, just back in was it 2022, I just bought a property, and my property out on the West Coast is at a 2.5 interest rate.
Right.
But then I just bought a property this year, right?
Right.
And it's a 6.1.
Right.
So looking at the difference, if I'm paying $3,000 a month on top of utilities, well,
it's not sustainable.
It's not sustainable.
Not in today's time.
Not in today's time. Now my property out there, that's leased out. Somebody else is enjoying the luxury of being able to live with a 2.1, which is about $1,900.
Well, this is my problem with the situation. What she's talking about is a woman that basically is at the finish line waiting for you to put in all your hard work, years of working, because I totally believe that when you're young, you put in the work, so when you get to be my age, you can sit by.
Let me talk to my divine feminines right now. This is an oracle level of talking right here for the Patreon temple people. As a woman with spiritual depth, you bring the blessings into somebody's life. You add to their life. So if they have a construction business, who you are is going to add to their life. You have the wisdom. You have that energy to help them get to that next level of that business. And when that happens, they know that about you. That's why they keep you there. That's why you become number one. That's why you become the one that they put on a pedestal. That's why you become even their wife. As a divine feminine, you understand that, okay, this is where I'm at with what I have, and this is what you have. But I know when we come together, we build leverage together. That's the power of the divine feminine. These other women are being completely lazy, and they're teaching women laziness. They're mixing it up. They're trying to teach laws of attraction, spirituality, and laziness all in one, right? And honestly, at this point, if if she's not a divine feminine, if she's not in tune, if she doesn't have spiritual depth, she's not the woman to talk to. Notice how that matchmaker, I know I didn't touch on it much, but notice how that matchmaker was speaking from a divine feminine perspective to help this woman, or she tried to, and that woman just couldn't connect with anything that woman was saying, because that woman has men that she knows is looking for a divine feminine woman. And the thing is, with that particular Penelope woman, she ain't there yet. I know she kept saying Bart, 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 right? And I wish we could have saw who what Bart looked like, but she was trying. You see what I'm saying? And that woman still was not capturing what she was trying to put down.
You can enjoy the fruits of your labor. So this woman, man, she's lost touch with reality in the sense that, you know, you want a man to work hard to retire a woman, but she wasn't with him on the ground while he was working and in the trenches. She was nowhere around.
Exactly.
She just been at the finish line waiting with all them bodies that she done caught,
right,
all the trauma that she done sustained, all the things that she can't unsee. So I would ask this: does a woman like that deserve a guy who done put in the hard work in the trenches to say, okay, yeah, you know, I'm gonna pay for this extravagant wedding, I'm gonna drop $14,000-$15,000 on a ring, and it sounds like to me $15,000 is that's kind of cheap. She probably want a $40,000 ring from the way she talking.
Well, I mean, if we look at the real dynamic, if we're speaking tradition, because everybody keeps going back to tradition, and they're saying that a traditional man is supposed to provide for his family, right?
Right.
And I absolutely agree with that.
Absolutely.
I believe we absolutely agree with
Absolutely.
that. But traditionally, which I'm going to pull it up for you all, right? And it says that the bride's family is supposed to pay for the wedding.
And I agree. That is what tradition calls for, because that's the way it's always been. The bride's family always paid a dowry, right? Paid a dowry to, you know, to the other, you know, whether it be a wedding or whatnot, but maybe not like a dowry, because I think a dowry is more or less what the, because in Africa, before you marry one of those women, you got to pay a fee. It's like a dowry.
You got to give a couple goats and some
couple goats,
chickens
right.
and
And
some cows.
You know, I hear tell Americans that marry, you know, women from, you know, that part of the country, they ain't not getting no goats. They hitting their pockets at like 15, 20,000 because they know American got it.
And my thing is, I'm just trying to understand where this dynamic of is the man's supposed to pay for the wedding, because technically, that's not what it says.
No,
traditionally.
No, that's not what it says.
Now, if y'all don't got it, you know what I'm saying, if the family don't got it, and you don't got it, but I do have it,
right,
then you know what I'm saying, I think that it's fair to say that, you know what I'm saying, I'll cover it. But I don't think that paying for this super extravagant wedding that's only going to be for one day, I get it that it's special, but we got our whole life to do a million things. You know what I'm saying? Because think about it, if a person is going broke over a wedding, like how's your living situation looking?
Listen, I'll tell you 100% right, because I've only been married once, but the time I got married, and let me tell you, we had it looked extravagant, but it didn't cost that much. We got it done for, you know, probably around about $1,000. But you're right. Her dad was supposed to pay for the wedding. He didn't. So we had to wind up, you know, my dad contributed some money, and we wound up paying for it ourselves. But I'll be honest with you, you said something at the start of this that it makes a whole lot of sense. You should not be getting married until you at a certain place, especially with women saying that they want you to retire them. They don't, you know, they're not going to do no 50-50. So you need to make sure that your finances are in place, because when I got married, I was dusty. I was broke. I mean, I was broke.
And look, and what I've learned is at this point in life, because I've been married once, right? You know, COVID happened, a lot of things happened, you know. And I would say I had to end it early based off of a couple different factors, which, you know, life goes on. But looking at the dynamic of it, her parents paid for the wedding.
Wow.
Because traditionally, over in the European culture, they're still following tradition.
Right. Right. That's true. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. But not in this country. We don't follow tradition in this country. We just don't. I mean, okay, I'm not going to say that we don't, because we have relatives that follow tradition, because our relatives, you know,
old school.
Right.
They're
My
old school.
sister and brother-in-law paid for their daughter's wedding. Right? And they had a night, and let me tell you, it wasn't no cheap wedding either.
It was very nice. I was there.
So we both
the
were.
ring bearer.
Exactly. So my thing is that to say that not everybody follows tradition is not true, because my sister and her husband saw the value in following tradition.
And you know what? That brings me to a topic, because that's my aunt and uncle, right? They've been married for how long?
Man, I would say 35 plus years.
And we would say that they're very, very successful, right?
Very successful. And very wealthy.
And they did it together.
Right.
They did it together. It wasn't a one-sided thing.
Right.
They did it together.
They built together and they prospered together.
They built together and prospered together. So to think, which, you know, I get it. You know what I'm saying? Usually after a man gets to a certain...
The unassended woman doesn't understand that. She doesn't have she's very short-sighted. She's very shallow. She's everything Robert Greene talks about in Human Nature, the 12 laws of human nature. Very short-sighted, very fickle. I'm telling y'all what's going on here. Shira 7 is a woman who's a spiritual woman. She's a practitioner, right? That's obvious. She went into regular smegular world of people, and she said, here are the laws of attraction. Here's the universal, here's the nature of the male species and the female species, and I'm teaching you how you can get what you can get, right? And she's not wrong in the sense of that. And there's other women too. The thing is, you're talking to these unascended women, they're not really capturing what it all means. They don't understand what it means to be a woman, to receive and not be the one that's doing everything to take, in the sense of when it comes to dealing with the male species, right? Or the masculine energy. And because of that, this is why everything's so convoluted. And see, what they're talking about is simple ass shit that we all get. But the unascended woman doesn't get that. She just has it in her mind, I'm supposed to have. She doesn't even understand, like, you are devalued the moment you have all these children and different baby fathers. You're devalued the moment, like, there's things that devalues you. I don't want to go hard on living in the projects. It's just about how you live in that projects. It's about how you living in that small apartment or even your house. It's so much more than that. Men are displaying a much more mature and intelligent way of dating over women, and this shit is very sad. And the reason it's gotten so delusional more with these women, because the women always said they wanted them tall, dark, and handsome. That was never not the case. It's gotten more delusional because the unascended woman has gotten a hold of spiritual information and she's corrupting its meaning. And then there's other layers to it as well of her perception of who she is as a woman.
They want to go and find that woman that they really care about because, you know, they put in all the work and they feel like, you know, I need my companion.
Right.
But if you're not going to do it together, I look at it like you have to at least provide value.
Right. Yes. Absolutely.
Like somehow, some value has to get provided, and it can't just be sex. Because if I look at it from the dynamic of, they expect me to, some people, not everybody, because I've met very humble individuals, but they expect you to pay for the meals, which is too easy. You know what I'm saying? That's light work.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Like, it's nothing to pay for a meal.
Well, you said it's nothing to pay for a meal, but now the women nowadays, they say unless you spend about, you know, $200 to $500, you know, that's not really a date.
Let me jump on that. First of all, I take myself out to eat all the time. I've been doing it for years now. Okay, I even even while I was in a relationship, I took myself out to eat a lot. And I can tell you that the most you spend just by yourself is 50 something dollars. Okay, and that's including the tip. All right, and I tip. You know, I'm one of those. If it's good, they're gonna get like a $5 tip out of me. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you have to start doing these things and doing what you want for yourself. Because see, I don't have to talk like this to the divine feminine. She already does that. Because when you do that, I'm telling you, you won't be impressed by going out to eat. Like I told you, you can go feed the homeless. It's really not that deep. It's like, it's more meaningful to sit down at a bar and talk to somebody over it doesn't even have to be alcohol. It could be a virgin Shirley Temple. You can sit back and behind a restaurant in the back outside, you know what I'm saying, and just maybe have an appetizer and just talk. The purpose of the date is to talk, to get to know each other, to get acquainted. Not an interview, not a fucking audition, not a performance. It's to authentically sit down with each other in a public space and get to know each other. That's it. That has been lost. Something as simple as that has been lost.
No, I feel like at that point, then it's delusional. Because I've met some very amazing women. And you know what I'm saying? A nice meal, shoot, we go to, you know, Bahama Breeze, Cheesecake Factory. You know what I'm saying? They say Cheesecake Factory is low budget, but damn, Cheesecake Factory be hit.
That's what they say.
And it's good.
Cheesecake Factory is low budget.
You know, we might even go to, I don't know if they still have Giotto's, but I love hibachi. Everybody likes hibachi.
Oh, man. Oh, yes.
You know what I'm saying? What's wrong with hibachi?
Listen, what's wrong with going to get some steak hibachi and going to the beach?
Oh, that's a nice view.
See, look what the elder said. Now, look, also go into like 5-star restaurants and stuff like that. It's about the food. Okay? It's about the ambiance, of course. But it's like, I'll go to a Gordon Ramsay restaurant because I want to try his fucking Wellington. You know? I want to go try Gordon Ramsay's Wellington. You know, that's what that's for. It's for that experience of something, you know, or you go to a celebrity type of restaurant because you want to experience something. You know, I mean, I'm from New York City. I walk past so many 5-star restaurants. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, again, it's like these women are showing you their quality of life and how much they get out and how much they don't. You get what I'm saying?
And then just having a conversation.
At sunset and having a conversation and you getting to know this person.
You know, I was even telling Pops here, I was like, you know, the dynamic of it is, instead of us looking at it from like, oh, the man has to spend this, if you really want to see how genuine a person is, don't go out anywhere. Just go to the beach.
Right.
And go and have a nice sunset conversation and see if you can connect, if your mindsets are connected. Because you really don't have to spend money or funds in order to see if somebody is a genuine person. Because think about it, if I go out and spend $200 on you off rip, and then you say, you know what, I don't like you.
Right.
And that's perfectly fine.
Right.
If I chose to simp and spend $200 just off
Right.
to try and woo you,
Right.
I think that's more simpish behavior.
Oh, absolutely.
I think that's very simpish behavior.
Let me jump in right quick. So here's the thing. All you young men up under the sound of my voice.
Let me before the elders speak. Let me say this. I want you divested black women to look past what you see. This is still a male species. Now I think that the non-black male species, I think they're funny. That's why I like watching their shit, because their shit is absolutely hilarious, hysterical. But the thing with here is that what no, let me get my words together. I once had a situation with a guy. What was he? He was non-black. He was offering to take me out. And he started mentioning like this big ass plate of food. It's like, hey, I'll buy you lobster. I'll buy you steak, and we can eat this. And I was just like, whoa, that's a lot of goddamn food. I don't want to eat all that damn food. Like, like that was a turn off for me. And one guy was like, yo, he don't even know you. I was like, right, he don't even know me. And he want to spend all this shit on me. That's crazy. So for me, I was just like taken aback by that. But again, that's because I take myself out.
Listen good. If you are interested in a young woman, young lady, and like my son just said, if she's not willing to get to know you at the beach, the park, somewhere safe, somewhere, kind of private, exclusive, but you don't know this person, so I understand you want safety concerns. Because I think that's why women, will prefer to go out to eat because, safety concerns.
There. That makes perfect sense.
But I understand it too, but what's wrong with going to eat at the Cheesecake Factory?
I don't think there's anything.
Nothing's right. So, all you young men, if you choose to take them out to dinner, that's fine. But if they start saying the Cheesecake Factory is no good, Chili's ain't no good, well, you know what? That's probably not the woman for you. And you probably should go on ahead and just, eat, you need to go ahead and just let her kick it to the curb.
And this is what makes me feel like these people have never really been in a solid relationship. Because when you're in a relationship, you go to random places together that you share. You can go to a place where y'all get a slice of pizza. And that's a place where y'all have a good time because y'all probably watch, it's something, it's entertaining, or the people there and you laugh, you know what I'm saying? Or you see an old friend or somebody who works there that you know. Like, you build these little memories with each other while you're in the relationship. It don't be all this restaurant stuff. If you've actually been in a relationship, then you know what I'm talking about.
She ain't the one for you.
And look at it like this. I will tell y'all, everybody has a different dynamic of life. And you got to understand that there's different levels to this. So, if you're dealing with a high-tier man and she's a high-tier woman, then 9 times out of 10, you might have to spend a little bit of extra money because that's what's expected.
Absolutely.
So that's why I would say date in your tier.
Yes.
Date within your tier.
Yes.
Stop trying to date these, because I don't want to call people high sedity. It's just there's tiers to it. Because you got to understand a super wealthy man, right, probably isn't going to go and pick somebody up off the street to date them. 9 times out of 10, and a high tier woman probably isn't going to go and pick a homeless man off the street.
Right.
But if you're damn near at that level, you probably should date within your standards because the truest love I think I ever seen, Pops. I seen a couple sleeping under a tree when I was going to look to find a fourplex. I was trying to buy a fourplex, and I seen them on a bed under a tree.
Wow.
And they looked happily in love, holding each other.
Wow.
So
that's crazy.
Were
they homeless?
They were homeless.
Wow.
So, and I've seen 2 people walking on the highway while I was driving, and they were holding their hands on the highway because you know what? That's real love.
Right.
Because they were dating within their tier, and they realized the level that they were at, and they chose to be in love.
Right.
But if you want a certain standard, You have to date within your tier.
Listen, but that's the problem though. Every woman thinks that she's a 10. So you have women that are, just utterly delusional, thinking that, well, I'm a bit, unfit, bit overweight, and, kind of got a bad attitude. And then you think a guy who, is wealthy, doing well for himself, I mean, what is he supposed to do with that? You think he's going to put up with that? No, it's probably not. It's probably not.
And I think that brings us to the topic of who were we watching earlier? Anthony.
Anton Daniels.
And he said, and let's go ahead and hit on the dudes on this one. What did he say? He said if you're past like a certain age and you're not at a certain level.
No, that was Big Ward.
Oh, Big Ward.
Yeah, Big Ward. Big Ward. That's yeah.
So that's why I say
we gotta look him up from Alabama.
I had enough of them. They put me to sleep.
He be dropping some science, man.
They put me to sleep, bro. These niggas put me to sleep. Okay. Alright, we ain't doing that. We not doing that. I was trying to find. I tolerated enough looking at their faces. Two dudes in the car, they look. I don't want to say that, but I was trying to find. I think a lot of non-black men don't really respond because they don't ever want to come off. They stay in their lane. Oh, okay. Hold on. I'm gonna go up to this one right here because I want to see what Penelope, what's going on in her home. This is all recent. This is 3 months ago.
Hello.
Well, hello. So nice to finally meet you in person.
It's nice to meet you.
How are you doing?
Here's the gift.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, okay. Are you?
So Penelope looks Mormon. What the fuck does she have on? Oh no. What the fuck does Penelope have on? Oh wow. I did not. Wow. Is this what she walks around looking like?
A hugger? Can I hug you?
I am a hugger.
Yes. Oh.
She's so
okay. Penelope. Oh well, just a pleasure meeting you. May I come in?
Yes, come in.
Thank you so much.
May I offer you candy?
Those look like cough drops.
Right, that's cough drops.
Yes. Okay. No, I'm good. Thank you, though.
You're welcome.
Yes. I love your refrigerator.
Yes. So I will say I don't own this. I rent this.
Okay.
It came furnished.
Uh-huh.
So really none of this is mine.
Okay. Okay.
My cousin.
Yes.
And she found out about what I'm doing with you.
Yeah.
And anyway, she had a friend that was like, let me come over and decorate. And I live alone, obviously. I only have one plate, one bowl. So she said, you've got to have things set up as if there's going to be two people.
Yeah. Well, eventually would be the goal.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's why I have 2 mugs.
Okay.
But I still only have one plate, one bowl, etc.
Period.
But when I have coffee in the morning, I pour 2 cups of coffee and I sit here. And then I just imagine someone sitting there.
You imagine it. Okay. Do you mind if I shut the door? It's a little chilly.
Please.
Okay. All right. So we.
Can I offer you a candy?
Penelope, you throw me off with things. Just as we have been working together on Zoom, the importance of being in your home and seeing who you are and how you live and how you think and how you decorate. And I know you're saying that you did not.
I honestly have been waiting. This is how it was decorated.
Yes.
I've been waiting until I make managing partner or until I get married to decorate.
Okay. Oh gosh. We have so much to talk about. This is really good.
And I haven't been here that long.
Okay. So literally your friends, your family,
it's a friend of my cousin.
Okay. Decorated this for you. And so we have Be Mine and XOXO and the hearts. You have the most fruit, I have to say. Now, did they bring the fruit or is this your fruit?
That's what I eat. I'm very fruit based. I'm very smoothie based.
Yeah.
So, so basically that's pretty much my diet right there that you're looking at.
Wow. Okay.
And I have,
so I have vitamin C.
I have my smoothies all set in my freezer.
Oh, yeah.
Ready to go.
Wow, you do. Okay. Oh, I would be gentle with that. Yep.
I might have to call my landlord about that. And then, well, if you want to see, I mean, I just have,
okay.
Soup. I like my food blended.
Okay.
So if I don't put it in a blender, I'm probably not going to eat it.
Okay. There's a lot. So soup, veggies, smoothies, beer. There's a lot of beer there. I mean, not that that's a lot.
Well,
but it's
this is part of the thing.
You enjoy beer.
I'm not a beer drinker.
Okay.
But my cousin is a beer drinker, and she said it's good if a man ever does come over to have something to offer him.
To have a beer.
So that's why I have some Coors Light, Miller Lite, Michelob Ultra. Hopefully that would be what somebody would drink.
Okay. Okay. All right.
So I'm trying to do my part.
Yes.
Nice.
Okay. And I see that you received my pack, the Love Design package to
I
get
wasn't
started.
sure if I was supposed to open it or.
Yep. So we'll open it together. We'll talk because actually the blueprint we'll be using as part of the work that we do here in a moment. So we'll sit down. All right. So I'm just taking everything in and all right.
So I also got a discount on the decorations because it is Christmas time, and she said if I decorate for Valentine's Day, it's 20% off. So I liked that as well.
Yes. So do you celebrate Christmas? Do you have a tree, or is that something? I know we just had Thanksgiving.
I plan to do that one day, but I don't really celebrate it now. Because it's just me. What am I going to do to celebrate it,
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm like so excited to seriously dive into all of this to prepare you, to really get you to a place where you are ready for a really good guy. All right. So I'm trying to think of what else I could see. Usually the home visit, as I said, it tells me a lot about the person. And already, yes, I'm learning a lot. Do you mind giving me a little bit more of a tour of the rest of this place in your room?
So this is where I sit and watch TV.
Okay.
Sometimes I do, this is a nice open area, so sometimes I do Pilates YouTubes here.
Okay, good.
So that's really what I do in this space. This is where I eat. Again, I set up 2 cups of coffee, and then I sit and I eat my soup or I eat my smoothie. And then that's the kitchen.
Right.
These are
very clean. Very clean. Yes.
Well, I don't have very many things. That's the door. These are the windows. I think these are leaves that are on the wall.
Okay. Very pretty.
And then upstairs is where the bedroom is.
All right. Well, it is really clean.
Thank you.
Just immaculate.
This is my bedroom.
They decorated in here.
That's my pajamas. This is.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
I haven't been ready to commit to an actual cat. So this I just leave at the end of the bed just to get a sense of what it would be like. I've thought about also getting a dog because in case he's a dog person, I can also be getting used to a dog at the foot of the bed.
Okay.
I thought that might be nice. This is my mother. So
beautiful.
Thank you.
Really
she is
lovely.
beautiful, and I
Yes,
like having
truly.
her close by because it reminds me. I just think, the things she would say, which is, "Don't embarrass yourself."
I mean to repeat myself, but you have such a sweet and kind and thoughtful demeanor, and at this, and you're you're so serious, and you're bringing all of this to me, which is really wonderful, and I'm taking it in, and again, so much to learn, and to just kind of see where we can get you with regard to being truly ready for this man that's coming into your life. I know I'm repeating this a lot, but
I'm telling you,
this is a lot to take in.
I've been taking it to heart.
Yeah.
I have literally, I sewed these.
Love, they're darling.
There's two. Again,
kind of a little coastal.
One for him. I feel like this is very masculine. There's one for me.
Yes, I love that. Sweet.
So that's one of the ways I'm preparing. And you keep telling me to prepare.
Yes. Yes.
So,
and we'll look at a different type of preparation. But yes,
I've got two coffee mugs.
Okay, I love that. I
Yeah.
get to see. I'm sorry. You said these are your pajamas.
Yes.
And okay. And why?
What do you mean why? That's just what I sleep in.
Yes.
So
and
I lay
usually
out my,
just leave it out.
I lay out
on the
my
bed?
pajamas in the morning. It's one of my rituals.
Okay.
And then at the end, like when I put my pajamas on, I'll lay out my clothes for the next day.
Okay.
Or I'll just like hang them up on the dresser.
So at night, you'd have your pajamas on, and I would see your clothing for the next day later.
Well, it would be hung on the dresser, but yes.
Okay.
So I like to do that so I know the next segment is planned.
Yes. And okay. Yeah. All right. Let's go back to what your mother, okay, so your mother, and I'm sorry, what would she be saying? Don't embarrass yourself?
Yes.
That's what she would be saying?
Yes.
Okay. And how,
and so I find that,
yeah, go ahead.
I just find that really nice to hear. It's just like a reminder of who I am in the world.
Not to embarrass yourself.
Yeah.
Are you open to me sharing some thoughts and feelings on maybe on that a little bit, or how we might be able to shift some of that equation a little bit, or see maybe perhaps what she may have been saying behind those words of don't embarrass yourself?
I'm not following you.
Yeah.
But if you
Yeah.
want to keep talking, maybe I'll understand.
I will. We'll get into that. Well, yeah, especially when we do the blueprint. Okay. A vulnerable thing. And this is your closet?
Yes.
Okay.
So a lot of the stuff in the closets is my landlord's. If you look in this closet, this is all her stuff. Technically, I'm not really supposed to go in here, but.
Oh, okay.
But she's honestly crazy.
Oh, okay.
We'll just like look at.
Yeah. Okay.
Leopard
Because
print.
there's the animal print.
Right. Which,
Okay. And I know how
and
you
she
feel about
knows
that.
how I feel about her.
Okay.
Which is we do not see eye to eye.
Okay. But is she a good landlord?
She's a good landlord, and I like her.
Yeah.
I do find her offensive.
I do, but now, are these some of your clothes though? Like just for instance, what you would wear maybe on a date?
Honestly,
What are your
I
thoughts
wouldn't
on-
want anybody to see this, actually.
Why?
Just because if somebody who I'm going to be dating, I want them to be surprised.
Okay. Okay.
And then
All
here's
right.
the bathroom.
Yeah.
I honestly don't have many possessions.
Very simple, right?
I'm just kind of waiting.
You were really waiting. Okay. What about skincare? skincare, or what do you do to sort of pamper yourself or nurture or take care of yourself and getting ready in the morning?
I just use bar soap.
Okay, what about shampoo?
I just, whatever's on sale, sample size.
Okay.
Because the samples fit really nicely in that part of the shower.
Yeah, okay.
And I like the way that looks.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Kind of like a little spa. Have you ever been to a spa?
No.
We're gonna have so much fun. Okay. All right. Well, hand soap. Okay. So did you choose the hand soap? Anything that just kind of can show me a little bit about certain scents that you like or you enjoy?
I mean, I wouldn't say I chose it. I did buy it. I just, whatever is at the store at a good price.
Okay.
I pick it up.
Okay. So frugal. You are frugal. Mindful.
I mean, I think everybody is, right?
No.
Oh.
No. But you are. Okay. And that's good. Yeah, I think that's really good.
Bro, could you imagine being in the house
right.
with this woman?
Well,
could you imagine being in the house with this woman and being in like, I would want the person, if Bart goes on a date with her, I want to see this. Please record it.
Oh, there's a porch out here.
All right.
Oh, wait, their first date. Their first date, I found it. Oh, shit. Hold on. I gotta go get my tea.
okay. Bart, hi, welcome.
Hey, Kaylin, how are you?
Oh, so nice to see you again.
Well, thanks for inviting me.
Yes, and looks like you have a nice fire kind of going.
I do.
A fireplace.
I do. It's a little chilly today, so I thought I'd put the fire on it in the guest house.
Oh my, okay.
Yeah.
I like that. Well, so with no further ado, Penelope, please meet Bart. It's been quite a while, and each of you have been really waiting. And Bart, meet Penelope. And I really just want the two of you to take a moment. I'm just going to sort of sit back and watch. If there's something that, if there's a question you'd like to ask each other, please do. If there's something you'd like to ask me, please feel free to go ahead. But this is really just a chance for the two of you to connect.
Should we ask the question, like if I want to ask Penelope something, should I ask it through you? Or should I just ask her directly?
She's right there. Yes.
Okay.
So you can absolutely, Bart, go ahead and ask Penelope whatever you would like.
Oh,
and same for you.
Tell me,
Penelope.
Bart, not Aaron Sorkin. Aaron Sorkin is actually handsome. He looks like a fucking, I can't think who right now, but he looks like an actor, bro. This is Bart couldn't look more like a Bart right now.
Bart, did you say that you were at your guest house?
Yeah, I've got this is my little guest house. It's got I'm getting the main house cleaned right now.
Better than that shit.
A deep clean.
Man,
I like to keep things nice and clean, so
I do too.
I thought I'd just come out here for the I just had a meeting that I took in the main house, but then I wanted to come out here to the guest house. So I just have some privacy.
Have you ever been married?
I have not been married. I have been told that I'm quite picky.
I can relate to that. Do you have any kids?
She nodded her head.
I do not.
Okay.
She looking excited, like please.
What do you like to eat? What do you like to eat? What do you like to eat for breakfast?
Typically like a berry or a yogurt based smoothie, something like that.
Oh, perfect. Oh, it's perfect.
Is that what you eat for
I
breakfast?
like that for breakfast. Yes. That's pretty much exactly what I have for breakfast.
Oh wow. Really?
Perfect. Oh,
That's fantastic.
That's fantastic.
I don't usually put yogurt in my smoothies, but I love berries.
What do you put in your smoothies then?
I put frozen fruit.
I do too.
Water. Protein powder. Like a fiber thing. And That's it.
Wow. That sounds great.
It's really good. And I mix up the frozen fruit depending on what's in season.
Yeah. Sometimes I'll actually make my smoothies ahead of time and then just freeze them. So I've got them for the week.
I do that also.
Mm-hmm.
Do
I've got to interrupt you. Can I ask you where you got those? I'm really liking those hair bows that you have.
Do you think the red's too much?
She is so.
No, I think the red's great. Really looks good against the blonde hair. Are you
I
a bow
not-
person,
I
guess?
love hair bows. Not
Oh, wow.
I don't know if you noticed, but I also have a bow on my jacket.
Love that.
Not everybody likes bows, but I
Oh.
love bows.
I'm a bow person.
Do you have a bow
mean,
tie? Do you have a bow tie?
I do. I've got a lot of bow ties.
Okay. Okay.
I'm not wearing a tie right now just because I didn't actually go into the office today. I worked remotely today. So
You had a lot of important meetings today?
I did. I've got I typically work really long hours, but January is a little bit of an exception. So this was a great time for us, I think, to meet.
It's because it's a new fiscal year,
Calendar year.
but also a fiscal year.
For some people, yep. For some others, not. Now,
You know a lot of stuff.
I heard that so you're the managing director of your law firm. Is that
Soon
correct?
to be. Soon to be.
Okay.
Soon to
Great.
be.
Great.
I'm studying for the bar right now. That's happening in February.
Great.
And I'm feeling very, 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 very confident. And then as soon as I pass the bar, managing partner. We're on track.
Right. It's a licensure issue. I get it.
But yes, absolutely aspirations and en route. Absolutely en route. Calling it in. Yes.
Yeah. Any day now.
That's wonderful. That's
Mhm.
very exciting.
Thank you. I know it is very exciting. I have a lot on the horizon. Additionally, do you work out?
I do work out, yes. Do
you work out by yourself or do you work out in a group? How do you like to work out? And do you work out in the morning or do you work out in the evening? I'm flexible on that front, but I'm just wondering.
No, I work out alone. I'm a runner. So I typically run about 4 to 5 miles a day in the morning.
Do you
I like
also
to take care of myself?
Do you also work on your flexibility?
I do. I do stretches alone, and I also have a stretch practitioner that I go to twice a week.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
But a lot of people don't know that they're supposed to address flexibility in addition to the other aspects of working on their body.
You know, people just don't know a lot about themselves. And they
That's so
should.
true.
So do you work out then?
I like to do Pilates because it's full body all at one time and it hits everything.
Okay. So you're flexible then.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me more about that?
Look at her smile with a matchmaker, proud of herself.
I'm flexible. For a 44-year-old especially. I'm 44.
You don't look 44.
Thank you.
I know she was 44.
People have said that and that makes me feel really good because I feel like I'm getting a little bit old.
Old for what?
That's a nice way to say that because just old for, I don't know. But I've worried about being able to go on a date with someone because maybe they don't want to date someone that's 44.
Do you have, would you say, a collection of hair bows or is it just a few of them?
I do have, I don't like to label it as a collection because it's not but I have a lot.
Okay, great.
But they're
love
not
that.
when I hear the term collection, I think of heirlooms or like
That lady.
figurines or something that people collect. I do
Oh, like
happen to
the
collect bows, but I wouldn't call it a collection of bows because I'm not
when
going to sell it.
family, yeah,
I'm not going to sell it on eBay, right? So
when families pass down the Swarovski and the Yadro, right? This isn't that.
right.
Well, that's still fun though.
It is fun. I like to have fun.
You're coming across like really fun, I feel like.
Thank you. Not everybody sees it, but I like to unwind. I noticed in your background you have a swimming pool. I actually love to swim.
I do have a swimming pool. I do laps. Sometimes instead of running in the morning, I'll do laps.
Do you ever just horse around in the pool?
Sometimes.
Yeah, that could be fun, I feel like.
I
Like
think that would be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Penelope, one thing that might be good too, and you could kind of shift, really getting to know each other a little bit more. If you were, maybe go through your list and kind of share your list and ask questions of Bart and see sort of where the two of you connect. And if you connect in the ways that I think this is really sweet. I like this, you two. This is neat. Yeah.
So you like to have a smoothie for breakfast. You run in the mornings.
I do.
You care about your flexibility. Do you practice a religion?
Yes. I mean, I'm a Christian.
How often do you go to church? There's no wrong answer.
I would say once a month, maybe. It's not.
Okay.
I am a Christian. But I don't make it every Sunday.
I think that honestly makes a lot of sense to me.
How about you?
I feel about the same.
Oh, wonderful.
I probably make it on the holidays.
Right. So I pick and choose. I get that.
Yeah. The big ones. I like to go.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Because
said-
I don't always decorate my house for Christmas, so I like to go somewhere that's decorated on the holidays. And also, I did grow up going to church, so that feels nice. Is it inappropriate for me to ask you how much money you make?
I think it is, but I'm happy to tell you. I make in the high six figures a year.
Okay. So you're very successful.
Success is a kind of subjective. I would say so. Can I ask how much do you make?
I don't feel like that's an appropriate thing to ask a lady. Do you have any allergies?
I think that's fair.
Do you have any allergies?
Allergies? I'm allergic to oak trees.
Oh, shoot.
So, but I do take medication for it, and that
Okay.
really does help.
So would you say that you found a solution for your allergies?
I would say that, yes.
Okay. What about animals?
What about them?
Are you a proponent of an animal in the home? Like a traditional pet?
I would be probably willing to have a cat or a dog. The issue I have is that they create a lot of hair and dirt and dander.
There would need to be a system. I agree with that because I like my house very clean as well. I actually haven't, I think I would like a pet, but I have not actually been able to commit to having a pet yet either. So I feel like I'm very similar in that like I'm open to it, but maybe not also. So if you don't have to have one, and there were ever a time that we saw each other's houses, I wouldn't have to have you have a cat or a dog in your house, is what I'm saying. don't feel pressured by me to get a cat or a dog.
I won't. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Bart, do you have any questions?
I've got so many. What are your hobbies, Penelope?
I like to read books. I actually like to roller skate.
Oh, I love that. Do you roller skate or do you rollerblade?
No, I do not do rollerblading. It's too like that. It's too I don't know the right word, but like progressive. Like I'm more old fashioned. So I never got into rollerblading. But you know, it's funny because I do like to roller skate, but I can't believe I even just brought that up because it's been like a lot of years before since I've roller skated.
Right.
So I guess current hobbies, I go to work a lot. I like to read books. I like to listen to music. I like to watch TV sometimes. And then I have some friends and we go out and, we cut up and like have a good time.
What about past jobs? What have you done before leading reception?
Well, this has been really my main job. All of my past jobs were they were just more like assisting someone.
Have you ever worked in a library by any chance?
I did work in a library just right out of college.
And I mean, this is a huge compliment. You are putting off some librarian vibes, which is great.
You consider that a compliment? I love going to the library.
Like an undercurrent of fun, but like a librarian on top with like fun underneath, I feel like.
Honestly, when I worked at the library, they said I was the fun one.
I can tell.
I did the library's social calendar.
You want to splash in the pool, you cut up with your friends, you're whimsical with your hair bows.
That's not a word that I've ever heard anybody describe me as, but I've also don't know that I've ever met anyone as perceptive as you are.
Oh, thank you. Well, that's awfully nice.
And I like your hair a lot.
Oh, thank you. I do try to take care of my hair and my body, but especially my hair. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, it shows. It's working.
Okay, so I have to say, you two, that I personally like how this is going. I feel really comfortable with what seems to be a truly genuine comfort between the two of you. Really sort of, it seems like a genuine relatability. And I feel like I've maybe picked up on a little, definitely some innuendos, maybe. But I like this. And so is there anything else that you would like to ask each other or that you would like to ask me before? Bart, thank you for being just such a gentleman and so patient as I, have worked with Penelope and getting her ready to connect with you. But if there's anything else you'd like to ask me or know, I think we'll have you leave in a moment. And then, Bart, I'll get back to you and let you know what Penelope has said. But I'm personally really liking this for both of you. I really am. I think there could be something here.
It was great talking with you both. Penelope, it was wonderful meeting you.
Thank you.
I hope to see you soon.
I hope so.
That was beautiful.
Okay. I like it. All right. We'll talk to Bart. Thank you. Well, what do you think?
I wish I could shake your hand right now.
You can. Oh, honey.
Oh. That went really, 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 really well. That went really, 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 really well.
I'm glad.
I didn't have a single negative.
And I have to say, I'm surprised that you didn't really hammer on that list that you originally came to me with. What was that about?
I felt like it was going so well, you know, and all of the most important ones.
Okay.
He was answering almost perfectly. And so I did get a little bit scared to just keep going. And also I didn't want to say, do you come from a good family? I feel like that's a little bit rude to ask someone, and I wouldn't even be able to trust his answer anyway.
Oh.
So there were some questions like that I just feel like I'll have to save for down the road. But everything that I did ask him, I feel like I just can't believe that you found him.
Well, I'm glad. And, that's, again, that's why I sort of had an inkling that from the very beginning, the two of you might be a match. But I wanted to soften some things with you. I wanted to get you to a different place of really comfort and peace with yourself. And I will tell you, he does come from a very nice family, but I want you to be able to ask him that and see how he responds. Again, anytime there's anything that you're just curious about, just ask. It's revealing who the person is, and not just through their answer, but how they answer, and how they sort of feel energetically when they're answering. It's all very, very important stuff when we're getting to know people and checking them out. But he's a lovely man. So let me ask you this: what if you found out he had a tattoo? How would that go?
Oh, I forgot to ask about the tattoo.
Yeah.
I don't think he has a tattoo.
What if he does?
I don't think he has a tattoo.
What if he does? What do you think?
He was not wearing any jewelry, so I didn't even have to ask that one.
That's true.
I think I could get over a tattoo. I really think I could get over a tattoo. And I also really, really, really don't think he has one.
Okay. But I like the fact that you think you could get over one. And also, let's see, what else is on your list? He doesn't make seven figures. And I knew that.
Yeah,
But
that's okay. We talked through that. We talked through that, and he seems like a really nice guy. I mean, you and I talked through that, and you made me understand that, like, maybe that wasn't my most important one.
Yep.
But his house looked really nice.
And it does, doesn't it? It's beautiful. I know. So no wife. So no ex-wife. Right?
No
No wife,
kids.
no ex-wife, no prior children.
Yeah.
Let's see what I'm feeling good about it. So I'm excited. So you want to see him. He wants to see you. Yeah.
He said he did. I hope that was true. I think he does. But I definitely want to see him for sure, for sure.
Okay. Well, he seems to be a pretty straight shooter. That's what I know of him. And so what I will do, honey, is that I will give him with your permission, I will give him your contact information so he can reach out to you and ask you on a proper date.
Okay.
And then when the two of you have met and spent some time together, let me know so I can get each of your feedback. I'll share that with each of you. And then we'll just take it from there. Good start. Good job.
That's
really
a really, really good start.
I'm glad. I'm glad. Anything else you need from me, my dear?
I mean, are you at all worried though that he has never, is it okay that, I mean, I don't have anybody. I haven't ever been married, but sometimes that's a red flag.
Here's the thing. What I've noticed is oftentimes is that the people that really took their time to really, really make sure it's right, sometimes are a little older right? But at the same time, they seem to have the most beautiful marriages. I had a client that wasn't married until he was 50 years old, and they've been together for over 10 years, and they have an outstanding, mature connection, friendship, and love relationship. So it's not about when you get married, it's who you marry, and are you ready, right? Are you really ready? Do you know how to have a really amazing relationship? So it's all good. It's all really good.
Okay, I thank you.
Yeah.
I think you're right. That's how I like to think about it. But it was nice to hear you say that.
It's true. Yeah, it's absolutely true. All right, my dear. Well, I'm excited. I'm going to give Bart your information. Like I said, once
That was so good. Oh man. One more, y'all. One more. Those two black guys, they bored me, bro. They was putting me to sleep. I was like, man, I was understanding their points and stuff, but they was just like,
Hello and welcome to Anyway, the podcast. Now, guys, we have
oh, they about to turn up. They about to turn up. They about to turn up. I don't know if I'm ready to turn up right now. They already hold on.
a special guest with us today. He is from Brisbane, firstly, which I'm also from Brisbane, which I don't know if the listeners actually know that. Anyway, it's not about me right now. He's from Brisbane. He's a stand-up comedian. He's a Triple J presenter. He's a writer. He's a poet.
Oh.
He's an actor. He's been in commercials.
Okay.
He's Ben Hunter.
Hey, thanks so much, guys.
Thanks for being here.
No, thank you.
Thanks, Ben.
I've never had all those credits read out before.
Really?
It was good. They were all about right, but no one ever says it about me.
Well, they should. Are you actually a poet?
I've got a few comedy poems and stuff, but they're much closer to comedy than they are poems. But I guess, but technically, they are poems.
They're poems.
Yeah. Now it's Josh Thomas. What's going on?
Hi. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I thought I was Josh Thomas, so
I think I'm the one who's Josh Thomas.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, you just get here and then you start saying you're just, and I'm like, well, I don't know. I think I am.
Well, if I'm not Josh Thomas, then who was that on talking about your generation with Amanda Keller?
Sean McCullough.
Charlie Pickering.
Charlie Pickering.
That's really good though. It's such a fun one.
So fun.
And we love Josh. I don't know if I'm going to keep.
Josh has seen the impression.
Did you like it?
No, I sent it.
Let's go. Too much. It's just too much. I can't get that lit right now. That's just too much for my body right now. Okay, I know I saw this one young men ain't trying to date. I'm gonna probably go ahead and listen to this one. She says, stop trying to be with men who want to be you. I'm fucking dead. I'm gonna go ahead. Sprinkle woman is crazy.
Hey y'all, welcome to the channel. Sprinkle. Y'all click the like button and subscribe if y'all are new. Thank y'all for being here. I see a lot of you guys waiting. Okay, I'm here.
She changed. Is this old? Mean women get
When
more
I
nice.
was my nicest, I got less. When I was my meanest, I got more. Okay? I'm just trying to help y'all. If y'all want more tips and clues on how to act this way, Get Sprinkle Sprinkle. It is
Oh, I
listed in the
like this one.
description bar. It is on Amazon.
I got sprinkle,
Flash you
sprinkle
receipt.
all over my. I didn't even realize I got
Go ahead
sprinkle,
and get it.
sprinkle across the damn.
You won't regret it.
the show.
So, mean
Just
women
caught that.
typically means that you have standards, that you don't take no BS, and that you want what you want and you said what you said. And if they can't deliver, then you're going to be upset about it until you get your way. This is the definition of what most men call mean women. And a lot of men secretly like mean women because it makes them better as a man.
Have you seen him put the time?
It teaches the man how to treat you. And it also gives them a challenge. And it also feels like their job is never done, so they must continue on. It also engages them in an emotional connection to you, because even anger or being mean to someone angers them, which is still an emotion. So if you allow them to feel some type of emotion, even if it's anger towards you, you're still luring them in. Okay? So this is why mean women get more and men are more emotionally attached. So when you're too nice, there's no challenge there. There's no standards there. They can get away pretty much with anything. There's nothing to you. You're nice to everyone. They're not special enough for you to be mean to. So this is why I tell y'all, being mean is going to get you way more, but you got to look good while you're mean, because mean and ugly don't go together. Okay.
Do women actually really take advice from this? Like, is this really a thing to where women are like, yeah, this is getting it. This is really it. This is what's popping. Ladies, do y'all sit here and y'all listen to this and y'all like, man, this is really what it is. This is what's popping. Yeah, I'm taking this advice. I gotta go get the book off of Amazon. Is this what y'all talk about? Is this what y'all rocking with? This is wild, bro.
And since I said that, y'all are probably wondering, well, what if I'm ugly? Do I have to be nice? No, you gotta get pretty, and then you can be mean. Okay? You gotta find a way to look better than whatever else that man can get, and then you can be mean to him. So what I'm trying to tell you is,
being mean is not. Remember what I said with women, to be mean means to have boundaries. So because these pick-me-shas and these mammies are so open and wee all the fucking time and bobble-headed, your boundaries look mean. You're not just walking around here perfectly. You can't be mean if you're not that's not really what it is. Like, it's just having boundaries. When you have boundaries, people can't just approach you and talk to you. People can't just have access to you so easily when you have boundaries.
Ladies, if you don't consider yourself attractive to most men your age, then go find one a little bit older or less attractive than you. Get gussy up and look your best, and then you can practice the mean, technique. But you gotta get in where you fit in. Okay.
Y'all do know that y'all only get one life to live, right? Literally, like the soap opera. Meaning that, like, you may skip over somebody that's actually best for you, or that may hold you down and may put you in a good position and be a good father to your kids, and you fucked him over because you was listening to a woman that was telling you to be a mean girl, and you miss everything. You literally miss the best thing for you. You miss all of the Christmases and all of the good events and all of the matching pajamas. You know how women like that. Women like that corny stuff. Women like matching pajamas. They like noise suits. Y'all know what a noise suit is? It's like those track suits that make noise when you walk. They like matching noise suits. They like, I'm his and he's hers, or whatever those shirts are where y'all walk next to each other and the finger be pointing next to each other and be looking stupid. Y'all like that dumb junk. Y'all like looking stupid And you gonna miss out on all of those moments with some cornball guy that actually like you and he wanna do the same thing. And you get one shot, and so you gonna mess it up because now you're gonna be listening to somebody to tell you to be a mean girl. So you gonna treat somebody, listen, as a human, just as a regular human being, it's not good to be mean to people. Just in general. It's just not good to be mean to people.
Okay? Gotta get in where you fit. When you're making demands, when you're asking for something, when you're insinuating that you need or want something, you must look better and good. You must look better than him, and you must look really good. So he gets emotionally pulled in, upset when you don't get your way, and then he feels like he has to meet your standards for whatever it is you're asking for.
I will give her credit in that this woman got she got a lot of confidence. Because it doesn't seem like she cares about what people say about her or what people think about her. She just gonna do what she gonna do regardless. And she like, listen, I'm gonna go ahead and get whatever this sprinkle thing on is, and then I'm gonna get it popping, and I'm gonna keep on telling these chicks to, crash out and do stuff. And if you go back and you look in her comments, it look crazy in there.
Okay.
I'm gonna just say this. I don't think women are the best to fucking get this type of insight from. If she's not coming from Vendetta's perspective of speaking, if she ain't talking to the level ex pimp or myself or any woman like that, then no woman should be listening. An ascended woman wants to do exactly that, and she wants to keep doing that. Ascended women want the truth about every damn thing. Just want the truth. Because she can deal with the truth about herself. She deals with that every day. She works through that every day. But this relationship shit is a whole entire delusional fantasy lie that women are being sold. Because at the end of the day, I tell you all the time, these women who are still married women, they do still have this romantic thing about them, no matter what they say.
Believe it or not.
Somebody said she got cooked by the manosphere 7 years ago. Apparently, that didn't matter because she got a bigger following than everybody that's in the so-called quote-unquote that label themselves a part of the manosphere. So that doesn't matter. This is proof that all you really got to do is find your audience. When you find your audience and you find the right people that rock with you, they're going to rock with you to the end. And so they'll rock with you in truth. They'll rock with you in falsehood. They're going to rock with you regardless, man.
When you are angry, when you are upset, when you are mad at a man, it means you actually care. Or at least it gives the illusion that you care. Because if you wouldn't be sitting here wasting your time, repeating yourself, demanding what you require, if you didn't feel anything for this particular person, you would just go on to the next and find another one. This is why men like mean women subconsciously. Oh, Amelia, sprinkle, thank you, girl. And of course, it makes him a better man, like Jen 10 said. I said earlier too. It makes them want to get up and do more. It makes a man want to figure out how to please you and how to do right by you and how to make you happy so that they're happy.
This is so stupid.
So it pushes them to that next level to get up and go put in more effort for themselves and for you. And the outcome is literally them being more successful, knowing how to make you happy with ease, and never taking you for granted.
We need to address the elephant in the room. Shira 7 is not fully a black woman. Okay? Shira 7 is the preference. A nigga like him will go be with a Shira 7. Okay? What was his name? Craig? James? Charles? Was darker than her. And she is the archetype of the proximity to whiteness. Because you don't have dark skinned women, brown skinned women talking like this because we deal with a different reality. We deal with a very, very different reality. And this is why you have it this way. And this is what makes the content dangerous.
Right? They will never take you for granted if you're mean. They can't do it. And a lot of people don't realize, you know, if you're number one in your life, you teach people how to treat you. You're going to be number one in everyone's life.
So dumb.
Or number whatever you want to be. But you're going to be the best in everyone's life, or they're going to want to please you no matter what. They're going to want to come to you and give you whatever you asking for. You know what I'm saying?
Somebody said Jazz be using these tactics on her beta man. I believe that because you know what? Honestly, I think that she's very entertaining. She does talk a lot, and one of the things that's bad about her is that she talks so much that I can't imagine that she doesn't talk even more or have a lot to say. Listen, if you think that these chicks is out here making the adjustment just because, like, a lot of times what you see on these panels is what you see from people in real life. It's some form of it that ultimately translates into what it is that you see in real life. Real talk. So, yeah, man, I think that women actually do believe in this. They actually do believe, thank you. They actually do believe in being mean and that's going to translate into you getting more.
So that's how you need to treat yourself.
She got some loose screws upstairs, and it said that folks are following. Make me think that all hope is lost. Great shows, by the way, AD. Thank you, Ebony. I appreciate you for holding me down. Thank you, my baby. I appreciate you.
You need to be mean about it, and you need to keep your standards always. You keep your standards, they can't mess with you. Never lower your standards, or always keep them. Keep them, and keep them to where they are beneficial to you at all times.
Got it.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You're always going to be beneficial. You said nice girls finish last. Okay. This is your Bible study. Y'all are so silly. Well, anyway, always demand what you want. And if you don't get it, don't accept it, or don't use it, or give it away. And they'll learn.
Got it.
Gypsy Hustles. This wig is really nice. It really is. I just put a scarf on it because someone gifted me a scarf.
And then they be having wigs and stuff too.
One of my subscribers actually sent me this wig, so y'all are doubting other women's business.
You know what's so
funny? Y'all need to stop that. It's another one. That's another.
Says simps have empowered her. I agree, because you know, oh my God, this is so stupid. Like, they walking around with wigs and stuff like that. Does she got alopecia? Why do they have wigs? I was on a coaching call with somebody today, and they was telling me, she said, "Man, so you know, they're not like how we are. You know, I must be an older woman because, you know, I like to wear my natural hair and stuff." And she was all cute and beautiful and stuff. And I was like, so you old school because you like to wear your natural hair?
Another thing that we need to talk about. That's why so many women don't like to be friends with other women. Y'all gotta stop that. Seriously. I'm serious. I'm so serious. Unless you sell wigs and you finna send me a free and better one, y'all don't have to say nothing, man. Oh, Rose, Lovery, Sprinkle. Thank you, girl. Yes, like, if you, like, honestly, this is why a lot of women don't have friends. Because y'all can't just let it be. Y'all always gotta say something. It's like, it's weird. This is why a lot of women are like, you know what? I'm better off solo, by myself, because of certain types of women. And it's like, even though I'm on here helping women, giving women information, it's still always somebody. Always. If you don't like this wig, send me a better one. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Solve the problem. Don't add to it. We're here learning and trying to get this money. And just so y'all know, most of my wigs are free.
Of course they are.
I don't pay for them. Y'all out there spending hundreds of dollars, and I get all mine free. So if you don't like the quality of it, talk to the maker. Sprinkle, sprinkle.
Why don't they just wear their regular hair?
Yes, women do need to support each other. It's silly how, like, especially women. No, Gypsy Hustle, it's too late.
She basically telling y'all that y'all all
scoops. Don't repeat it in the future. On this channel, like, women get enough issues in the outside world. We get trolls coming in here too. We don't need the women in here turning against the actual woman that's trying to help y'all.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't like the wig, don't buy it.
Okay, let's get past it.
Don't wear it. Okay, but this is another woman's business that I'm representing and supporting. What I do.
This is
all right.
Let me get my dog Quentin.
Learn from
Quentin. We got a long night ahead of us based off of what it is that I'm seeing right here on this screen right now, buddy. So I'm just gonna tell you right away that it might be a difficult situation for us up here. Hold on, let me figure this out. Oh man. Let me go ahead and duplicate this. Fill away, fill away. Make that a little smaller. You know. And by the way, I kind of fell out of, I don't understand this whole Rick Ross thing, but we'll get to that later on tonight. Quentin, what's going on, big dog?
What up, boss?
Were you familiar with this whole drizzle situation?
No, I was looking at your stuff. I was like, I've been updating my computer and I keep hearing this bitch say sprinkle, sprinkle. No, what the fuck is that nonsense?
So apparently the people in the chat has informed me that drizzle is the opposite of sprinkle, sprinkle. Have you ever heard of sprinkle, sprinkle? The latest Shira 7? Okay.
I heard somebody say
so I actually reviewed her video earlier this year to understand who she was, because I kept hearing this sprinkle, sprinkle shit, right? And apparently she teaches women how to get the most out of men. And in this video in particular, she's saying that women need to be mean to men in order for men to do more for them and respect them and to try harder to please them.
It's happened. She's done it to somebody for her to think that it's okay.
I don't know about that, Quentin.
Some dude was like on her jock, nigga, while she was being mean with her perched lips and crap. Just look at that face, thing. She looks like the devil.
But she has a large following, and apparently she's had a large following for a while.
Women.
I don't get it, bro. You know, I'm gonna play a video later of a woman that kind of breaks down the mindset of a lot of these women, but we'll get to it. Let me play a little bit more of this chick and see what she's talking about, because apparently drizzle is supposed to be like the soft guy era version of it.
Me. Do the same. All right, anyway, sometimes you gotta tell once in a while, because they be forgetting themselves and what the mission is. Shira, you remember that Dusty that said he was Michael Jackson and wanted to take care of you? I can't with you. Girl, They had too much time that day, didn't they? They just wanted to make me smile. I appreciate the effort. I mean, it took probably a lot of energy to change all them names and
I'm gonna read the super chats in a second, Joe.
send me money. So anyway, let's get back to why mean women get nice women. First of all, when you have high demands and you're mean and your standards are high, no one is going to approach you with subpar things. If they will totally avoid you rather than embarrass themselves by approaching you with things that are beneath you, right? So definitely make sure that you keep your standards high and your attitude the same way. Okay? You'll deal with a lot less fake people. You'll deal with a lot of less BS. You'll deal with a lot less men that cannot afford you, and you'll deal with it less often and spend less time worrying about anything because you said what you said.
You agree with that, Quentin?
And there's somebody out there, I don't know, think about every
No,
mean woman you know that's probably
absolutely not.
married. Their husband ain't going nowhere. Their husband is like right there doing whatever they need them to do. Think about it. So stay mean and stay paid.
This is horrible.
You can act nice. Keyword act.
Is she married?
I don't know.
Like I see something. What's her? Is that her left hand over here? Or is that her left hand?
I have no idea. You are talking to the person that has no clue about what this chick is talking about, bro.
I think she has a ring on the other finger. I saw.
But I mean, does that necessarily translate to her being married though? Either.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I'm saying?
It's like she's. I don't know, man. There ain't no way. Like, especially with this red pill stuff, niggas are not dealing with attitude in 2024.
They not, bro. But see, I don't think that they necessarily saying that men are going for it, but I think that what they are saying that they're like maybe not men at the majority, but I think that what they are kind of saying is you are going to always be able to find it. That's
you got one.
Gonna find a simp.
The simp ain't got nothing. To a nigga that got some shit.
Well, they looking to get taken care of. That's the whole idea. Is that she teaching women how to get men that's ultimately going to take care of them.
You're teaching men how to fuck you and buy you some shit and leave you to the wolves back in the street.
Hell yeah. But I guess there are a bunch of simps out here. I don't know.
And you can actually be nice every once in a while when they get it.
They say she's married to an older gentleman named James.
Sounds like a simp. Fucking James.
They say he's an old simp.
Rest in peace to James.
Quentin, do you believe in spending money on women? You don't?
Like I told you, the most I ever spent money on a woman was getting my baby mama car out of repo.
Yeah,
I know. Like, we'll get some dinner, and man, it's like I hear y'all talking about women taking money, but man, I don't like that here, bro. Like, women are like that. They good with some dinner.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody asking for purses. Hell, we don't even got no Louis Vuitton store in Oklahoma. Shit.
Y'all gotta have a Louis Vuitton store in Oklahoma.
Nigga, we
Hell
got
yeah,
a
y'all
Coach
do.
Nah, nigga, we got a Coach outlet, and every bitch in Oklahoma thought they was. They all went to the outlet.
I bet you y'all do. Every state gotta have one.
We maybe got one in Tulsa. That's about an hour and a half north of here, but I don't think
Store
so.
locator, Louis Vuitton. I'm about to find this junk. Hold on. I gotta find this.
Maybe the Woodlands Mall in Tulsa is gonna be your best bet if we do.
Quentin is forcing me to find a Louis Vuitton store out here in these streets. Y'all gotta have a Louis V.
Nigga, we don't got shit, bro. We get everything late.
Y'all gotta have it.
If we get anything, we gotta go to Texas. Yep. See, ain't nothing in there. Dallas is probably the closest one. See, told you. Dallas.
Seriously?
Mm-hmm. Look at that whole like blank space in the middle of America. We don't got shit.
No way.
Mm-mm.
Can't believe it.
We don't have
We don't
like
have a Louis
generally
Vuitton store in Oklahoma.
generally speaking, we don't have any designer stores in Oklahoma.
What the heck is going on?
We don't got no Gucci. Nigga, Coach is probably about as good as you gonna get with some purses, man.
So over in Dallas, they got 3 of them, 4 of them here. One in Fort Worth, 3 in the Dallas area. Well, I guess you could say Dallas Fort Worth. So 4 over there.
Yeah.
Go
In
further
Houston.
down.
There's one in Austin.
2 in San
Yep.
Antonio, 1 in Austin,
Couple in Houston.
3 near Houston.
Yep.
Because it's
Yeah,
2
we
over
hit that.
here apparently.
We hit that I-35 south for everything. We got.
There's 3 over here, back to back to back. That must be the Galleria somewhere.
Yup.
I had at least one.
That
That's
online
pretty
go. Yeah, man, we ain't got nothing.
I ain't got no Oklahoma. I mean, well, that might not be a bad thing either, though. Arkansas ain't got one. It's dead as hell. But I'm going to be in Mississippi, though.
What's Mississippi? Nothing.
Yes, it is.
2K down there, right? No, 2K in Texas.
I love Mississippi, bro.
I drive to Mississippi going to Alabama. We go to Alabama and Georgia once a year, so we drive through for like.
I love Mississippi right here.
Like Biloxi.
I love Mississippi.
Yep. Is that Biloxi?
Yeah, I love it.
It's like a little big gambling place, isn't it?
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge in gambling. Absolutely huge in gambling.
That's it, though. Don't go.
I mean, it's pretty normal there. Like, if you go to the mall in Biloxi, it's just normal stuff, like normal situations. Yeah, we went to the mall. We caught the bus, remember? And we walked around in the mall.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we caught the bus and we walked around in the mall. So I don't know. Let me get back to this little hood rat real quick and see what she's talking about. I'm gonna read y'all super chat shortly.
And you can say, you know what, I appreciate you paying attention and getting it right, and thank you, and whatever. Then give them a new challenge. Because I feel like a lot of people don't realize that that's what men live for. They live to compete. They live for challenges. This is why they're always aggressive and they have all this stuff.
I have to say this part too. For any Black women who are, I got to take it here, that's listening to this. Non-Black men are different. Okay? They're still males, but they are different. Black males, as you can see, they don't want to do nothing for no woman. They don't want to do nothing. Okay? So let's not exit that out. You know what I'm saying? The other woman that the non-Black guy was looking at, she was a bit extra because her looks didn't match, and the stuff she was demanding and what she looked like didn't match. Okay, let's just call that what that is. And so with this situation here, Black men don't want to do nothing for you. I mean, if you don't have a high value man, these are not high value men, okay? Obvious. So they're not going to want to do nothing for you. Yet, I'm going to see when you date a non-Black person, or if you date a Black male who has traveled, who's a well-traveled, he's been to Croatia, he's been to Japan, he's been to Africa, he's been to London, he's modeled, you know what I'm saying, in those places. He's worked with people, he's a businessman. When you're dealing with that energy, you're dealing with something way different, because they've also dated women of other cultures outside of America. Damn. What up? Bro, I'm still, hold on.
testosterone. They want to fight. They want to start wars. They want to play sports. They want to chase women. If you got a mean woman at home, you ain't got time to do none of that, but go get her money. That's all you got time for.
Shit, bro. You forget it, bro.
The fact that she's saying this on the internet and her dude listens to it, that shows you what kind of dude
That's crazy. And she be getting crazy super chats from men.
That's so fucking stupid, bro.
From men. It be men in her super chat. I just went to the, because I had to go and pull up this video in order to be able to play it. It's men that actually be super chatting her and having this conversation.
LaCar said there's an LV by Lake Hefner. Hey, what?
You know what? Maybe, but you know what also? Maybe y'all got a Saks, though. Because usually it's a Louis Vuitton inside of a Saks Fifth Ave. So you don't have to necessarily have a Louis Vuitton store. A lot of times they have because like we got two. We got a Louis Vuitton inside, two of them inside of Oakland, but it's only one official Louis Vuitton store in Somerset in Michigan. And then if you walk down, a little bit further down, it's like a Louis Vuitton inside of the Saks also. So y'all might have a Louis Vuitton inside of Saks.
We got Saks in Tulsa.
Oh, so y'all probably do got Louis Vuitton then. I wouldn't doubt it.
So if you're a challenge within yourself as a woman, that man is going to be more likely, especially if you're his type and he really likes you, he's going to bend over backwards for you. Okay?
That's just crazy.
He's going to be bending over backwards and doing the most, trying to get it right.
Trying to get you what? Rent?
Okay. We're not going to be talking about no other women in here. We got past it. We got through it. So y'all don't have to come for her in the comments. Just be nice. All right. We're teaching over here.
I can't do it, bro.
Yeah, this is.
I can't.
This
do it,
doesn't. None of this lives in any of my atmosphere. Like I don't know anyone personally that acts like this.
I don't either.
I think the worst thing that I can think of about the black women in my area is they all got kids.
That's pretty bad.
They don't act like this, but all the motherfuckers got kids.
I can't say it's bad, but are they single baby mamas or?
Yeah, they single baby mamas.
Because there's one thing to have kids, but then it's another thing to be a single baby mama. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and they broke too. They all broke. and I can tell how they act when they're in my presence that they broke.
Oh, but that might not necessarily be a bad thing for a lot of guys, though.
Nigga, I don't want nobody broke, man. Nope.
Why not? You don't want nobody broke?
Not broke, like maybe like 20K less than type of thing, but like not broke. You know what I mean? I don't want to introduce you to a life you ain't never seen before.
Yeah, it's a lot of guys that here, I'm gonna switch this real quick, so you ain't got to keep switching back and forth. It's a lot of guys that prefer to talk to women that's broke, though.
Maybe when I was younger, I would have did it, but as I'm getting older, no.
Yeah, I don't believe in talking to broke chicks at all.
Yeah, they all got kids. They ain't got no money. They live on the east side, there's just like certain pockets in Oklahoma City. Like, I don't even go there, nigga. I don't feel comfortable parking my car.
The east side. Why is east side chicks always broke on?
That's
every city.
Y'all, so let me put y'all on to someone else that I've also found. And I want you to hear his thoughts as well. I thought this was a very unique perspective. Let me go ahead and cue that one on up. And this is a man whose his story is that he pretty much was in the nightlife of bar girls in Thailand. And he did a channel based off of what he has experienced with these women. But he actually brings a very cool perspective that I like. So here you have right here, the imbalance starts here. The problem with being too nice in the night, the Thai night life. Can't talk. But here we go. We're going to go ahead and play that one, and I'll be back. Hold on. The new portal. Alright? Because this is what we listen to over here in the School of the Divine Feminine. This is the level of depth that we listen to. We got X-Pimp. We got Vendetta Bass. That's Russian Big Sister. Now we got Ta Nightlife. Let me tell you the story about this guy right here. So, and notice that nobody is showing their face. Notice the people who are speaking with the most depth is not showing their face. I find that to be amazing. Okay? So, Mr. Todd Nightlife fell in love. As the song said, I fell in love with a stripper. He fell in love with a bar girl in Thailand. He's American. He says he lived in an Asian country. That's how he worded it. He said they even had they had a relationship, and eventually she went off. He was mentally messed up. He went to Chat GTP, and Chat GTP hit him off with something that made him start to psychologically look into what was going on. This is similar to my story with the last woman I was with, and that breakup and the hurt from that, and the how it tapped me back into being a stepchild and being ignored and abandoned. How that relationship got that deep for me, and then me trying to, I guess, entertain and date afterwards. It did something to me that brought me here to what I'm doing right now, and brought me to the point of where I'm preparing, like, to really start sharing and doing my story. And so we all have our similar stories to why we do what we do. And I chose this video because Shira 7 said, don't be nice to men, right? Did she not say that? She said, don't be nice to them, be mean. And now Mr. Thailand says, the problem with being too nice in the Thai nightlife. See? See how the other one said, this is stupid. What she's saying is dumb. I'm not going to spend that much money on a woman. I only gave my baby mama money because her car was in repo. The guy started laughing. I told you about black men. They don't want to do shit for you. That's a fact. If you get a black guy who dates outside of his race and has traveled the world and been around, he dates differently because of the kind of women he has been in proximity to, or he has a chance to date, fuck, whatever. So he has a different experience. I said all of that. So now we're going to go to Mr. Ty, and we're going to re-listen to what he had to say about being nice. Let's go. does not sound like the same. This is the fuck it. This is the same key points that you're told from ex pimp and Big Sister Russian. You told the same shit. There's truth to this shit. There's a Bible method to this shit. Tell me it's not a Quran, a Torah, all of that to this shit. So when she's telling you don't be nice, she's on to something. We're gonna go ahead to the hidden declines. She was. Is this new? Yeah, she did. Why NBA wives never get played? That's a good topic right there. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna play this, and then I'm gonna play the video to why he started what he did, and we're gonna get into that one and dissect it apart. When you are engaging with people, you do not know their life, especially when you're dealing with a male. You don't know people's life, people's lifestyle. You don't know what kind of people they be around, how many people they encounter a day. You have no fucking clue. I knew men that dealt with prostitutes. That was their relationships. And the thing with that is that, you know, they were actually really good at what the fuck they did. They were really good at two-timing and playing games and lying and cheating and appearing to, like, they had a very good way of slipping and sliding through things. You know what I'm saying? Is that snow? Oh. women, foreign women are smart. You want to learn? You want to learn some shit? Foreign women are smart. It ain't about so much of a culture thing or looking at it. It's the foreign women are fucking smart. They date smarter. We got to give it to them. And even when they hoes, they smart. They have learned how to navigate the male psyche. They dance around the male psyche. You got to give it to them. And this is an American man. He never said his race, but he's an American man. And look how he's picked up the energy himself by studying the women, that he's become more wise. All right, y'all. Let's go ahead and get into his story. He has a lot of great. It's on the Thai Nightlife. That's the name of the channel. He has a lot of great. topics that I enjoy about the things we talk about here, such as hierarchy, such as jealousy, uh, simps, um, about being attractive versus being unattractive, and how it's not about that. See what I'm saying? And all of these different type of things that psychologically that I bring to you all here as well. Like I say, observe, analyze, and stay on point. Always. Observe, analyze, and stay on point. Okay? So, what is this? Bella, I didn't even know you was down here. Playing all this damn noise. Don't run. He speaks about how these women are very smart. What I love the most, when he talks about the reality of the bar girl, I'm not going to hold you. It makes me write about the reality of the black woman. Okay? That's how much I really love this one, because I was like, he's speaking a reality of the black woman, right? And if you paying attention out here, there's a lot of Asian women who are going to non-black men as well. Black women are not the only ones doing it. So the white supremacy has a very interesting layer to it. White supremacy has this layer to it where it has psychologically caused, it's like if you've ever read the Willie Lynch letters, right? It expressed that the main target in the book was that they the men got it something awful, right? And so they broke down the males to make the women more submissive to them, right? As well as raising their sons to be more submissive to white supremacy, right? So just listen to this and you'll understand what I'm talking about. I didn't forget about his welcome part. Good. Let's get into this. Y'all heard that, right? Let's get into that. Hold on. You do some. See, this is what social media is for. This is what we supposed to do with social media. A lot of people are misusing social media. Social media is not the problem. It's the idiots on social media that's the problem. Let's go back a little bit further. It was a word he used. I want to touch into this. Let's go. Available reality. That's your frequency. And these women who asking for 6 foot this, six pack, and six whatever else that is, 6 figures, right? These women are not choosing an available reality to them. That's the word. Listen further. Woman with 4 kids, different, get a man that's 5'4", 6 figures, 6 pack. She can't even get him. I wish she can show a chart. Hmm. There's, hold on. Male dysfunction is highly the thing in with the black woman. That's the biggest thing with the black woman's reality. It's dysfunctional for a group of men to make music bashing and degrading their women for the world to see and dance to. It's dysfunctional for men to go on social media and bash their own women for the world to hear and join in. It's dysfunctional to then have them give you names like Hair Harley Hooligans and all this stuff, giving the world a nasty perception of you because you wear hair weaves or however you want to doll yourself up. That's a nasty, dysfunctional male. And then you're dealing with the dysfunction of a male raised by a single mother who's grown into a simp and a better male and a yes man. Okay? Dysfunctional. Let's go. I just found out where this video came from. This is so dark. Did you hear that list? This is literally this is the dark reality of the black woman that that has to divest, that chooses that divestment is the answer. So dating non-black is the best option for the black woman. See how it works? Psychologically, it's the same psychosis. And it's dark because these are women who are what you call sprinkles, right? 304s and shit like that, right? But this is the same type of reality for the black woman to why it's like it's time to leave the black male, because that's energetically to the level that the black woman has been pulled to. Even if she has all her degrees, she still was told she wasn't shit, right? We still was told we won't shit with our degrees, with our cars and our houses and all the stuff that any black woman could accomplish for herself. Even her 6-figure job wasn't shit. That's what the black woman was told. And this is the level that the black male has made the black woman to a Thai bar girl, that she's like, nah, I gotta get up out of this. And so therefore the non-black male is the answer. The non-black woman is her answer. You see what I'm saying? Just like here. Gotta be another one out there. Gotta be another woman out there. She out there. I'ma find her. Nasty booty boom. I like that. See that hierarchy. It's funny about that because I have heard men. There are stories in the hood where women have stole from men, and I find that to be very interesting because it's like a there's some kind of universal exchange thing with that. Like he'll have sex with this woman and he'll realize his headphones are missing. He doesn't have his shirt anymore. We know the clothes is notorious that women take men's clothes. You know understand what I'm saying? And so uh all of these different type of things, and it's like that does happen a lot. I just thought that was quite interesting. Okay, so today with my case study uh with the J guy, right? I said I gotta give myself a fucking nickname. Cause I didn't like the fact that homie gave me some nickname and he didn't give me his name. And I was like, but I told you my name. I didn't like that. So I gotta come up with a nickname. I got a nickname already. I got plenty of nicknames. I gotta come up with a nickname. So I gotta pull out one of my old nicknames. So that's how I gotta be referred to whenever I talk to any of them. Unless I'm in a professional setting, other than that, nobody gets my name. And so remember one thing I'm always teach you, the streets always taught me, you don't owe nobody honesty. You don't owe nobody the truth. You don't owe nobody the truth. That's what the streets taught me. Okay? Let's do. Is this him? Oh, this is somebody else. Somebody said the biggest secret after living. Dude, please stop. As if you didn't know the secret, okay? Uh I know where he got these videos from. I found where he got them from. I was like, is this his own videos? No. I'm gonna do one more. Cause the video of his welcome video, we're gonna have to do like a whole show on that. because that's going to be the introduction to how I came to doing how I did. I keep seeing this 5 rules of engagement with deception, and I'm so pulled to watch this. Uh, this is important. This is 3 people now. It's important that I encourage all of you to listen to these people. I encourage you to get a notebook like I have and take notes. I encourage it. I encourage that you really journal an honest journal. I'm talking about if you had a one night stand. I'm talking about if you did something dumb. You know what I'm saying? How did you get there? You know, really do a true psychological analysis on yourself. And in that way, you're going to find some type of upliftment. I'm telling you, it's going to be uplifting. You know, it's just, you can write something down and rip it up. You don't have to keep it, you know, and burn it, you know, because I want you out there as a divine feminine woman, as an ascended woman. This type of information is very uplifting and needed, because you already knew inside yourself all this stuff that we've been told. You was just like, man, something just ain't something. I've been doing, when I was doing it like this, things was working out for me like this. But as soon as I start listening to these mammies and pick me's, and I start listening to these women, it's just these unascended women. It's just things in my life started. I didn't have the luck I had no more. I couldn't go shopping and find the very cute, cheap clothes that I used to no more. It's like all of that kind of just left my life. You know, like that's disheartening to admit. Like, and then you be like thinking like, who what kind of dude I was with, but then you have to look at what kind of woman was you around when you met that dude. What kind of woman was you around when you had that experience with that dude? And something subconsciously in you knew that. And this is why, you know, women end up just chopping other women off, because you're just like, bitch, you are bad juju. You are encouraging me to do bullshit. You encouraged me to look like that and told me I look beautiful, bitch. I really despise bitches like you, because how could you be so cruel like that when I didn't deserve that? And the reason is, when you begin to understand the unascended woman and why she is the one getting clowned the most. She is the one getting clowned out here. It ain't the ascended woman, because the ascended woman is wise enough to do this. The ascended woman is also wise enough to just live in her ascension, and whoever crossed paths with her gets that wisdom or whatever they get, and it just goes on from there. I'm just saying, because it's time. We have been snuffed out, literally. We have been snuffed out. We have been bullied. We have been ran off because we knew how to come somewhere and speak the truth. We knew how to do this, and people listen to us. Men listen to us. And those pygmishas and mammies hated that about us. They hated the fact that we had something in us, something about us that moved people, that made sense. Here they go again. And this is why we have to do what it is that we do today. You know what I'm saying? Because look, it ain't work out. Look at this dating world. Look at these people. Look how they talk to each other. Look how they talk about each other. Look how much everything is not going well in their favor at all whatsoever. Look at this shit. Men are cracking up at these women talking. Like, y'all stupid for listening to this shit. Yes. This goes for anything. You have to understand the environment before you walk inside of it. Do you ever notice that you hear the Versace story and they said that that guy who took out Versace, and Versace was a wonderful soul on this planet, man. He was such an incredible creator and artist, man. That man is said to have been a bum. Like, he was not rich or nothing, but he had access to get into these spaces with these rich people, because that's a person who had, we don't really, from what the story said, so that's somebody who knows how to study and watch and observe and get themselves into spaces, even if they per se don't belong there. You see what I'm saying? And see, with you, divine feminine, is it's I encourage you to observe and analyze. You understand? Our favorite word here, certain spaces, certain things. If you're saying, you want to divest, you want to date outside your race, you gotta start putting yourself in spaces for that to happen. You want to date high value, you're gonna have to make your life and put yourself in spaces for that to happen. You see what I'm saying? And you have to be patient with yourself too, because if you be like, where I'm at is there's no high value here, so I'm going to build my life to put myself in the frequency of where the high value is. You see what I'm saying? Or what it is that I truly want. Because, like, if you are at a place, don't let loneliness cause you to just settle somewhere. Like, loneliness don't be, being alone is great, but you can always fulfill it by fulfilling yourself. It's like, I'm telling you from my experience here, okay? I learned that being alone, and the moment you feel lonely in that loneliness, that is the moment you have to fill it up. You fill it up by actually going out, talking to people. Doesn't matter where you go. Just go out and talk to people. Actually taking yourself outside where there are, or an event or somewhere where you can socialize with people, but put yourself in a high value space where you can socialize with people. You can go places and socialize with the manager and socialize with the person who is serving your food. There's so many different ways to go and socialize. You have to make that happen, and then also fulfill it with whatever it is that you love to do, whatever it is that you're accomplishing. Pick up a goal, pick up something a project you didn't finish. That's what I've learned that little feeling of loneliness is all about. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's listen again. Women, 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 to my black women right now, to women, this is what you need to know the caliber of a male that you're dealing with when you're dealing with a non black male. They are hunters. Okay? See, when you watch the hunting with the black male, because that's going to be something very talked about and analyzed as well. When you watch the hunting of a black male, he has his perception, what he watches, what he says. He still has this way in which he speaks, but he still is coming from a place of a lot of anger. Black male is very angry, and he's justified in that, right? And so there's a lot of different underlying things going on there with that black male when you're watching him hunt and what he's observing about the woman. The non-black male, he is such around so many, this type of man right here, this is an international man. He's around a whole demographic of women from the American life. He's all the way on the eastern side of the world. And so he's observing so much. This woman put him into a place of psychologically examining women and human beings, okay? And it's the same thing with Ex-Pimp, and it's the same thing with Vendetta, who's the Russian woman. So you're still dealing with people who are coming from such a place of depth and maturity and grown in sexiness. Take advantage of this information. Take advantage that you can get in your journal and write this down. I know I'm very thankful. I thank the universe every day for this shit. This is all the answers I have been seeking for so long. I've got my answers. So that's why, my voice sounds so yippy and shit. Because if I can just, as my master researching that I can do, can give you this, can pull this out of the crate for you, I'm very happy that I can. Because this is also teaching how to psychologically analyze, how to be a huntress by watching how the male does it. Like, these women are a fucking beast. I know. I watched it with my aunt who's a prostitute, my twin aunts. The main one, the one who never had children. That one was a beast when it came to men. She was very good. She could speak in patois really good. She knew how to be these different characters for these men, and it worked for her. She even had boyfriends. It worked for her. And I watched this. I watched her rotate men. I watched her. I watched her just one man, and then one man come out the house and she tell that man in patois, "Oh, that's my cousin. That's my cousin." Like yo, beast. Hold on. Yes. And do we not see that? Do we not see that in the text messaging world? That's on the level of a text message. He's talking about face to face interactions. this is, man, you have to, this is teaching grown people behavior, grown woman behavior, okay? It's just simple. You know, we can't always control what our family dynamic is. Some people out there will fight their own parents for them to respect them, okay? There's people that would do that, there's some people who won't, right? But when you're an adult and you see inconsistency, it is your right as that adult to, you gotta have consequences for that. You have to keep your standards no matter how you feel, no matter how they look. They, if they show anything the opposite of what you say you don't tolerate, you do not tolerate it. I just gotta put that out there. I'm trying not to talk, but I'm just saying. Because I have seen situations where women have been like, oh, he's not texting back, and this, that, and the third, and da 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 da. And then it's 9 o'clock at night. He's texting, she's texting, that person's running out the door. And if you're guilty of this, you have experienced, what's that, the Pavlov reflection? How does that shit go? Yeah, you're that experiment. So they got you on this bell that you don't even realize that you're on. And what's so deep about it is, if you ever just pay attention, you will see the pattern of behavior with people. Like, I have someone in my life right now, I can sense when she's about to rile up. I can sense it every time. I literally, she's about to rile up. And when she riles up, and then she takes something away, or she doesn't do what she said she was going to do, that is her way of really trying to manipulate me into doing what she wants from me, instead of just saying what she wants in the direct way. And so when you pay attention to that type of pattern, yes, I'm mentioning this again, that is where you begin to sharpen your blade. You get on point a little bit more. Let's go. Oh shit, I clicked the wrong. Nympho. Wet pussy. God damn, this, I like that. This is wet pussy. Bad habits. That's my word right there. BTS. They need to stop that. You know, damn well ain't no BTS up in there. That must be for the studs. I need one of them mopeds though. God damn, we ain't got no license plate and the number in the back of them. What's next? Beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. I love it. People who have sat here, I gotta talk my shit now, has snuffed out our voices of truth, bullied us, and did all the shit they did, fell upon their own swords, their own madness, their own non-binary shit, right? The simp and better shit going haywire. Look what happened. And still we came back, and still we woke up, and still we talking right now to tell this truth, to put this truth out here. Figured out a formula with AI to be able to tell this truth. All of this shit. Why her rotation expands when you invest more. Why a bar girl never goes all in even if she likes you. This is how you date as an adult. This is the real interaction of being an adult. The moment men become replaceable and what really matters. See, black women, you need to learn some here. No, the black women, our millennials, Gen Zs, we smart, we put it together. But for the Gen X boomer black woman, this right here is what you didn't learn. This is why you pick me's and mammies and you never pulled out of that. But this right here is intelligent. This is an adult, intelligent way of dating, connecting with people. I'm just saying. Maybe one more. Okay. Maybe one more. One more. I was thinking about getting something from X Pimp, but Big Russia. Big Russia. She has something here. I hope it didn't refresh. These people got some consistent ass fucking videos. I need to learn how to do that. I think I will. The problem with the American woman, I have to put this out. The problem with the American woman is that the American woman is childish. Okay? Very childish. She is a bit self-entitled. Let me see something. She, depending on the American woman, meaning if she, how her mindset and her education is. I'm going to go ahead and play this right here. We already know. American women, here we go, realize they have no dating value aboard. And these are all white women I see. The real reason Western women are losing to foreign women in dating. Yes, let's go ahead and shut that out. We're going to go ahead and come over here with it. Where's my box? All right. Let's go. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. It's freezing up. It should have went to the next page. Why didn't it go? Hold on, y'all. I think that's a glitch. Hold on. Let's go back. It should be on this one though, because let me go back to the page, but let's go ahead. This is American women realize how they have no dating value abroad. This monkey is killing me. All this. What's texting? Fucking American women and fucking texting. What did I miss? What did I miss? Oh, what did I miss? Let's go back. Because she already annoyed me when I looked at her face. Let's go. Insolent audiences. Why is that funny? I'm sorry. Did I miss the joke? That would. Do I gotta say it? Cause I wanted to hear her again because she was whispering. I really did, but I'm not. I'm gonna just go ahead because he tearing their ass is a new one, and it's the entitlement. I told you they're childish and entitled. Childish and entitled. As a black woman, I got that same thing in my bathroom. Not taco. screaming. Oh Lord, I am screaming. Who is this? He is hilarious. Oh my goodness. I have to subscribe. Shout out to Insolent Audits. Man, this is a gold mine. Let's go. Didn't I say this is one more channel? I said I think it's a woman. Thailand, man. I was just talking about Thailand. Who the fuck trying to find love in Thailand? That's like trying to find it in the fucking Dominican Republic. What happened? Oh, Wait a fucking minute. Hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up. I didn't hear that, right? You mean to tell me you unascended bitches? You bitches was you pick no, this ain't even this is some pick me shit. You pick me bitches with passports. Y'all went across seas to find a goddamn husband and the passport bros got a wife before you. Say it ain't so. You pick me shits went across seas looking for love. I didn't know y'all was doing that. I'm over here fixing shit and organizing shit for tomorrow. Cause I'm sleeping. About to go to sleep. And bitch, I'm hearing y'all say y'all went across seas for a husband? Like the passport, bro? Say that shit ain't so. This bitch went to Africa for love. What the fuck? I'm appalled. Let me breathe for a minute. See, this is where I need to not let my goddamn emotions, because I'm on my cycle though. So I understand why I'm getting like this. This why I don't need to let my emotion. I did not know these pick-me's was doing this, yo. How did I let this one pass me? I did not know they was doing this, man. I gotta put this in my notes. That monkey is hilarious. said that shit. Let me say this. um, Starbucks, a good coffee is not cheap. This is not New York City bodega where it's $1, $1.50 for a coffee that you can make yourself or they make for you, right? Coffee's not cheap. Um, See, this is why I say you have to be cultured. You have to get out. Shira Seven is from the South. Okay, she doesn't understand coffee like us from the inner city, from the cold areas. We appreciate, we love coffee. Some of us don't drink coffee, but we do drink tea. If it's not coffee, it's tea. Like I'm having tea right now. Well, I'm about to go get me some Zen tea. But the point is, a coffee date is actually awesome. And I mean, I would love to have a coffee date and to talk over it because you can get a croissant. You know what I'm saying? There's so much other things you can get. That's why I say if you're cultured and you go outside, you would know these things. Well, I don't want no bean juice. That's the most ignorant shit that you can fucking say. Yeah, man. Huh? That that's hilarious. That's 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 hilarious. That's hilarious. I am tickled. Tickled. Hold on, let's go to this playlist. The name Insolent Audit is perfect. I know exactly who to send this page to. You know who you are out there. I know who to send this fucking page to. Man, oh man, there's a whole playlist too. We're not doing that. We doing. I want to do the most delusional women on the planet, fat women. Fat women. We got to see what he got to say on that. Oh, I'm getting out of this. Let's keep this shit keep going. Well, do what I yelled about. Ah, damn it. Now I can't really find it. Oh, there it is. Oh, I have to take it down. Oh shit. Females don't. I'm fucking dead. This right here is the delusion to the max. These the fat women are the delusional to the max. what's up, daughter of the bitch? Oh shit, you can't hear the video? Y'all gotta tell me when y'all can't. Y'all gotta tell me when y'all can't hear my video now. Let me start refreshing. Let me refresh. Hold on. That one was good. Shit. You don't need no sound going on. I gotta start watching my videos to check my sound and shit. I'm definitely gonna watch this video. I think this was probably gonna be one of my favorite shows. Hold on. Definitely gonna be one of my favorite shows. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to this shit tomorrow.
Put his flag at half staff. Made the train not want to leave the station. What I'm saying is, there's something physically about you that really turned the guy off. That's why he decided, okay, let me walk you to your car and you be on your way. Bye. Yeah, funny how it wasn't until after you came back, that's when you decided, well, you know, I really wasn't that attracted to him. Yep, that's the copium talking. I mean, I hate to say it, sweetheart, because you think that he is a bullet that you dodged. The reality is, well, before that, he decided you were not the bullet to dodge. You were the cannonball he dodged.
Fatality. Flawless victory.
I'm just saying, if you enjoyed this audit, click on the video in the end screen for more content. If you would like to support the channel, please follow the link in the description to donate to our beer fund. Or like, subscribe, and share this video on other social media platforms. If you agree with this,
Hey, that's Rachel Sierra. Why you need to get skinny or athletic ASAP? The truth. I have not seen her. I didn't know she was still going live. I'll remember to go to her today. I can't open my playlist right now. Hold on. Okay. This is the channel right here, bro. This is the kind of reactions that I like. But yeah, so you know, I'm loving it. Red pill over here. It's the red pill women over here, man. We had enough. Hold on. Okay, well, they say plus size women say men are the problem.
Why is this so true? Okay, so I just came from a really long day of work, but I want to talk about this for just a minute. So the comments in the original video are just mostly so vile and hateful, but those really don't bother me all that much because I've been experiencing fat phobia my entire life. I've got a pretty thick skin and I love myself. I'm really confident in who I am and in my body and in the way that I look. But what really gets me are what I think are well-intentioned comments that say things like, well, hot guys sleep with fat girls because they don't care what you look like, because they have all of the social capital that they already need. Which, no, that implies that fat women still are not hot and that our bodies are either still just looked over or reserved specifically for fetishes. That's not the case. Fat women are hot. Let us be hot. Acknowledge acknowledge it.
I have to start this off by addressing the importance of what is going to be said is purely in response to subjects of these videos, and in no way does this channel condone any kind of harassment. That said, ladies, keep in mind, the bulk of you demand men to be honest. Honesty is never a soft blow. It's just what it is. If you can't handle that, I suggest you stop watching this video right now. Queen. The reasons hot guys are easier to hook up with than average guys when you are a plus-size woman is because A, obviously, he is hotter than an average guy. B, hot guys know you will pick them over an average guy, which, in their minds, they see plus-size women as more willing participants. C. Hot guys may erroneously think that hooking up with a plus-size woman will require less time or effort than a highly attractive, slender woman. D. Hot guys tend to have a plan B for when their pipes are backed up and their main woman is not available. Hence, they pick plus-size women as their plan B. E. Plus-size women tend to take advantage of sleeping with a hot guy because they get less attention from men in general. So if he is hot, they're gonna tap him quick. As to this queen's comments that plus size women are hot and let them be hot, I don't see anyone stopping them from doing what they want. If she's referring to men in general, not saying plus size women are hot, well, I hate to break it to this queen. Everyone is entitled to their opinion and preferences. Let me put it this way, ladies. Men don't tell her or other Western women in general who they need to be attracted to. Women are free to choose. In that same fairness, men are free to choose who they find hot. I don't doubt there are individuals out there that fetishize plus size women, but that is the point. To each their own. Moving on.
So I just finished work today. I saw 6 clients, and I'm going to go live in a little bit and talk about this, but I wanted it to reach more people. You know, many years ago, my now ex-husband said to me, if you ever get fat, I'll leave you. And I lived in constant fear of being left because weight's always been a struggle for me. And I spent most of that 16 years I was with him on a diet of some kind and not being happy. Today I saw a young woman who said that her boyfriend of 4 years said that he can't give her all his love because he doesn't want her to get too comfortable. I know not all men are pigs. I know there's a lot of great guys out there, but man, oh man, I run into the pigs.
Again, ladies, you all want honesty from men, and like this queen's case, she got it. Oh boy, fam, now she's living in fear and not happy.
Is it
Apparently,
still silent?
she
Let me
wasn't
get
that
a witness
unhappy
who's
since
still
she
here.
stuck around so many years. And please, don't hit me with the story of suffering on a diet for years. It is amazing how women will point out how men didn't make them happy because of the things they didn't do for them, while at the same time claim they weren't happy because their man wanted them to stay in a healthy weight. And fam, yes, the CDC has a list of health effects of overweight and obesity. Link in the description. They didn't post that out of some type of shaming. They actually posted that to bring health awareness. Also, she said the guy who told his girlfriend, her client, he can't give her all his love because he doesn't want her to get too comfortable is an oinker of sorts. Ladies, can you please point out exactly how this guy is abusing his girlfriend and what exactly is keeping her from dumping him? Rhetorical question there, fam. That's like asking Mario, what's keeping him from telling Princess Peach, I'm tired of having to save you every couple of weeks. You don't think I suspect you are going over to Bowser's castle for him to lay a pipe? Fam. The point is, take accountability for your choices. If you don't like diets and don't care about being at a healthy weight, then you should leave the relationship if it really doesn't make you happy. Queens, if indulging in comfort food a few times every week makes you happier than being in a marriage, then grab all your things, leave, and head straight to the nearest supermarket. You both will be happier that way. Moving on.
Hey girls, it's Tiff, and here's how to date when you suck at dating. Okay, before we begin, you do not suck at dating, you've just been dating people that suck. Okay, stop listening to those gaslighting daddies that are telling you that you're the problem. You don't make the test easier just because they keep failing. The top way to start having good dates with men that actually might be good in bed for once, let's go! Okay, so the first thing you have to do is remember that you have nothing to lose. You already know you're that. You're literally doing a favor by even gracing them with your time. 1 + 1 might equal 2, but you don't need any to complete you. You have to treat yourself like a private membership club, and all these men are just on the wait list. Like it's time to put the in Soho House. Okay, the next thing is to learn your dating style. Like, I don't know how to text. I turn into a silent film and I have no idea what to say. I'm like, bado beep boop. So if a man wants to talk to me, you better book a reservation at no bill. Like, if you hate sports, tell him to buy you a Range Rover instead of taking you to the Rangers game. Never sacrifice your comfortability just to get a guy to like you. Lastly, you better not let anybody ever think they're too hot or good for you, okay? Leave your life home. Never put your date on a pedestal. You are not an ATM. Never let these men withdraw your confidence or your energy. Never that you're bad at dating, just go on every date knowing that you're a baddie.
Dang, Queen. The potty mouth on you. Listen, I'm not passing judgment here, but men will express how a woman's demeanor and, to a certain point, her language can have either a positive or a negative effect on her level of attractiveness. And cursing like a sailor does not reflect an attractive civil tongue there, Queen. As for her points, you don't suck at dating, you just have been dating people that suck. Great way to point out the common denominator there, like saying 1 + 1 = 3. She also said, remember, you have nothing to lose. Yeah, that can also mean you have nothing to offer either. You are literally doing them a favor by gracing them with your time. Exactly how did this Queen make a direct connection from having nothing to lose all the way to gracing them with your time? That's like a homeless woman with nothing to lose telling a man who invited her to lunch he is lucky she is allowing him to pay for her food. Private membership that puts all these men on a wait list and a reservation? Him, bodies. Never let anyone think they are too hot or good for you. Wow, Queen, are you going to practice mind control now? With all that plus the diatribe, there is zero doubt in my mind this Queen's advice is pure gold. To who, I don't know yet. Ladies, this may trigger some of you. Comedy may be subjective, but cringiness is usually not. I mean, it doesn't take a whole lot to get the guy you like to pass on a date with you. And acting like a bat out of hell can do the trick. Moving on.
A couple of weeks ago, I was at a friend's house for a party, and there was a guy there who was like a friend of a friend, and we really hit it off. Like, I had so much fun getting to know this guy and just like talking, and I like really felt like I could date this guy. And a lot of my friends came up and were like, he's really, like, it seems like he's really into you. So this week I was doing some light Instagram stalking, as one should, and he has like several photographs with women in smaller bodies. And the places that my mind went instantly were just awful. And I hate that they were my first reactions. Again, these were over a course, like these photos were over the course of like 10 years. And I instantly just felt like I wasn't attractive enough or desirable enough in my body for someone to want me. And I hate that that was my first reaction, was due to my size and my plus size body that I love. I questioned my desirability for this man.
Ladies, let me point out a question that the bulk of men who just saw this section probably said out loud. If you really love your body, why was your first thought a negative thought about your body? Now, at this point, I am sure there are a number of emotional explanations to answer that question. That doesn't negate the fact a number of men will ask that same question. This isn't about her believing in body positivity or not. It's about the reality this young woman has faced when investigating the guy she likes past relationships and finding that she is physically different from the other women he has probably dated. Before we continue, this is something I want to bring up to you ladies. Men must be very conscious about themselves and work on improving themselves in order to attract the women they like. Men don't get the privilege of body positivity or phobia shaming. Women will reject men for the most simplest things. I want you ladies to keep that in mind while we listen to the rest of her story.
And I hate the fact that I was like, oh, I wonder if he'd be willing to date a bigger girl. No, like, I hate that idea of being willing to date. Like, no. And the fact that, like, I would even question my worth and what I would bring into a relationship just because of 3 photographs over the course of 10 years. But like, that's what fat phobia does to someone. Like, these are the feelings that I have, like real feelings I have based off of years and years of conditioning of being told that I'm not good enough, that me and my body is not good enough. And it's awful. I'm so glad that I like recognized it and I can have that ability to like reset the mind. But the fact that I even went there is devastating. Really, really sucks.
And there it is, right there. The privilege of blaming everything on an external reason of a phobia. Ladies, have you ever heard a man say you have short phobia if you prefer a taller man? Have you ever been accused of having poor phobia if you prefer a man with a good job? Has anyone said you have bus phobia if you don't want to date a man without a car? Fam, does anyone else see what I am getting at? Women are allowed to say their preferences in men, and as a double standard, if they fear or doubt a man will like them for a certain reason, they come up with a phobia or shaming label. You know what, fam? I'm gonna take a page out of this playbook. Ladies, if you don't invite this handsome gorilla out on a date, you need to look deep inside and face your pythecophobia. Phobia link in the description. Moving on.
Plus size dating. Let's talk about it while I put some makeup on. First off, let me start by saying that dating is hard and a very vulnerable thing, no matter what size you are. Let's start even before you go on a first date, right? The hype leading up to it. You constantly fixate on, are they going to think I'm fat? One thing I've learned that's helped me switch my mindset with this is that just like you have a type, you are somebody's type. Let that sink in. Which I understand is hard to come to terms with because we've been told our whole life that our body is not lovable. When I was dating, people would always tell me, don't think about if they like you. Think about if you like them. Like, I want to hear that. To me, that wasn't helpful in any way because you physically cannot help but worry about if they like you. You're dating.
So far, this queen has been the most upfront about plus-size dating. That is the most positive take I have heard on this audit. To her point, just like you have a type, you are somebody's type. I agree with that as long as we can all accept that does not translate into the majority. Ladies, it is logical for a man who is 5'5" or 165 centimeters tall to accept that there are women out there who will accept him, but the bulk of them will prefer a taller man. Body size is in the same ballpark. Whether we admit it to ourselves or not, men and women have to improve on themselves. If you don't believe that, then why is this young queen applying beauty enhancers to improve her looks?
I'm going to share some things that were actually helpful to me when I was dating. Make sure they have seen some form of you that's most up to date.
Let me tell you something. Nothing irritates me more than a fat bitch that puts on a belly shirt. That irritates me. I can't stand to see that shit. Nothing pisses me off more than that. Nothing pisses me off more than that shit.
Whether that's like a picture on your dating profile that's full body or on FaceTime before you go on the date. For me, that just took some pressure off because it's like you already knew what I looked like before I got there. Also, this might seem super simple, but wear a color that does not show sweat because you're going to be nervous and you're probably going to be sweating. And the last thing you need to worry about is if your sweat stains are showing. And one last thing, the size in your jeans is the least interesting thing about you.
I like the confidence she showed here. As to her tips, an updated pic of you is probably common sense, but I understand what she meant as to make sure your pics are angled to show how you currently are, so there is no waste of time. Color that doesn't show sweat. What, are you going to dress up in a gym suit for a date? Just say loose dark clothing. It's less cryptic and more to the point. The size in your jeans is the least interesting thing about you. Here is the part where I am going to sound like a total jackass, but I will challenge women to prove me wrong. If most men should look past your jean size to get to know you, then why don't most women look past a man's height or job title to get to know them?
Now that's a lot of damage!
I'm just saying. If you agree or disagree with anything about this audit, please let us know in the comments. I'm going to leave this audit right here. I'll see all of you in the next episode.
That was all right. I gotta click this one. All right, y'all. It's been great. I'm gonna go live again, but I'm just gonna play all of these videos when I go live again. But anyway, it's been great. As always, observe, analyze, and stay on point.